Welcome
General
to
Mills Radio Adventure Theater. Welcome. I'm Tom Bosley, and it's time again to enter the wonderful world of your imagination through the magic of radio. Won't you come with me on a voyage of excitement, action, and the thrill of discovery? If you're with me on this trip, you're in for a spine-tingling adventure, a visit to another world, and a surprise meeting in real life with one of the great men of history.
I reckon the captain would like to put you on the griddle. Get some information out of you.
What kind?
Well, that's up to him. I'm taking you on back to camp to meet him.
Mr. Armbruster?
Yes, son? I mean, Missy, or whatever you are.
What's your captain's name?
Lincoln. Captain Abe Lincoln. Company of the 1st Regiment of the Brigade of Volunteers. Commanded by Brigadier General Samuel Whiteside.
Our adventure story, With Malice Toward None, was written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Ian Martin and stars Skip Hinnant and Mary Flersham. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Mention time travel, and what do you think of? Well, I know what I do. Automatically, I think of hurtling into the future. I think of cruising the vast sea of space in search of unknown worlds. I think of opening new channels to whole new galaxies and discovering the world of the future. But time isn't a one-way street. It reaches not only into the future, but into the past as well.
Quiet, Possum. You hush up now.
Stupid name you gave that old hound, Jeff.
Oh, he just doesn't like caves is all. He knows where we're going.
He doesn't sound much happier about it than I do. Where is this cave, anyway?
Right there, Judy.
Right where?
There.
Where?
Can't you see, for Pete's sake, where I'm pointing?
All I see is a big old cliff and scrub pine and bushes and things. If the way into your cave is hiding behind them, it must be awful small.
It is. That's what I've been trying to tell you. You got to crawl in, and then, man, it really opens out.
I don't know that I'm so anxious to go this route.
Oh, come on, Judy. I brought all the equipment and stuff, so this time we could really explore it.
Beats me why you had to wish it on your sister.
Why? You scared?
What's to be scared of?
So, okay, grab your share of the gear and let's get packing. My name is Jeff Jones. I live in Center Corners, Illinois, some west of Chicago and just east of the Mississippi. I'm a senior at Keg High School, and my sister Judy is a junior. She's pretty smart, straight A's and like that, especially in history. Me, I'm just about cut it so I keep eligible for football. But I'm kind of into archaeology and like that. And this cave I dug up, I don't know. It's just something I got to go all the way with. See what it's about and where it goes. So here we are. Possum! Knock it off, will you, Possum?
You have to squeakle in through that little hole in the rock?
Sure.
What about all this gear?
We don't have to take it all. Here, flashlight for you. I have one. Candles?
Candles?
Back up. It might be wet in there or something. Matches.
What's this?
A ball of string. Tie it off after we get in and unroll it with us so we know the way back.
Come on. Let's get on with it.
I'm going to go in feet first because I'll have to drag all the gear in after me.
What do I do?
As I kind of wiggle in, once I get far enough, just you pass the junk in after, okay?
Possum seems unhappy, but it's okay by me. Do I follow?
Well, sure. That's the whole point.
In his own way, Jeff's a kind of a loner, like this cave pit. You wouldn't think such a big hulk could be a dreamer, but that's what he is. Like he'd like to be Jacques Cousteau or an astronaut or something. The narrow little tunnel we were crawling along wasn't much bigger than a sewer pipe and a lot more uneven. I was very scared, but I didn't dare let on to Jeff.
Hey, come on, Judy, move it.
Jeff, you sure this is safe?
Sure. This passage has been here for about 1 million years. Maybe 1 billion.
I don't think I want to go any further.
What's the matter? You scared?
Oh, yes. I mean, I feel so hemmed in. It's hard to breathe.
All in the mind. You should be a lame brain like me, and you wouldn't have problems.
Jeff, you all right?
No sweat, Judy. I just backed into the main cave. Boy, it's bigger than I remember.
Well, before you get too carried away, could you get me and the equipment out of this bottleneck?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, give me this stuff. Yeah, I got it. You want a hand?
Oh, I could use some help.
Yeah, here. Wait till I get my flash on. There. Here you go. Now, how do you feel?
Oh, I guess like a champagne cork after the bottle is opened.
Hey, wait till you see this place. It's bigger than a cathedral.
You don't even need the flash. There's some light in here. Hey, where does it come from?
Oh, way up there. About 60, 70 feet. There's some kind of fault in the rock lets in some light.
It's very faint. And among all the shadows, What's that?
Bats. It's the flashlight.
Turn it off, stupid.
Oh, yeah. They frighten you?
They give me the creeps.
Hey, we sit quiet a moment, they'll settle again. Fantastic, huh? It's like the inside of a pyramid. You can sit here with just a little bit of light sneaking in. It's like moonlight. And you could be anywhere in time. Just look. It's like sculpture. All those stalagmites hanging from the roof.
Stalactites.
Huh?
Stalactites. They hang. Stalagmites stick up. Like those sort of pillars over there.
The hundreds of thousands of years. Millions, I guess, it took for them to form.
Jeff?
Huh?
I don't want to think of the thousands of millions of years. I want to get out of here. This place gives me the creeps.
We haven't even started to explore.
I don't want to explore. I want to get back through that narrow little tunnel. I don't think this is safe. What's that?
Oh, it's Possum coming after us. Hey, boy. Possum, here, boy.
Make him stop that.
He doesn't mean anything.
Make him stop.
For crying out loud, Judy. What's the big deal?
Don't you know in caves or old mines or places you shouldn't make loud noises because that could start a...
What's that?
Give me my flashlight. Oh, no, Jeff. No, look. What are we going to do?
In any excavation or on a mountainside, one of the greatest dangers is sound. A cannon fired with a blank charge, or even a rifle shot, has triggered more than one avalanche. Poor Possum. His barking and howling was to warn us. Maybe it wasn't even that, but whatever it was, the roof of the tunnel had fallen in, and we were sealed inside what I'd thought of as a pyramid. Well, that's what it was now. A tomb.
What are we going to do, Jeff?
First thing is not to panic.
Oh, you're too late. I already have. What's next?
Well, I don't see how we can dig through that.
Forget it. Oh, how about that place up there where the light's coming from?
Forget that. Nothing to anchor the rope to. And without it, we could never climb up. It's just a crack anyway.
Isn't there some other way out?
I don't know. We better hope so. Come on, grab a knapsack and let's go explore. You go around to the left, I'll go the other way. See if you find any breaks in the rock that look like a passage.
Supposing there isn't another way out?
Oh, someone will come after us when they find out we're missing.
How? No one knows where we are.
Possum will go stir them up.
If you wasn't buried when the roof fell in.
So we'll dig ourselves out some way. Come on, let's track.
The wall was solid, not a cranny or even a crack. Suddenly, Jeff and I were meeting again. I could tell by his face he'd had no luck either. Nothing?
Nope, not so far. You hungry?
No. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I don't know. Jeff.
Now, come on, Judy, hold on.
But I'm scared. Scared, Jeff.
So am I. Maybe something to eat would be a good idea.
If you want to.
I got sandwiches here you made and chocolate.
Trusting to him who can go with me and remains with you and be everywhere for good, let us confidently hope that all will yet be well.
What are you saying, Grace?
Kind of.
I never heard that one before.
We were studying about him in class.
Who?
Abraham Lincoln. He said that in his farewell address at Springfield after he got elected president.
Abraham Lincoln's the last person we got to worry about right now. Hey, come on, let's eat, and then we'll... What is it, Judy?
Don't you feel it?
What?
A draft. It's blowing on us. Stronger and stronger.
Yeah. Hey, give me that torch. You see anything?
Shine it where the wind's coming from. There. There.
A big cleft in the rocks, and a passage beyond it. How could I have missed that?
Well, what's the diff so long as it's there? Jeff, you think it's maybe a way out of this?
With all that fresh air coming in on the wind? It's gotta be, Judy. Just gotta be.
Thank you, Mr. Lincoln.
What'd you say?
A kind of prayer.
Yeah, I know. I heard. But this hasn't got anything to do with Mr. Lincoln. This is sheer blind luck. Now, come on, Judy. Let's just thank God we didn't end up buried alive.
Claustrophobia. A big word that means being shut in, finding it difficult to breathe. Like Jeff said, the feeling of being buried alive. I guess at some time you may feel it. But what if you, like Jeff, went through it and escaped, only to find yourself in an alien world, somewhere you'd never been? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
This is Gene King, Business Bureaus.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. Now let's see, where were we? Oh, yes, at the edge of discovery. Jeff and Judy are facing a crevice beyond which a twisting, tortuous passage reaches away into darkness and mystery. And where it leads to doesn't matter anymore, because this represents escape from the tomb of the cave into which they are locked by the landslide. And so, beckoned on by the fresh wind that blows in their faces, promising freedom, our two trapped young people fight their way towards the fresh air.
How far have we come?
Oh, let's see. Checking my ball of string. I tied it off when we came into the passage, and it's 2/3 gone now. That means, about half a mile.
Oh, we've been climbing. That means we ought to come out pretty near on top of Old Baldy Mountain.
Yeah. Ready to go on?
Yeah, come on. Let's hike.
Hey, look.
Yeah, sunlight, daylight, the light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, we made it.
I wonder where we are, where we'll come out.
Suddenly, after half running up the sloping tunnel toward the outside, we were out of the blackness, back in the world. Only it was a world neither of us had ever seen before. Where are we?
It's all kind of different.
Isn't that the Mississippi over there?
I reckon. But where's the prairie, the flats?
Maybe that tunnel we were following went sort of north.
No, headed due west. Kind of to the south, if anything. What's all that tall grass?
I've never seen anything like that.
Sorghum, it looks like. But it's almost head high. And look at the trails that have been beat out of it. It's like a wilderness.
What are you doing?
We're just marking the spot where the tunnel comes out so we can find it again.
What for?
You never know. It might come in handy. Come on, we have a ways to go before dark. We weren't all that high up, and it was even shorter coming down. Slipping, sliding, till finally we ended up at the edge of that strange tall grass.
Jeff, you're not going into that tall grass.
Got no choice, Judy. There seems to be a trail follows around to the south. I saw it from above.
How do you know south's the way home?
Well, we got to go south or north to cut east back through the hills. You must have seen for yourself this side ain't where we live. Just follow me. Darn stuff is like a jungle. Easier to cut across a cornfield.
What is it?
It looks like plain old prairie grass nobody ever grazed or cut.
Oh, maybe we'd better not get too far into this.
I tell you, there's a trail right... Well, we don't have to find it. Here it is.
Oh, I'm glad to be out of that. It's so dusty. Makes you... What's that?
I don't know. Steer, I reckon. A stampede?
Those aren't steer. They're bison.
Bison? You mean buffalo? Here? There hasn't been a buffalo in this part of the country since... Look out! Hey, get back in the grass. Can you believe what you saw?
No.
Buffalo. Like you see in the Natural History Museum. And live.
There must have been at least a couple of hundred.
And this tall grass. Judy, where are we? Where have we got to?
I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. I think I'd feel safer back in that cave. What's that?
Horses. Maybe we can find out from who's ever riding them what...
What is it?
Get back. Hide. They're Indians. Did you see that? I sure did. I just hope they didn't see us.
Indians in full war paint. Oh, I don't believe it. What's going on? Some kind of bicentennial thing?
Oh, that's over already. This is 1977. It's at least 100 years since you could see anything like this in North Illinois.
100? More than that. I mean to...
To what?
Well, that's a part of history I've just been reading about because it was interesting and less known, and I thought would make a good paper.
I don't get it.
Like I said, Miss Motley has been concentrating on Abraham Lincoln, sort of for his birthday like, and Lincoln did get in the Indian Wars, French and Indian like, the Black Hawk campaign.
I don't know what you're talking about. What was that?
Sounded like an arrow. Jeff, you see? In the tree trunk.
It's a tomahawk. What? Judy, look out.
Hey.
Don't hurt him, please. Please, Mr. Redman.
What's your name?
I'm Judy Jones. This is my brother, Jeff.
All men, brother, till white man come. Toe.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Keep still, I guess.
Nawatan. Hikagume. Kaman piyoti timakamo.
What are you going to do with him? Jeff.
Take it easy. Hey, Mr. Indian, don't harm her, please. She's a girl.
How? Woman? Why she wear pants?
Well, that's what we wear, blue jeans, girls and boys.
White man have strange custom. This one most strange. You are new tribe. Where from?
Right over the hill. The center corners.
Center corner?
Yes, it's just a little town. More like a village.
No town there. You lie.
No, there's a town there, honest.
No town. Setayati, Kiwa.
No. Wait, what are you going to do with us?
Gray Beaver must order what we do. We take you to him. Gadota, Daba.
Our hands were tied behind us with rawhide, and ropes of it were looped around our necks. We had to run as fast as we could to keep up with the Indians. Indians that looked for real. Breech clouts and deerskin leggings, moccasins, bands around their head and feathers stuck in them, and in full war paint. And they were armed, not only with knives and spears and tomahawks, but with old-fashioned rifles like I'd only seen in pictures in a book. I just couldn't dig it.
I am Gray Beaver. Lame Fox bring you here. You are white man scout. You tell me, where is white man?
I don't know, sir.
You lie. All white man lie. You will not lie to me. Black Hawk has called us on warpath. Now you tell, where is army?
Honest to Pete, we don't know.
You think not to speak? You will tell. Lame Fox, teach these pale faces.
The white man attacks.
So we meet him in battle. Take these these two. Tie them down to stake.
Some of the Indians dragged us to some stakes buried in the ground and tied us to them. Then they ran off to the fight. There were bullets flying and arrows, and Jeff and I tried to huddle together as the battle went on.
Judy, I'm sorry I got you into this.
What is it?
I don't know. I just can't believe anything like this could happen in this day and age.
That's the whole trouble. It isn't this day and age.
What are you talking about?
Black Hawk?
Who?
Black Hawk. Didn't you hear Chief Gray Beaver mention his name?
Oh, that.
Yeah. He was the chief of the Sauk and the Fox Indians. And when he refused to leave his home on the Mississippi, right around here at Rock Falls, he started a war.
Rock Falls? War? When was this?
That's what I'm trying to get through your thick head. What's happened to us?
Starting with that cannonball, or whatever it was, that smashed into the big house we'd just been dragged out of, and setting it on fire, the next hour was something I don't ever want to live through again. Bullets were pouring into the compound, while the Indians fired back. And tied up as we were, Judy and I couldn't do anything but pray none of them hit us. Finally, the Indians took off, and a bunch of men on horseback wearing funny hats and waving swords went chasing after them. They were followed by some guys dressed up sort of like Daniel Boone. One of them came over and cut us free. Gee, thanks, mister. You sure turned up just in time.
My name is Jack Armbruster, son. Let me cut you free.
Would you mind getting my sister first?
Your sister?
Yeah, she's tied to the other stake.
In pants? Don't look like no sister to me. Okay, there you are. Are you a female lady, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Armbruster.
That don't beat all. Oh, there you go, son. Now rub your hands together, bring the circulation back.
Thank you.
Ain't nothing. Where you two turn up from, right here into this Indian country, huh?
Center Corners, sir.
Oh? Where's that at?
Oh, it's a little town. It's right the other side of the hill.
Now, ain't that interesting? You two better come along with me.
Well, if you don't mind, sir, it's getting kind of late, and I think we better cut out for home.
I don't know who the two of you are or what you're up to, but I sure do smell something funny about you. Kind of a strange get-up for these parts. And I never in my born days seen no lady in pants the like of that. Top it off, you're lying to me, boy. I know this country like the palm of my hand. And the other side of that ridge, there ain't no town from here pretty near to the big lake. Saving Chicago. No, sir, I better take you prisoner.
Prisoners? What for?
I reckon the captain would like to kind of put you on the griddle. Get some information out of you.
What kind of information?
Well, it's up to him. Now, come on, I'm taking you back to camp to meet him.
Mr. Armbruster?
Yes, son? I mean, Mom, or whatever you are.
What's your captain's name?
Lincoln. Captain Abe Lincoln of New Salem, Indiana.
They say it's a small world. But what can account for the accident that led Judy and Jeff into the early days of none other than one of our greatest Americans? Somehow, in that strange cave, these two young people have managed to lose almost a century and a half. Unless, of course, this is just a dream from which any moment they may wake up. I'll return shortly with Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. With Judy up behind Sergeant Jack Armbruster and Jeff tied, riding behind a cavalryman, brother and sister have been brought back to the bivouac. And to the captain with the incredible name, which became not so incredible once he straightened up his long, lanky frame. The captain whose face is as familiar to everyone in America as any in his own family. The captain whose name is
Abe Lincoln. I bid you good day.
Guess you don't have to tell us that, sir.
Oh, that's right. Sergeant Armbruster told you already. I guess you'd be Mr. Jeff Jones?
Yes, sir.
And this would be a young lady?
I'm Judy Jones, Mr. President.
I'm afraid you're advancing me through the ranks a little too fast. I'm just captain up till now. Now, let's see.
Where shall we begin? You, claim to be from Center Corners. Well, I'm afraid that just won't wash.
Beg pardon, sir?
Well, I just plain ain't no Center Corners, Mr. Jones. Leastways, where you claim it to be, so, the first question is just where are you from?
You wouldn't believe us if we told you, Mr. Lincoln.
Well, now, suppose you were to try me.
All right. Do you know the date, sir?
I ought to, since my birthday is February 12th.
But what year?
Man sakes, you're a mighty remarkable young woman. 1832, of course. What year did you think it was?
1977.
Did I say remarkable? I should have said incredible.
She isn't lying, sir.
Well, just tell me again where you came from. At this time, I might be listening a good deal closer.
So I told Mr. Abraham Lincoln about the cave and possum and exploring it and the rockfall. But I sure couldn't explain how we started at one end of an underground passage in the 20th century and ended up coming out the other end in the 19th.
Around my circles, I'm considered a pretty fair storyteller, but I sure gotta take a back seat to you two young'uns.
You don't believe us.
Would you, if I was spinning the tale? Let's level with each other. You claim to have crawled back out of the future. I'm to believe that you and your sister represent what's going to happen 3 full generations after I'm moldering in the grave? You don't ask much. I gotta say that for you.
Suppose we could convince you.
Try me.
I hope I get it right. Now, you've never seen me, Mr. Lincoln, to the best of your belief, before today.
That's a fair statement.
You don't know anything about me. But I can tell you some things about yourself.
Well, I don't know that any man's that anxious to listen to that.
There's nothing bad.
Well, then I'm going to doubt it has a ring of truth.
You judge that. You were born in 1809. Your father was Thomas Lincoln and your mother Nancy Hanks. You grew up in Kentucky, but you moved more than once till you ended up in New Salem, Indiana. You were running a store there when you ran for state legislature, only you weren't elected.
That's true enough.
There was a job as postmaster, which you could have had, but instead you enlisted to fight in the Black Hawk War.
Well, that's for sure, Missy. Just where I am now and wondering why I ever did. I ain't fired a shot yet in anger, and I keep hoping I never will.
You won't.
Beg pardon?
I'm just telling you what is, Mr. Lincoln. Or what was.
It's the second part of that statement worries me. Any more?
A lot. Captain Lincoln.
Yes, Missy?
Why don't you come with us?
Well, now, where would that be?
Why, back to our century, where you'd be safe.
Safe?
She means you wouldn't be,
Wouldn't be what?
Oh, it's so hard to tell you what we wanted.
Well, I reckon most you just want to go home. You say the other side of the hill. Tell you what, we'll ride there tomorrow morning, and once you find your path home, you can go.
It had to be a dream, or wasn't it? That I was talking to a man who was like, a sort of god. A man who didn't know what the future held for him, but I did. What to say to him, how to talk to him. And then there was this other thing. He held our future, Jeff's and mine, in his hands. Because if we didn't get back to our own place in time, we just didn't belong.
All right, young'uns. I brought you here the other side of the hills to help you find where you wanted to go, but there ain't no place, is there?
It's all different. You can't find anything in the bullgrass.
You think we're just sick in our minds.
No, I didn't say that.
It's what you think all the same. You think we ought to be locked away somewhere as crazy. Well, now we're going to show you some proof we're where we say we came from. Jeff, show him your wristwatch.
Huh? Oh, sure. Here, sir.
Well, that's very interesting. Very interesting. And not much like my old turnip. It's got an extra hand.
That's the stopwatch.
Stopwatch?
Counts off and measures how much time it takes to say something. Well, like, 87 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. See? Just 13 seconds to say it.
It's amazing, all right. But the words, boy, the words, what are they?
Words you said, Mr. Lincoln. I mean, that you will say.
I don't know how to reply to that.
I don't know exactly how you could, sir. I'm just trying to make you understand us. We're what comes after you. A long time after.
I'm confused.
Well, Judy's just trying to explain that we're two people out of our time who want to go back home and don't know the way.
I think I know how I can prove it to you all the way, Mr. Lincoln. Jeff, you got a $5 bill?
You kidding? Why?
Because it has his picture on it.
That's right. And I don't even have a Lincoln penny. But there must be something. Oh, hey, I got it. Just let me see here.
What are you looking for?
The envelope Uncle Josh's letter came in last week. I saved it because Buzz collects stamps. Yeah, here it is. Look at this, Mr. Lincoln.
A letter? What's this on the upper right-hand corner?
You're a postmaster. Don't you recognize the stamp?
Stamp? Never seen one like this. 25 cents. From California. What are you two children trying to do to me? Where'd you get this trick?
No trick. Just a plain old stamp you lick and stick on. Don't you recognize the picture on it? It's you, Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, why would I be on, well, that little piece of paper you call a stamp?
Because you were our president, the greatest.
Because you're going to be president of the United States.
When?
In 1860. You're going to emancipate the slaves and save the Union.
What are these words around my head? Of the people, by the people, for the people.
You don't know?
How can he, Jeff? He hasn't lived that yet. It's the last part of your Gettysburg Address.
Gettysburg?
It's the battle that won the Civil War and brought peace. And you said that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom. So that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. I've been studying you in high school.
Well, I like those words. Well, come on, children. Let's get back to camp and study how to find where you're going and what your destiny is. I have a feeling it's somehow tied up in mine.
Next morning, Mr. Lincoln woke us himself at dawn and made me lead him to where we came out of the cave. His eyes were kind, but his brow was all wrinkled as if in deep thought. And I think he was some surprised when I showed him my string tied to a bush over the hole where we'd crawled out.
Well, I'll be. Maybe you young folks are telling the truth. Or anyways, what you believe it to be. And you say this cave goes right through the mountain, but it's stopped up by a rock fall on the other side?
That's right, sir.
Well, then, if that's true, I reckon your pa is digging for you right now. Maybe even got it all cleared out.
But he didn't even know where we were going.
He'd guess. Pa'd guess. And Possum would have fetched him.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you two go on in there? I've got to get back to camp. But if everything isn't all right at the other end, I'll meet you back here tomorrow morning at sunup. Just before me and my company move out on.
Why don't you come with us?
I couldn't do that. I got my men to think on.
But I don't want you to stay in this century and get assassinated.
Judy.
No, let her finish. How was that, my little fortune teller? You say assassinated?
Yes.
But not until after you get to be president and free the slaves.
You know, you mentioned that before. Ever since my travels by flatboat through the South, it's one thing I know in my heart. A black man has got to be free. No nation, no government can endure permanently half slave and half free.
That's the speech you made to the Republican convention.
When?
Well, gee, I don't know. 1858 or so, I guess, before the debates.
What debates?
Between you and Mr. Douglas. That's how you got elected in 1860. I mean, going to be. Oh, it's so mixed up and so awful now we really know you. Yes, you just gotta come with us.
To the land of plenty you tell me about? Well, I won't say I'm not tempted if I believe in it. But I just can't. because the bill of goods you're selling me is just too good for any man to pass up. To be president, to free the black man, to hold the Union together so we are a house not divided against itself. What man could ask for more? No, sir. I know where I belong. I just hope you two children can find your way back to where you belong.
It seemed a long, long journey down the twisting corridors of the cave, back to where the adventure all began. We were both depressed and kind of sad, but that quickly disappeared when we could hear the sound of a rescue party beyond the rockfall. Too far to reach by voice, but enough to reach by the sound conducted through the rock.
Hello? Hello? We're here.
It's Pa, or someone. Judy, we're going back home.
It was a long time before they broke through, and Jeff and I were so pooped we fell asleep. But not before we had made a pact.
Then we're agreed. We don't say a word. Well, who'd believe us anyway?
And besides, we're not going to change history, no matter how we might have wanted to.
Who says we wanted to? Without Mr. Lincoln, we might not have had a country.
I was just thinking of him dying.
Well, it's something we all have to do. Just think instead of how much he did for our country. For you and for me.
Within a couple of hours, they had broken through, and we were safe at home with our secret, which we've never told till now. I wonder if I should have tried to tell Mr. Lincoln the things I did. Wasn't it terrible to tell a man his death was written for a certain date? Wouldn't it haunt him? I just hope I didn't do wrong. I know that every time now I look at his face, in all the places it appears, that gentle, kind face. I wonder if maybe I was the one who gave him the haunted look, knowing he was to die from an assassin's bullet, because of his belief that all men are equal. I know that kind face will haunt me all my life.
With malice towards none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds. What better way to say the end to any story? I'll be back shortly. Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States, born February 12th, 1809, died from an assassin's bullet April 15th, 1865. A gentle man, a humble man, a great man, but a man of no pretensions. Perhaps the finest measure of the man was his own statement. He had a dream in which someone in a crowd recognized him as the president and said, "He's a very common-looking man." Whereupon Lincoln replied, "Friend, the Lord prefers common-looking people. That's the reason he made so many of us."
Made a monkey out of me.
Our cast included Skip Hinnant, Mary Flersham, Ian Martin, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association. TRVELS Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley. Welcome to the magic world of radio, the world of your imagination, a world only half a step away from reality. Together, we will journey to other continents, other places. We'll travel back into yesterday and ahead into tomorrow. And since time is without boundaries, so is the universe. It goes on forever. Billions of stars or suns to billions of planets. Some very much like our own Earth. And on these planets, perhaps, just perhaps, there will be people very much like ourselves. Our story today is titled Survival Test and was especially written for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Victoria Dan. It stars Jack Grimes and Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Yeah.
150 years ago, no one would have believed that one day we would send a man to the moon. Science keeps advancing at such an incredible speed. Now just imagine how much the world is going to change in another 150 years. A trip to Mars will be as common as a trip to Paris. And man will be exploring beyond his own solar system. Hopefully, however, one thing that won't change too much will be man himself.
Major? Yes, Cadet McNeil?
The assignments for the final exam.
Complaining again?
Well, it's the final assignments, Major. I'm sure there must be some mistake.
Mistake? That's impossible. Let me see the roster again.
Yes, sir.
Here we are. Cadet Tyler McNeil and Cadet Franklin Mullinson assigned to Planet 87, right?
Well, yes, but
Something
Major...
wrong with Planet 87, McNeil?
It's not that, sir.
Cadet McNeil, for your graduating class, we've spared no expense in our search for new testing areas. Planet 87 is our most recent acquisition.
It's not where you assign me, sir, but with whom. I can't go on a survival test with Cadet Franklin Mullinson.
McNeil, here at the Space Academy, we believe in the principles of democracy, and one of those principles is fairness. What's the one basic way to ensure fairness?
Alphabetical order, sir.
On target.
But Cadet Mullinson doesn't have the stamina for a 10-day survival test. And the rules say that if one partner fails, we both fail.
I don't think you're giving your buddy Mullinson a chance. Now get your gear together. The transport ship leaves Launch Station Zeta at 0800.
But, Major...
McNeil, you're dismissed.
Attention, please. We are approaching Planet 87. Prepare to descend. Check seat position.
Kind of looks like Earth down there, doesn't it, McNeil? My, look at all that vegetation. It's one big jungle. Let me tell you, I could write a book about surviving in the jungle.
Mullinson, I'm not interested in the books you could write.
Now, look, McNeil, we're going to be stuck on an uninhabited, practically unexplored planet alone for the next 10 days. Now, shouldn't we make some effort to get along?
I don't see why.
For one thing, I might be able to teach you a few things.
You're all talk.
I'm ranked in the top 5% of our class, and you, I think, are a bit further down the line.
So you test well on paper. This is a different kind of test, one that requires imagination, strength.
In exactly 52 seconds, we will reach the surface of Planet 87. Landing site is designated point of embarkation A. Stand by.
McNeil, Mullinson.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Major?
I want to wish you both good luck and remind you of your objective. You have exactly 10 solar days to travel from point A to pick up point B. You must rendezvous with this ship at point B by sundown of the 10th day. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Now, one further detail. Included in your equipment is a small radio, adjusted to transmit an emergency distress code. Planet 87 has been carefully inspected by unmanned probes.
and it's not particularly hazardous. Life consists completely of plants. The climate is temperate. However, the terrain is still unfamiliar, and there's always the possibility that one of you might be accidentally injured, or you might decide to terminate the test for one reason or another. In any case, if you use the signal, the test is automatically over.
Your attention. We have now arrived on the surface of Planet 87. Hatch seal lifted.
All right, once again, good luck, gentlemen.
See you in 10 days, sir. Tyler, do you realize that we are the first human beings to ever set foot on this planet?
Now, pickup point B is 3 degrees north-northwest. According to this map, we're approximately...
A most unusual landscape.
Hmm?
A little bit of everything, if that's possible. Now, where we are right here, it's sandy and flat, a perfect landing site. And then just ahead, it becomes rocky and hilly, leading directly into what appears to be a tropical rainforest. Just doesn't seem real.
Yeah, it's real, all right. Now, we're here.
Uh-huh.
Exactly how far away is point B?
Well, according to this map, it's 148 kilometers.
Let's see. That would make it about 15 kilometers a day.
It's a cinch.
Sounds too easy.
That's because you always expect the worst.
Mullinson, I don't want to spend the next 10 days arguing. Let's get out of the sand trap and watch your step over there. It's kind of soft, and you wouldn't want to trip with all that equipment on your back.
I am perfectly capable of taking care of my... Tyler, stand still. Don't move.
What is it?
Don't move. Stand still. That's quicksand.
Are you crazy?
I am telling you, there's quicksand right in front of you.
How do I get out of here?
Now, just stay calm.
Stay calm. I'm surrounded by quicksand, and you tell me to stay calm. You're supposed to be the genius. Get me out of here.
You know, it's amazing the way quicksand can appear suddenly out of nowhere.
Franklin.
Yeah, okay, Tyler. Now, here's what you do. Try moving back the way you came.
Right.
The ground is firm where your footprints are, and so is that mound you're standing on.
Yeah.
You think you can make a 180-degree turnaround?
Yeah, okay.
Good. Now, move back in your footprint.
Right, easy.
Slowly.
I am.
Slowly. Be careful.
Yeah.
Good. Hey, air. You did it.
Oh, that was close. You just saved my life.
Forget it.
I guess I haven't been giving you enough credit, Mullinson.
Well, we've been making excellent time for 3 days now.
Well, I could do with some lunch. What was that?
What was what?
I thought I heard something. Footsteps, maybe.
Well, it's just getting a bit more windy.
Well, it is getting windier, but... Did you feel that?
Feel what?
That tingling, like 100 little ants crawling on my skin.
Yeah, my clothes feel kind of funny. Full of static.
My hair, my hair, it's standing on end. Franklin, look out!
That tree almost got me.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Oh, this planet is crazy. First it was quicksand, and now some kind of atmospheric disturbance, electrically charged particles bombarding us from all directions.
We gotta find shelter fast. Maybe we can get some cover over there by those rocks.
Those particles like sand in my eyes.
Yeah, I feel it too. Get down flat.
My eyes. Tyler, I can't see.
Get down. Crawl on your stomach.
I can't see where I'm going.
You're doing fine. Move straight ahead. Under that huge boulder, there's a crevice. Don't stop.
It's no use, Tyler. I can't see.
You stay flat. Grab a hold of my feet and let me drag you. Now, come on, just a little bit further. Attaboy. Keep your head down. Okay. This is probably the safest spot around. What kind of storm is this?
Well, it doesn't seem possible, but it's an iron storm.
Iron storm?
Yeah.
The atmosphere on this planet is too thick, like on Earth. All those different layers in the air act like a barrier against things like this.
None of the rules seem to apply on this place. That's what makes it all so unreal.
Listen.
It's stopping.
How are your eyes?
They're still blurry, but at least they don't sting anymore.
We've got a few more hours of light. Let's get moving again.
Tyler?
Yeah?
Thanks.
What for?
Pulling me to safety. I panicked back there.
So now we're even.
I am really bushed. We ought to bed down for the night.
I guess so.
Yeah. Well, right here's a good spot. These rock formations are hollow. Take a look. What is it, Tyler?
There it is again.
You still hearing strange noises?
There's something out there. I can't put my finger on it.
Oh, there isn't anything. We checked. Any strange place will make you imagine all sorts of things. Come on, let's get settled here.
Yeah.
This rock is carved out just like a cave. Come on in and take a look. Tyler, are you coming?
Call it a feeling, but it's as if something is watching us. Franklin, are you all right? Franklin, answer me. Where are you?
The unexpected, it is said, always happens. The way things have been going so far, this turn of events might be a surprise even to Tyler McNeil. But you, our listeners, have by now become accustomed to expecting the unexpected from us. We will expect a great deal more from you when I return shortly with Act 2. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. His name is Tyler McNeil, and he lives 150 years in the future. He's a space cadet on a 10-day survival test. Right now, he's standing at the mouth of a cave on a strange and distant planet. He heard someone scream. Was it his buddy, Cadet Mullinson? The survival test has become a nightmare.
Franklin, please answer me. Nobody just disappears like that. He's got to be somewhere. Franklin? Hey, buddy, say something.
You will not move.
Who are you?
You will not move until I tell you that you may move.
There are people on this planet. I knew we were being watched.
You are being observed. The enemy is always observed.
Well, I suppose I should be frightened meeting an alien, but somehow I'm not. You're just a girl. Now, what have you done with my friend?
The thin, frail one.
Have you hurt him?
He saw me and attempted to escape. Unfortunately, he slipped and fell down a chasm.
Franklin dead. This is all some terrible nightmare. I'll wake up
Your
and he'll...
friend sustained a broken leg.
He's not dead, then?
No.
Oh, thank heaven. Well, what have you done with him?
He is being cared for.
Where is he?
You will come with me.
All right. Just don't poke me with that spear. Where are we going?
Walk beside this stream into the cave. Ages ago, this stream cut the passageways out of the rock. It is a holy place.
Look, are you taking me to see my friend?
Disrespect will not be tolerated. In there.
Franklin, how's your leg?
Oh, hurts like the devil.
I wish there was something I could do for you.
It's all my fault. I kept saying there wasn't anything out there, that you were hearing things.
Never mind about that now. We'll get out of here.
How?
You've got the laser gun? Well, you insisted on carrying it. You said in all fairness we should take turns. It was your turn. You do have the laser, don't you?
You see,
You don't.
No, I don't.
You lost it.
No, I know where it is.
You dropped it when you fell.
No.
Franklin, just tell me.
I gave it to Sheila.
Sheila?
The girl who brought you in here. She's the leader.
Oh, well, that's just great.
Actually, it's a rather interesting society, completely matriarchal. The women run everything. They even fight the wars. The men stay home.
How are we going to get out of here without the laser?
What we ran into was a war party. There's a total of about 20 women out there.
20, that's 20 spears. We couldn't get through that without the laser.
Hey, Tyler, I'm really sorry about this.
Yeah, we're in a pretty bad spot. This situation is totally unexpected and definitely hazardous. We do have an alternative. I think you know what it is.
The emergency radio.
I used to think that passing this exam meant everything. Well, it doesn't, not now. The most important thing is to stay alive.
No radio.
So we fail this test. There'll be other tests.
We cannot send the distress signal, not even if we wanted to.
Of course we can. Remember, I'm carrying the radio.
It won't work.
I understand how you feel, but we have to send out that emergency signal.
Tyler, it won't work. I fixed it back on the ship.
You what? You deliberately sabotaged our radio?
Please, listen for a minute. You must understand.
Understand? What's to understand? You give the Queen of the Amazons here your laser gun. You destroy our only means of communication. What am I supposed to understand?
Oh, it's easy for you, Tyler. You're tall and strong and confident. It's easy for you to be brave.
What gives you that idea?
My grandfather led the Neptune probe. My uncle is military governor of Alpha Zeta 4. My brother Frederick is the youngest squadron commander in the galaxy. Do you know what the pressure on me is like? I can't fail. I have too much to live up to. I'm not allowed to fail.
So you destroyed the radio?
I didn't want to be tempted to signal the major. I couldn't afford to be tempted.
All right, forget it. There's nothing we can do about it now.
Well, what do you think they'll do with us?
Well, I'm not going to sit around here waiting to find out.
Hey, hold it. But where are you going?
To have a little talk with your friend Sheila.
How dare you come here without being sent for?
I had to talk with you.
Yaita, Andrina.
You have to call for help? Are you so afraid of one man alone?
You are insolent.
And you were afraid of me.
That is ridiculous.
Then call off your aides.
What is it you wish to speak of?
When do you intend to let us go?
You are prisoners of war.
We're not from here, from this planet. How can we be prisoners of war?
You are from the Hill Tribe.
No.
The mountains, then?
Never heard of them.
Do you take us for fools? Would you have us believe you fell from the sky?
Funny as it may seem, that's about what happened.
Enough.
What are you going to do with us?
You will suffer the fate of all who trespass into the valley.
You're going to kill us.
We are not savages. You are strong. You will make yourself useful laboring in the fields. If the frail one heals, he will join you.
That's slavery.
That is our way.
For the last time, my friend and I come from a very far away place. We mean no harm.
Then what is this?
Be careful with that thing.
Oh, so it is a weapon. You lie when you say you mean no harm.
It's for protection. Be careful how you handle that laser gun.
How do you use it? Oh, the end is not very sharp.
Stop, you're activating it.
What does this laser do?
Let it go. Drop it or I'll break your arm.
I will kill you for this.
No, you won't.
You burn my spear.
I can burn a hole right through you, too. So you'd better start listening to me. First, I want you to get your Amazons to make up some kind of stretcher.
No.
As long as they believe I can kill you, they'll do anything I tell them to do.
You're wrong. Yagita, Andrina, Solinde.
Stay right where you are, or I'll use this laser on you. Now, you just saw this laser burn a hole through solid rock. Obey me, or Sheila gets the same.
Do not listen to him. I am your leader. What are you all standing like statues for?
They won't move. Not as long as they think I'll use this on you.
But I am their leader. They have never disobeyed me.
Okay, you three over there. Get to work on building something to carry Franklin.
Oh, this is a shameful day. I am disgraced.
Come with me.
Tyler, I can't believe it. You actually did it.
All right, you've got the map. How far is it to point B?
30 kilometers.
Well, that's just a day or so away. We'd better get started.
I can't come with you.
Of course you can.
Oh, my leg. It would just slow you down.
I can't leave you. Unless we both show up at pickup point B, we'll both flunk out. All right, bring it on in.
What on earth? An improvised stretcher?
Yeah, all right. Now lift him up. Gently. That's good. That's good.
I'm going to be carried the rest of the way?
Well, what else would you suggest? All right, now move him carefully. I'll be right behind you with Sheila here and this laser. All right, it isn't much further now. What do you say, Franklin? We're right on schedule.
Yeah, the rendezvous ship should be right over there by those hills ahead of us.
What are they stopping for?
You're leading us right into the forest.
So?
It rains in the forest.
Well, you're not afraid of getting wet, are you?
You do not understand. The rains are deadly. We will not go.
Listen, Sheila, I have no intention of hurting you or your girls. Now they've got to get him over those mountains. I'm sorry, Sheila. I must keep you hostage for a little while longer.
They will not go all the way with us through the forest. They are frightened of the rains.
The sun is shining. I don't see a single cloud.
It will happen suddenly, out of nowhere, when we enter the forest.
Franklin, if we made you some sort of crutch out of one of those branches, could you manage to walk?
I could try.
I am frightened for all of us if we enter the forest.
Now, Sheila, I'm sorry, but this really is a test of survival.
Survival?
Yeah. Okay, Franklin, how's that? You think you can manage?
Yeah, that'll do fine.
Let's go then.
We're almost there. I can't believe it.
How much further did you say?
Straight through here, into that clearing.
Can't wait to see the look on the Major's face.
The wind. It carries the smell of ashes, cinders, death.
Just a little further, Tyler. Just through these trees.
I wonder what that smell is.
Tyler!
What's the matter?
Look.
Well, what's wrong?
Ahead. In the clearing.
It can't be. The rendezvous ship.
How could it have crashed? How?
There's hardly anything left of it.
Oh, what are we going to do now?
I don't know.
We're stranded here, aren't we?
I don't know. I don't know.
So far, we've given you 2 cadets, a strange survival test, and a most inopportune crash of a rescue ship. Interesting ingredients for another completely different kind of test. And we'll see how well prepared our young friends are when I return shortly with Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
I should have said abracadabra.
When something goes wrong, you can usually count on it to go very wrong. Tyler and Franklin are stranded, not on a desert island, but on a remote planet in the far reaches of the galaxy. How much worse could things be?
I still can't believe it. The rendezvous ship burned.
Shouldn't we, check for survivors?
Oh, nobody could survive that, Franklin. Nobody.
I just thought maybe The Major, he was on that ship.
Don't think about it.
This thing, this ship that has burned, it was a means of transportation?
Yes.
What did it do?
Well, you wouldn't understand.
Perhaps I do understand. You have lost your arrogance. You seem somehow defeated.
Well, considering how things seem to be going...
Perhaps things are not quite the way they seem.
What's she talking about?
I see that while only 3 of us stand here, there are 5 sets of footprints on the ground.
She's right. Look.
Why didn't I notice them?
The shape of the foot, and how deep the imprint. Made from soft skin boots. Oh, this cannot be.
But you told us no one ever comes here.
This is the story they tell us. They tell it to keep us away. Fools we were not to have known it. They want it for themselves.
Who? Who tells you?
The Hill Tribe.
The Hill Tribe?
Oh, what was that?
Something is moving behind those bushes.
Hey, we'd better hit the ground.
How friendly is the Hill Tribe?
If they have seen us, we are dead.
Franklin, let's go take a look. Sheila, you'd better stay here.
But
Please, Sheila.
I will wait. Here.
Something's up ahead.
Okay, keep out of sight.
Looks like just 2 of them.
I don't believe it.
They're dressed like Earthmen. They must be one of us.
What would Earthmen be doing here?
We're here. Maybe they're stranded, too.
Well, they look friendly enough.
Come on, let's meet them.
Yeah. Hey! Hey there!
What the devil? Hello there. Hey, Beck, take a look. We got company.
What are you, space traders?
Aren't you boys slightly on the young side? No offense to be so far out in the galaxy.
We're cadets on a survival mission. We're surprised to see you. This planet is uncharted for the public.
Who are these kids?
They're cadets. Space cadets. Gentlemen, this is my colleague, Mr. Bex. I'm Captain Jasper Yates, retired.
Hey, isn't that one of those new lasers?
The newest.
Oh, that's a beautiful weapon.
We're in a bad fix now. Our rendezvous ship crashed back there.
Yeah, I saw it. Absolute shame. That must have been a splendid craft. Not at all like the heap of junk Bex and I have. But then we're just space traders trying to make a marginal living.
Where is your ship, Mr. Yates?
Oh, how stupid of me. You'll want to use our radio.
We'd appreciate it.
Well, of course. By the way, I just have to tell you, that laser is the most incredible thing. Would it be all right if I took a look at that? It's just fantastic.
Sure.
Where is your ship?
Hey, Banks.
Uh-huh.
How much do you think one of these things would cost? Take a look.
Hey, real nice.
Franklin, look at his jacket. What about it? That's the insignia from the SS Darcy. The Darcy? That's impossible. It disappeared over 2 years ago. All hands lost. Something's wrong. Mr. Yates, can I have that laser back for a minute, please?
No.
What?
I said no. Vex, if any of these 2 makes a move towards that gun, burn a hole through them.
You aren't space traders.
We aren't.
What do you know about the SS Darcy?
Never heard of it.
He spotted my jacket. Don't move another centimeter.
That's what you are, space scavengers.
Scavengers?
They monitor distress signals and close in on helpless spaceships. They board them and take whatever they can carry.
Yeah, the law of salvage is as old as the sea back on Earth.
Sure, if the vessel is deserted. But you don't even wait for the crew to leave, do you? I bet there were still men alive on the SS Darcy when you boarded her.
Hey, J.M., you want me to burn them?
You'd use our own laser on us?
It's not your laser anymore. I don't know, Bex. It would be easier if we got them out of the way. On the other hand, it might be good for some money. Give me that gun, and you tie him up while I consider the options.
Okay.
You planning on ransom? You crazy?
Boys, we're just trying to make a living. Do you think we like to... Bex,
I've got his arm.
Bex, help me.
I've got his weapon. Get the other one.
Keep it pointed at the ground.
Bex, help.
Don't let go of his arm.
Help yourself. I gotta handle 2 wild women.
I got this one, Franklin. Help Sheila. All right, drop the laser. Let go of it. Let go.
He's out cold. So's the other one.
Sheila, how did you get here?
I should have guessed you would walk into a trap. I waited for a chance to surprise him. How did he come to have your weapon?
It's a long story.
Thank you for saving us.
These men are not of the Hill tribe.
We better tie them up while they're still unconscious.
Do you hear that?
What is it?
The Hill tribe speak. We have been seen.
Where can we go?
Well, according to our map, beyond these trees, there's a sharp drop. I'd say about 100 feet. All pretty rocky below.
You mean we're trapped?
If they'd planned it themselves, we couldn't have been more vulnerable.
Listen. The drums have stopped.
What does that mean?
It means they are ready now.
It's quiet.
Almost too quiet.
What in the universe?
It has begun.
They're hurling spears.
Look at the size of that spear. You see how deep the spearheads are buried in the tree trunk? What powerful arms they must have.
Tyler, it's coming from all directions. We're trapped.
Well, keep your head down. Down!
Oh, how are we going to get out of this one?
Fire! Fire the thing! The weapon at them!
How can you fight an enemy you can't see? Where am I supposed to point my laser?
Anywhere! It will frighten them.
If I could only draw them out into the open.
Aim your weapon at any tree!
Why don't you listen to her, Tyler?
What's the point?
Do you have any better ideas?
All right.
Good. Again.
Well, I don't see what good...
Just do it.
Oh.
They see the trees fall, it may scare them.
Okay, that's all. I don't intend to drain our energy reserves in a blind hunch.
It has stopped.
Yeah, she's right. The attack has stopped.
Well, even if it was a good idea, they're still out there. We can't move until they do. I'm getting tired of this waiting. Soon it'll be dark and we'll really be in trouble.
I hate to bring this up, but we do have another alternative. We could surrender.
What?
It's inevitable.
The Hill tribe does not take prisoners.
That takes care of that.
It has started again.
Oh, we're going to be here forever.
Those hill people have bad aim. Strange.
You must not stand up. You will be killed.
How?
The spears will...
Let's talk about those spears for a minute. Where are they? Look how far above our heads they are. They're halfway up the height of the trees.
What are you saying?
Isn't it obvious? They can't be trying to kill us now, can they?
You mean maybe they're just putting a scare into us?
As a matter of fact, I'd like to see what's behind that brush right now.
Hey, are you crazy?
You stay here.
Tyler, you can't...
Look, there's something strange going on here, and I intend to find out what it is.
But Tyler...
What have we got to lose?
He's been gone too long.
He's been but a moment.
Still too long. I'm going to go after him.
You mustn't. Wait a little longer.
Franklin! Franklin!
Tyler?
Franklin, come here! You've got to see this.
Oh, you had me worried, Tyler.
Just take a look at this.
What is it?
Well, it's obviously some kind of mechanical device, a giant version of one of those ancient crossbows, except it's fully automatic.
You mean this thing...
This thing has been firing at us for the past 4 hours.
But what about the Hill tribe?
This is the Hill tribe.
But I saw...
What did you see? You only thought you saw something running through the brush. You were seeing what someone else placed in your mind, suggested to you. That's it. That's what Sheila told me. Franklin, Sheila talked to us.
Well, of course. How else do people communicate?
But how could she talk to us in our own language? How would she know English? This planet is light years away from Earth. It's unexplored, uninhabited, according to the probe. Yet it was inhabited.
Hey, I never thought about it before.
A survival test. A test of wits on a planet that has a little of everything. Quicksand, electrical storms, natives, space scavengers. Like someone sat down and...
And what?
Planned it.
Well, who would plan something like this?
Who? The Major.
The Major? That's ridiculous. He's dead.
Is he?
Well, we saw the ship. It crashed and burned.
All we saw was the remains of what looked like the ship. We never saw or heard anything crash. So many things about this test bothered me. But it didn't all come together until now. Did you notice that in every dangerous situation we were in, all we had to do was just use our heads? And somehow, we found a way out.
You certainly did, gentlemen. You certainly did.
Major, you're alive.
Mullinson. I'd almost say you were glad to see me.
I am, sir.
The whole thing was a setup, Major. Can you think of a better way to judge at close hand the way you would behave under stress?
You mean this whole planet was controlled?
We set you down in a predetermined point with a planned course. The actual area involved was rather limited.
And Sheila?
Fine actress, isn't she?
Actress?
It wasn't real.
It was real. Because you believed it to be real.
But there was never any real danger.
But you didn't know. That's what counts. You proved you were brave, willing to risk your lives for each other. In every way, you showed the qualities that are required in our officers.
But anybody could have...
No. Not anybody. Less than half the class made it this year.
Although we like to think that we will always be strong in any situation, we never know until we face it, even if the dangers turned out not to be real. Two young men have discovered something very real, the true value of themselves. I'll be back shortly. 200 or so years from now, Tyler McNeil and Franklin Mullinson will go down as heroes in space exploration. In the meantime, buildings may grow taller, planes fly faster, and hundreds of cities with brand new names may spring up in areas that now are mere points on a map. But the one thing that won't change is man's respect for wisdom, kindness, and loyalty. Precious qualities that are too rare in any age. Our cast included Russell Horton, Jack Grimes, E.V. Juster, and Robert Dryden. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
We know a mover who knows about moving.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley. Welcome to the magic world of radio. The world of your imagination, a world as vast as the universe. There's an old spiritual that goes, he holds the whole world in his hand. And when I look at this strange silver medal that I'm holding, dug up from a Pawnee Indian grave, and I turn it around and look at the mysterious drawings on it, I want to know whose life do I hold in my hand. Across the top of the medal is written, to the bravest of the brave. Now, who was that? And last of all, is that a human bloodstain over the word brave? Our adventure, The Bravest of the Brave, was written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Jerry Keene and stars Jada Rowland. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
They're sunk.
The trick's on you, huh?
These are the facts. This medal is silver, 3 inches across. There's a hole at the top of the medal. It could have hung on something around someone's neck. And an inscription, to the bravest of the brave. And what looks suspiciously like a bloodstain, even after all these years. Now, this medal was found in a Pawnee burial ground. That we know. Almost all the Pawnees died mysteriously in this area. 4 whole villages, thousands of Indians. We know that, too. We've also identified the Indian brave whose likeness is engraved on this medal. He is Pitalasharo, the son of a Pawnee chief. Now, I'm going to ask those who lived then to tell us their extraordinary tale. Little Whitebird, please begin at the beginning.
I am Little Whitebird. I am a Comanche. You palefaces took our land and called it Arkansas. By your calendar, it is 1816. I am standing on the ridge high above our teepee village, looking up at the rising sun. I see clouds of dust and noise, and strangers, and I am afraid.
Comanche girl! Do not cry out!
Who are you?
No, don't talk now. You come with us.
No, please go away.
Do not move. I lift you to my saddle.
We ride for I know not how long. I remember my mother. She say many Comanche maidens taken far away and made slave. When the sun is highest, we stop to water the horses. But my ear knows not what the warriors are saying. Theirs is a strange tongue. Only the man who I ride with speaks Comanche. We ride more. And when night comes, the 9 horsemen make camp by the mountain water. I can hear my heart beat loudly with fear.
Eat, girl. Eat. Eat here. It is good food. Eat.
Where are you taking me?
To my people.
Who are your people?
The Pawnee. Little Whitebird, we have much better for you to do than be little dead bird. Tomorrow.
Another day of riding hard. And it is the Pawnee village.
Welcome, little Comanche. You will be our guest, and you will want not, and need not. Standing beside you is Rainbow Woman, who will be with you at all times.
Welcome.
She speaks the language of your nation, as do I, and the chief himself, and his son. Bear in mind, you are our honored guest.
Come. I will show you to your new home.
I marvel at your dwellings. What are they?
Underneath are tree poles, making a frame. On top is a roof we make of mud. Your earth lodges are different.
Comanches live in buffalo skin teepees. But our village is small.
I have heard so. Your people are nomads, moving from place to place, putting up teepees where they do battle. We Pawnees are at peace.
Is it peaceful to steal people from their homes and make them slaves?
Ask no questions.
All that I see growing on either side of the river?
Corn and beans. as far as the eye can see.
Our crops are small. The corn is meager. Your gods are more bountiful than ours.
We are the Skidi Pawnees, and the gods approve our prayers.
Oh, what is that shield?
The dwelling of the Knife Chief and his family.
And is that the Knife Chief? The tall warrior who has just stepped outside?
No, that is his son. Come, Comanche. Come along with me.
I have never seen a young brave of such strong limbs and of so good features.
You are not to look at him. He is not for you.
And why is he looking at me?
This is your Akaras where you will live. Inside. Does it please you?
Will they harm me?
I cannot tell you, except do not question. Our chief tells us that every single moon.
Many moons come and go, and I am with the Pawnees, but not of them. I live here as a thing apart.
No, Charles. You may not help dress these badger skins. You may watch, but you are not to soil a finger.
My mother had filled my ears with tales of the menial work and humiliations one could expect as a slave Comanche in a foreign nation, but...
You may stand aside and watch other squaws doing the housekeeping, but you are not to go near them or offer to help.
Only the Rainbow Woman shares my life. My days are mysterious and lonely. One day, I find myself at the pen where the horses are kept. Hello, Stallion. Do you remember me? I know you. You carried me away from my home. How fortunate you are. You are among your own people, and you have more friends in this pen than I do in the entire village.
What are you up to here?
Oh, you startled me.
Have your hours weighed so heavily you talk to horses?
I have always talked with animals. We Comanches are proud to understand their language.
Ah.
You smile.
But not at you. We have been watching you for many moons.
And I you. You are the son of the Pawnee chief.
Pitalasharo by name. And you are a little white bird. There is a sadness in your shoulders.
Would you be content? Stolen from your family? Your tribe?
Are you not honored like a princess in our village?
A princess with no kingdom to command? Only one lady in attendance who tells me I ask too many questions. No, I am not happy, Pitalasharo. If you truly seek my happiness, return me to my land.
Oh, I wish that were possible.
You could make it possible if you had the will.
Our law is ancient. Making you our guest is part of that law.
Why do you keep saying guest? Prisoner is what I am.
We are helpless.
Why?
The Rainbow Woman is right. You ask too many questions.
Go away. I do not wish to talk with you. You, the son of a chief. I do not believe you could not right a wrong if you so desired. To kidnap a defenseless person is evil. When I first came, I had the thought that perhaps one of your braves would make me his third or fourth wife, and then I would be accepted here. But now I wish not for that. Pitalasharo, weak as water. I would rather be dead than live in loneliness here.
Do not say that, little white bird. Do not say that.
It is morning. Awaken.
Oh, Rainbow Woman, what are you carrying? Is that for me?
The skin of the white doe, fashioned into tunic and skirt.
For me? Is it a celebration?
You will be combed by the hour. Your body will be cleansed and anointed with fragrant oils.
Why? When?
Today. Myself and my handmaidens will prepare you. And when the sun begins its downward path behind the mountains, you will be ready. And then the elder will come to instruct you.
Oh, what was I being prepared for? and moving, and a heat began to grow in me. And I wondered if, indeed, some brave was at last about to accept me as his wife. How carefully she is tending my body with the water of the river. Now more oil everywhere. Now the garments are placed upon me. How closely they hold me and move when I move.
We are ready. Elder, you may enter.
Good. Comanche, I shall go before you, and you will attend me. You shall cast your head down in modesty, not turn to the right, nor the left, nor look behind you or ahead. Come.
My heart is a beating wing in my throat. I walk behind the elder. I do not need to look on the path he is leading me. I know every step of the village. And this path leads to the house of the great knife chief and his son. Could it be that Pitalashero has chosen me as his bride? Am I to be betrothed to him?
You will now follow in 4 circles through the village, always in the westerly direction of the setting sun. 4 circles. Morning Star, your bride approaches. Morning Star, to you our offering. Only the lengthening of the shadows, and she is yours.
I move in step with the elder in the 4 westerly circles. For an instant, my eyes turn about, and I see there is no one watching. None on the roofs, no one in the doorways, no one on the paths. Then, without warning, the elder turns me about and brings me back to my akaras. Everything has suddenly stopped. I know not what to make of all this.
Soon, little white bride, it will be your awakening. Good night, little one.
Soon. Oh, I know I shall not be able to sleep, for my happiness is burning inside of me. Oh, Mother, how content would you be if you could know that your little white bird has finally come to rest?
The fates were kind to little white bird's mother. She would never see her daughter's dreams dashed to earth. Little white bird, take pleasure in those hours left to dream. You do not know that the Skeety Pawnees are the only tribe north of the Rio Grande who still hold to the dark and terrible practice of human sacrifice. I'll return shortly with Act 2. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
On a Frankenberry.
This was to be, if you remember, the unraveling of the mystery of the strange silver medal found in a Pawnee grave. No, we have not forgotten, but the story of Little Whitebird is the key to that mystery. In those days, the early 1800s, the Pawnee Indian was of the belief that all life on Earth depended upon the whim of the gods. So that life would continue, crops increase, at every planting time, the Pawnees offered prayers to a god they called Morning Star. But Morning Star was a drinker of blood and listened only when life of an innocent victim was offered him in sacrifice. And Little Whitebird was to be the offering. All the Pawnees of the Skeety village knew, and they all kept this nightmare secret from the little dreaming Comanche maiden, little innocent, laughing, happy Whitebird.
Don't move so. I cannot paint your arms and legs while you twist and turn so.
Oh, your painting feathers make my body laugh. Why do you paint me red?
Red is for the day color.
Am I to be painted for the night as well?
No, child. You will wear a long robe of black deerskin for the color of night.
Where are you going with my clothes? Why are you putting them outside?
They are of yesterday. You are of tomorrow. Everything you have worn before is for burning with the sweet grass. Now, take this ember and set all to fire.
I do as I am told, and presently the flames eat into the feathers and the skins, turning them black. This ritual is also very strange, but the hope in me makes it not strange, but wonderful. What can my dear warrior, Pitalasharo, be doing at this very moment? Is he thinking of me?
From my lodge, I can see far down the path the smoke rising. I can smell the sickly odor of burning garments and sweet grass. My father sits in a corner with his back to me and turns slowly with the sun. He is troubled and ever silent as the sacrifice to Morning Star draws near. I am sure he suspects our maize and beans would grow without human sacrifice. Oh, Chief, Knife Chief, oh, Father, why do we go on? Are you too old or too fearful to abolish these rites?
I am neither too old or afraid. But you, my son, are too young and too hasty. Can I throw sand into beliefs as ancient as my father's father?
Yes. You can cut old bindings with the knife of today. We treat our ceremonial mules better. We feed our horses on the sweetest bark of the cottonwood trees.
Everything must serve the tribe in its own way.
Murdering a Comanche maiden for a superstition? Is that serving? Father, it is this Comanche maiden. I have talked with her. My heart is heavy when I remember each year, each spring, and what it was like for the others.
The life of one must often be given for the life of many.
In war, yes, Father, but for this...
Accept, my son. Accept it.
Oh, it avails nothing talking with you. From here, even now, I can see the elder making his way to the ring of warriors. They are going to build the scaffold.
You four have been chosen. Red Arrow, Dark Snake, Flying Crow, and Big Spotted Horse. You will be the couriers for the remote one. You four will now gather at the tallest hackberry tree. You will then go forth in the 4 directions and find straight limbs from 4 trees. A willow, a box elder, a cottonwood, and an elm. Which are the uprights? 1 black and 1 red for night and day. They will be colored so. And the 4 crossbars? The bottom one will be black. Next, red, then yellow, and white. At the very top, a willow limb colored blue and white, representing the clouds and rain. Why the rain? To nourish the earth, to provide our food. The maiden will be lashed to the willow. Now, dig a pit below the scaffold. When that is done, our captive will fetch the wood to fill it.
Elder, do you realize this is the very first time you have ever asked a duty of me? I am glad of it, happy that I can serve.
From Earth Lodge to Earth Lodge, you will beg for any branches they will give you.
I shall do so. Where do I bring them?
Halfway up the long slope to the horse pens, you will find a high, wide gate made of newly cut branches. It is painted many colors. In a pit before it, You will pile your wood, Comanche.
Will Rainbow Woman assist me?
No. You must fetch as much as your arms will carry. Alone.
It is very late. I have filled the pit with wood. The stars hang high in the spring heavens, and I return at last to my bed. My eyes close, and suddenly they open. Am I being fattened like a calf before slaughter? Are these ornaments for me to wear as a lure for fish? All is not well in my mind. Troubled, at last I fall asleep.
Little white bird, my child, beware.
Oh, Mother.
The Pawnees and Comanches are ancient enemies. There is danger.
What shall I do?
Escape, my child. There is danger. Danger.
My body is damp with cold dread. Danger. Oh, quickly I dress. Quietly. Rainbow Woman sleeps on in her corner. Then I am outside, hiding in the long shadows, pressing close to the trees. I run as quickly as I dare. The pen. Friend. Oh, we will ride together. You will take me to where you found me. Oh, there. Good. I know how to ride you without a saddle. Go on, yes. Over there. Closer. Good. Now push the pen gate aside with your head. Yes. Now go. Like the wind we gallop. No stopping, no turning back. I give him his lead. He needs no spurring. I trust him. Along the river's edge now. A clearing. Into the forest. This way. Oh, that way. In and out of the trees. League after league is passing. The moon beckons me. Oh, I am escaping. My heart lightens. Oh!
I am to blame. Should the dear little thing not get well, I should never forgive myself.
I was angry when they found her and brought her back. But I am softened by her courage. How do you feel, little runaway?
I thought I could ride better than that.
Oh, your horse ran into a branch.
He is not hurt. He is not lamed.
Oh, no. He is not hurt. He came back to the village and we looked for you. Why did you run away, Comanche? Tomorrow is the end of the 9th moon. Tomorrow is a new beginning for you. Now, hold still as I place this feathered headdress on your head.
Oh, I am so beautiful.
It has been a long night.
I did not mind. Every hour has made me love him more. Has the sun risen yet?
It will soon. Are we ready?
Will I please him, do you think?
Yes. You will please Morning Star.
Morning Star?
You belong to him now.
Oh, I am anxious to belong to him. I will be his happily, gladly.
Come, child. Turn around.
Where do I go? What do I do?
You will walk forward. And this time, we will follow you.
I walk towards one tiny shaft of sun peeping over the mountain. I'm afraid to breathe. I am so filled with happiness. Which way? Which way?
Straight ahead, Comanche. Up the slope. You will know when you have arrived.
Suddenly I know. I do not need to look behind me to feel the danger of those at my heels. I reach the top of the slope. Before me, what I had once thought a gate is no gate. I know what it is now. A wooden scaffolding. below, the branches I had begged from family to family, is a pyre. There are thongs tied to the scaffold, 4 of them. They are for me, my arms and legs. It was only a dream to believe that Morning Star was my warrior, Pitalasharo. It is the end. My betrothal is to torture and death.
Mother Corn, mother of us all, we come before you at planting time with our tribute. The body of this maiden is offered you now. Bestow upon us in return good crops, good hunting, and victory in war. Lash our arms to the uppermost willow branch. Messengers from Morning Star, set afire the sacred wood below the maiden to purify our offering.
Stop! Do not start the flames. It is I, son of the Knife Chief, who command you. This sacrifice is over. There will be none. My father no longer sanctions the death of an innocent. If it is a life you wish, take mine. But I warn you, you are wrong to heed the voices of the old priests and their evil beliefs and omens. I say to you, my brethren, the corn grows green, our fruit plentiful, not because of the flame or human blood, but because the sun shines and the rain falls. See, brethren, I take up my knife not to plunge it into a human heart, but to cut each of the thongs that bind her. I now set her free. She stands beside me. Brothers, is there a lance or an arrow poised at my heart? If so, I bid the bearer use it.
In seconds, Pitalasharo and Little Whitebird were gone. Too stunned to give chase, no one moved. A sacrilege. The sacred rights of their fathers had been violated. Surely Morning Star would be punished. At any moment, the heavens would open up and rain vengeance. Well, we shall see when I return shortly with Act 3. I them. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. This Little Whitebird has escaped the net of terror and has been borne to safety by the son of the Pawnee chief, Pitalasharo. At the Skeety village, the empty scaffold stares back at the awestruck Indians. But nothing happens. The sun rises as it always has. Babies cry for their mothers. Children awake and play games. Far off, the young warrior and the Comanche maiden keep riding. Past Longhair's village, down along the Platte River, past the Grand Pawnees, through the buffalo country towards Arkansas, Little Whitebird's homeland.
Whoa! Whoa! Little bird, we are in your land. I can guide you no further. I give you this saddlebag of food. You know the way to your people.
I know the way.
I must warn you, the ravine below is treacherous and steep.
We shall be careful, the horse and I. Pitalasharo, shall we ever meet again?
No. It is not written in the stars of our lifetime.
Surely there must be some reason my life has been saved by you. Some meaning that our paths have crossed.
Perhaps. Perhaps the beginning of the end of the bloodshed of innocence.
I had dreams once of becoming a Pawnee like you. But now, standing here, and knowing that across that valley is my homeland, I know how foolish I was. How could I forsake my own? I told you once I should never be happy until I returned to my people. It is so.
In a day and a night, I had returned to my home. I sat myself in our lodge on the rush mat on the hard clay floor before my father. As always, he remained in the place of honor, facing the doorway.
Its time had come, Pitalasharo. It was right to do.
Then you do agree. Old times and old beliefs must go.
Yes, if one is right. But merely taking away is not enough. Many of the tribe, very many, feel betrayed. Since you left, many warriors and elders have brought me their fears.
They will forget their doubts when our earth grows green. You will see, Father. At harvest time, each family will be able to fill its winter storage pits to the top with corn, dried pumpkins.
Yes.
All the hocus-pocus of sacrifices to Morning Star will be forgotten. The sun did shine, and the rains came, and for many a year our crops were bountiful. But the West was being explored thoroughly, indeed, combed. The more Americans who traveled our land, the more the chiefs tried to stamp out the old customs. One day, I went with a delegation of Pawnees and Missouris and Omahas to Washington to visit your president, Mr. James Madison. We all wanted to convince him we were most civilized. But though we did not mind trading with the Americans, he must be mindful. We would not give up our lands.
Miss White, have you read the Intelligencer about this handsome young Pawnee who saved the life of an Indian girl who was going to be sacrificed? Mercy, look at his likeness. Is he not beguiling? Oh, how I would adore to meet him. Adore? Miss Rapine, he is here in Washington. And Daddy said if you would give our class permission, he could get us invited to the White House.
I did not speak with the Great White Father of the United States myself, but with a high chief of his council. He had heard of my rescue of Little Whitebird, and although I did not think this of great importance, the pale-faced chief said indeed it was. I believe I made a good impression which will be helpful to all the Indian tribes and nations. Later in the afternoon, we shook hands with President Madison and performed our war dance to much enthusiasm.
Oh, it was wonderful, thrilling. Those men, that wildness. Well, you can thank your father for arranging it. And, Miss White, I spoke with him. Actually, I spoke with him. With whom, pray? After the war dance, we were all introduced. And he told me so many absolutely fascinating things. Did you know that a Pawnee chief can never be succeeded by his son? Whose son? Pitalasharo. He can never be the chief. And he should be. He is progressive, intelligent, and... Oh, Miss White, he is so strong and good-looking. He told me all the Indians are going to visit Baltimore and Philadelphia and New York, and then they're going to come back to Washington. I don't think the Philadelphians will appreciate our war dance. Anyhow, we girls talked about it in the carriage coming back here tonight, and we decided that when Pitalasharo returns to Washington, we're going to give him a medal. You're going to what? We, the young ladies of your seminary, are going to honor this brave young brave. Oh, can one say that? Well, anyhow, this brave young Indian with a medal. A silver medal. But surely that's the prerogative of the President of the United States. Why is it? So let him give Pitalasharo his own medal. Ours is going to be made of silver and engraved with a likeness of him, escaping with the Indian maiden on one side and that awful scaffolding on which they made their sacrifices on the other. And we're going to inscribe it to the bravest of the brave. Oh, that was my idea. The bravest of the brave. A medal made of silver? Well, yes, we thought gold too ostentatious. But silver? How are you going to pay for it? Well, all of your young ladies are going to pay for it. With our pin money. Oh, he's here. He's here. Oh, I'm so nervous. Now, Mary, I don't want you to be alarmed.
I have just seen him at the front door, and I must say he's wearing a most peculiar get-up with skins and feathers and paint on his face. I mean, do all Indians go about looking like that?
Good evening, Miss Rapine.
Oh.
Ah, Miss White, I believe. Ladies?
Will everyone be seated, please? Honored guest, son of Knife Chief of the great Pawnee Nation, brother, I have been requested by my schoolmates, the young ladies you see around me, to present you this silver medal as a testimony of our esteem and admiration for the courage and humanity you have shown towards our sex. We have heard of your humanity and courage in rescuing a young squaw from cruel death. We are all young, but we love and admire courage, whatever be the color of the skin that covers it. And so, please, wear this medal I placed about your neck. And whenever you should look at it, and wherever you go, please believe the white man and the white woman will be your friends.
Thank you, Miss Rapine and all you ladies of Miss White Seminary. I feel like a leaf after a storm when the wind is still. I am glad. In the past weeks, I have visited some of your cities and found many friends of our people. I love the palefaces more today than I ever did, and I will open my ears wider when they speak. I am glad you heard of what I did. I did not know the act was so good. It came from my heart.
This same medal, years later, was found in a Pawnee burial ground, and with it, the secret story that Pitalisharo did not wear it for a long, good life, but only for 10 years. Pale-faced traders wanting Indian land met the Pawnees in Santa Fe and gave them blankets and tobacco. Suddenly and mysteriously, an epidemic of smallpox spread out, killing entire villages of Pawnees. The tobacco and blankets had been infested with smallpox germs by the white man. What would Mary Rapine have thought as she'd seen her warrior fall in helpless pain, gasping for breath upon his silver medal? I shall return shortly.
E4.
Do you remember what young Mary Rapine said when she made this award to the bravest of the brave? Wherever you go, she said, the white man and white woman will be your friends, because you have been a friend, and because we love and respect those who are so good to each other. Let us all remember that, always.
Our cast included Jada Rowland, Bryna Rayburn, Russell Horton, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
Keep that great.
Mills Radio Adventure Theater. Welcome to the wonderful world of memory and magic. This is Tom Bosley. Sit back and remember with me, Alice in Wonderland. You know, there's certain stories that stay with you all your life. When you grow older, sometimes you forget the simplicity and the wonder of what charmed you first, and you have to be reminded. So I invite you to join me, remembering Alice for what she really is, the girl in the very best Let's Pretend we ever read. Our Our adventure story, I Remember Alice, based on Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland, was written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Gerald Lewis. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Where
Invented.
As I remember Alice, she was sitting in the garden on a happy summer day when a pink-eyed white rabbit wearing white gloves and a natty jacket ran right by her saying, oh dear, I shall be late. Then, nearly as I can remember, Alice fell down the rabbit hole, found a golden key which unlocked a door to a miniature garden, took a drink from a bottle that said, drink me, and grew smaller. She started to cry, her tears causing a flood. She met all kinds of strange creatures, and after a terrifying adventure in the White Rabbit's house, she finally escaped to the woods where she met... But listen.
Who are you?
I'm Alice, I think. Are you a caterpillar?
Not a caterpillar. I am the caterpillar. Who else do you know who is blue in color, smokes a hookah, and sits on a mushroom? And who are you? Or did you tell me?
I hardly know, sir, just at present. I know who I was when I got up this morning, but I think I must have changed several times since then.
What do you mean by that, Alice? Explain yourself.
I can't explain myself because I'm not myself, you see.
No, I don't see.
I'm afraid, Caterpillar, I can't remember things as I used to. And I don't keep the same size for 10 minutes together.
Precisely why I asked you, who are you?
To begin with, being so many different sizes in a day is very confusing.
It is not.
Wait until you've turned from a caterpillar into a chrysalis, and you will someday, you know, and then, after that, into a butterfly. Then you will feel a little confused and queer like I do.
Not a bit.
I don't know why I'm wasting my time talking to you. You are most unpleasant, and I dare say if you gave up smoking, you'd be a lot kinder to strangers. I'm going. Goodbye.
Come back.
Oh, all right. I'm back. What is it?
Keep your temper.
Is that all?
No. So you think you've changed, do you?
I used to have a very good memory, and now I can't seem to remember anything.
For instance, like what?
You are old Father William, the young man said. Oh, I can't remember the rest at all.
Go on.
And your hair has become very white.
Yes.
And yet, you incessantly stand on your head. Do you think at your age it is right? I did it.
Continue.
In my youth, Father William replied to his son, I feared it might injure the brain. But now that I'm perfectly sure I have none, why, I do it again and again. Hooray!
It will be all for now.
I thought I did it very well.
It wasn't said right.
I was never very good at saying things out loud. Oh, but at least I have some of my memory back, if not all of my size.
What size do you want to be?
I'm not particular as to size. Only one doesn't like changing so often, you know.
No, I don't know. What size are you now?
I'm your size, I suppose.
Are you content with it?
Well, I should like to be a little larger. Oh, 3 inches is such a wretched height.
I don't agree at all. It's a very good height indeed.
But I am not used to it.
Well, I am not remaining here to be insulted. I shall have a smoke elsewhere. No, the one side will make you grow taller, and the other side will make you grow shorter.
One side of what?
Of the mushroom I've been sitting on.
Oh, do I touch it?
Certainly not. You ate it.
Now, I've got 2 pieces here, one from each side. Now, which side of the mushroom is which? I'll try the piece in my right hand first. Oh, goodness, my chin is at my foot. Oh, and I'm still shrinking. I can hardly get my mouth open. Oh, but I must. The piece in my left hand. Oh, it's working. My head is free. Gracious. My head is growing higher and higher, but not my body. Oh, my body's down there. Is that my neck? That long thing going down to the ground? Oh, where are my shoulders? I can't even see my hands down there. And my head is up here in the tops of the trees. Serpent? Oh, stop that bird. Stop it, I say. Can't you see I have my face up here?
I am not a common garden variety bird. I am a pigeon, and you are a serpent.
I am not.
I have tried in every which way, but nothing seems to suit them.
I haven't the least idea what you were talking about.
I've tried hiding my eggs in the roots of trees. I've tried riverbanks. I've tried hedges. But I can't get away from you serpents. As if it wasn't enough trouble hatching the eggs, I have to be on the lookout for nest robbers. You serpents, day and night. Why, I haven't had a wink of sleep in 3 weeks.
I'm very sorry if you've been annoyed.
And just as I taken to the highest tree in the woods, and just as I was thinking I was free of them at last, you show up. Serpent?
I am not a serpent, I tell you.
Well, what are you?
I'm a little girl.
A very likely story indeed. I've seen a good many little girls in my time, but never one with such a neck as yours. Don't deny it. You are a serpent. You're up here in the trees looking for eggs. So what does it matter to me who you are?
It matters a good deal to me, but I am not looking for eggs as it happens. And if I was, I shouldn't want yours, Mr. Pigeon.
Mrs. Pigeon?
Because I don't like eggs raw.
We'll be off then. Leave us in peace.
I would love to be off, but my neck is tangled in these branches.
Can't you do anything about that?
Perhaps I can. If I try harder. If I just bend down. And reach my hand. There. Must bite off a little more of the right-hand piece. No, too fast. Some of the left-hand mushroom piece. It's doing it. This looks like my normal size. Oh, where am I? It's that beautiful garden. Oh, what a tiny little house over there. Well, if I want to go in, I had better cut myself down to size, or I should frighten them all out of their wits. Come on, mushroom. Another nibble. Yes. Yes? I should think this would be just about right. About 9 inches high. Oh, it's no use. They're making so much noise inside the little house. They don't hear me knock. Well, why not? I'll just walk in. Oops, good thing I ducked.
You!
Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, you don't have to apologize. You! I am the Duchess. You!
Is that your cook, Duchess, at the stove making soup? Oh, why is she throwing plates and pots like that?
Of course. She is the cook. You! Don't you know a cook when you see one, little girl?
If she didn't put so much pepper in the soup, it wouldn't make you sneeze.
Don't say that. She can't stand criticism.
Oh, there certainly is too much pepper in that soup.
Meow. I don't agree. It doesn't make me sneeze, or the baby sneeze either.
Who is that? Who is he?
He is a she, and she is a cat. And everybody knows cats rarely sneeze.
Is that your baby, Duchess, in your lap? If I'm not being rude.
You're being quite rude. And that is not my baby, but a baby.
Please, Duchess, would you tell me why your cat grins like that?
It is a Cheshire cat, and that is why.
I didn't know Cheshire cats could grin. In fact, I didn't know that cats could grin.
We all can, and most of us do.
You don't know much, little girl, and that is a fact. Since you have come into my house uninvited, you might as well make yourself useful. Take the baby and hold it. I must go to play croquet with the Queen.
Mr. Cat, I think I should go.
Mrs. Cat, you may call me Cheshire.
If I don't take this baby away, they're sure to kill it. Goodbye, Cheshire. Goodbye, Cook. It was nice meeting you. Oh, what's the matter with you, little baby? You have a very turned-up nose. A snout, in fact. If you're going to turn into a pig, my dear, I'll have nothing more to do with you. Oh, you have turned into a pig. I think I better put you down on the ground. You'll feel more comfortable on all fours. Look at it run. Well, if it had grown up, it would have made a dreadfully ugly child. But it makes a rather handsome pig, I think. Oh, hello, Cheshire Puss. How did you get up in that tree?
Meow.
What sort of people live here?
In that direction lives a hatter, and in that direction lives a March hare. Visit either you like. They're both mad.
But I don't want to go among mad people.
Oh, you can't help that. We're all mad here. Do you play croquet with the Queen today?
Well, I should like it very much, but I haven't been invited yet.
You'll see me there. By the by, what became of the baby?
It turned into a pig.
I thought it would. Goodbye. Meow.
Oh, look at that. How slowly it's disappearing. The tail, the back, the ears. Now the head is gone. Nothing but the grin is left. Well, I have often seen a cat without a grin, but a grin without a cat? It's the most curious thing I ever saw in all my life. This must be the March Hare's house. Perhaps I'd better eat a bit more mushroom to make myself a bit taller. That should do it. Good. I would say that I'm about 2 feet high now, just about the right size. Oh, my goodness, I can see from here. Why, they're having a tea party. Of course, that's the March Hare, and the one with the tall hat with something written on it, he must be the Mad Hatter. And that curious creature sitting between them fast asleep, that must be the Dormouse. And all those places set, and just the 3 of them. And bread and butter, and tea. Oh, I'd like to come to their party, but I haven't been invited.
I'm bashful like that, too. In fact, Alice and her adventures could be me. There's a lot of Alice in me. It is certainly, as I remember it, my own thoughts and feelings about growing up. It doesn't surprise me at all that caterpillars and cats and pigeons can talk, or that babies turn into little pigs. But there are surprises in store at the Mad Hatter's tea party when I come back. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. Do you have to be a child to love Alice? Well, if you are at heart, it helps. As a grown-up, I hear people say that this tale by Lewis Carroll is not just a fantasy, but a satire on Victorian life, politics, education. For instance, the Queen who keeps saying, "Off with her head," is supposed to be Queen Victoria. But that isn't the way I like to remember Alice. Something meaning something else. I prefer to remember her when I first met her years ago, when all of us were children. So here she is, about to invite herself to the Mad Hatter's tea party.
No room, no room, no room, no room.
There's plenty of room. I'll sit at the end of the table. Excuse me, Dormouse. Oh, poor little thing. He's still asleep.
Oh, who asked you to sit, little girl? There is no room at the table.
Pay no attention to him, dear.
Thank you, Mad Hatter.
You think I'm mad? It's only when I'm crossed and get angry. But hair is as mad as a March hare.
I am the March hare.
Your hair needs cutting.
You should learn not to make rude remarks, Mad Hatter. It's very rude. Why, you don't even know my name.
We do.
It's Alice.
How do you know?
It's a very ordinary name.
What day of the month is it?
Ooh, what a beautiful watch. Oh, will it tell the month if you shake it like that?
What day is it? Doesn't anybody know?
The 4th.
Oh, the watch is 2 days off. Here, I told you not to put butter in the word.
But it was the best butter.
Yeah, some crumbs must have gotten in, too. You shouldn't have spread the butter on the watch with the bread knife.
Oh, give me the watch. I'll fix it. I'll try dipping it into the tea.
Oh, what a funny watch. It tells the day of the month.
Doesn't everybody's?
The Dormouse is still asleep.
Does he ever wake up?
Shall we pour some tea on his nose?
I should say not. You can't help it if he's sleepy. Why is this long table set for 12 people with 12 cups and saucers when there's only the 4 of us?
Oh, that's because it's always 6 o'clock. It's always tea time.
And we've no time to wash things in between.
So what do you do?
Well, you keep moving around as the tea things get used up, like musical chairs. Have some more tea, dear.
I haven't had any yet. What happens when you come all the way round to the beginning again?
Well, that's when the hare and I quarrel. We quarreled last March, just before he went mad. It was at the concert given by the Queen of Hearts. I had to sing, "Twinkle, twinkle, little bat, how I wonder where you're at." Do you know the song? It's beautiful. Oh, yes. Up above the world you fly like a tea tray in the sky. Twinkle, 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 twinkle. March Hare said I was terrible.
You were.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, let's change the subject. Who will tell a story?
I vote for Dormouse.
So do I. I second the motion.
So do I. Dormouse, tell us a story.
Oh, he's not telling it. He's dreaming it. I'll tell his story. I know it by heart.
We all do.
Once upon a time, there were 3 little sisters.
And they lived at the bottom of a well.
What did they live on?
Honey.
Well, they couldn't have done that. That would have made them ill.
So they were. Very ill. I want a clean cup. Let's all move one place on.
We better move 4 places on if we all want clean cups and saucers. Who's going to move the Dormouse?
We shall. Between us. Move, Dormouse. Well, on with the story. And so the 3 little sisters were learning to draw. They began to draw everything that begins with a letter M.
Why with the letter M?
Why not?
Where was I?
Beginning with the letter M.
Oh, yes. Such as mousetraps, moon, memory...
muchness. You know, you say things aren't much of a muchness.
Did you ever see the drawing of a muchness, Alice?
Well, now that you ask me, I don't think...
Then you shouldn't talk.
That is enough.
Oh, you spilled the tea.
Where are you going?
This is the stupidest tea party I ever was at in all my life. You're all mad. Even the Dormouse. If he has to sleep, why isn't he in bed? Goodbye.
Look out now, 5 of spades. Don't go splashing paint all over me like that.
I couldn't help it. 7 of hearts jogged my elbow.
Oh, good morning. Where am I?
Ooh, the Queen's Croquet Garden. Stand aside, little girl.
Are you all playing cards?
Of course not. We're gardeners.
But you look like playing cards.
You look like a little girl. That doesn't mean you are.
Would you mind telling me why you are painting those white roses red?
Not so loud.
Yeah, you did it again. I'll have red paint all over me.
Oh, 7 of hearts, will you stop bumping into me?
That's right, 5 of spades. Always lay the blame on others.
Well, you better not talk. I heard the Queen say yesterday you deserve to be beheaded. 2 of clubs?
What for?
For taking the cooked tulip bulbs instead of onions. Oh, fine gardener you are. You'll bring disgrace to the whole pack.
Excuse me. I don't think it at all peculiar that 3 playing cards should be the Queen's 3 gardeners. But I do find it peculiar that you are painting these white rose trees red.
Well, the fact is, you see, miss, these here ought to have been red rose trees, and we put in white ones by mistake. And if the Queen were to find out, we should all have our heads cut off. Just like that. At the stem. The Queen! The Queen! Hide the paint! Hide the brushes! What shall we do?
All this fuss. Oh, the Queen, the King, the Knave of Hearts, gardeners, courtiers, soldiers, the entire parade. Why, they are all only a pack of playing cards.
Who is this? You creature with the long blonde hair.
Never saw her before in my life.
What is your name, child?
My name is Alice, so please, Your Majesty.
And what is going on in my croquet garden?
How should I know? It's no business of mine.
What's that? You are addressing the Queen.
Oh, pooh.
Consider, my dear, she is only the child. Young lady, I am the King.
Pooh to you, too.
What is the matter with these red roses? Oh, they're all wet and sticky. Look at my hands.
May it please, Your Majesty, we were trying to...
Pretense, fakery, knavery. You call yourselves gardeners. Off with their heads.
What shall we do?
I shan't let you be beheaded. I'll stuff you into this flower pot and nobody will find you. Come on.
Are their heads off?
Oh, yes. Their heads are gone, Queen dear.
Good. I mean to be obeyed. Child, can you play croquet?
Yes, I can.
Come on, then. Get to your places.
Oh, I've never seen such a curious croquet ground in my life. What are those? Hedgehogs?
Those are the croquet balls.
And those live flamingos?
They are the croquet mallets.
You mean you hit the hedgehog with the flamingo?
Yes, through the arches.
Where?
Watch and see. Look, the soldiers are standing on their hands and feet and bending over to make the arches. Ingenious, eh? Now this one is for you. This is your flamingo mallet.
I cannot use a live bird to hit a live hedgehog with.
You haven't even tried. We always play this way. Set your example by the Queen. She's managing very nicely.
Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Oh, now the King has left me alone with this flamingo. I can't play like this. He'll bite me. I don't know where to hold him. Oh, what will become of me if I don't play croquet with him? They're dreadfully fond of beheading people around here. It's a wonder there's anyone left alive.
How are you getting on, Alice?
Oh, who is that? Is that you, Cheshire Cat? Where are you? I see the tip of your nose up there. Oh, there's no use speaking to it until its ears have appeared. At least one of them.
I thought we might meet at the Queen's croquet game.
Ah, I can see your head. Oh, is that all you're going to show me? Your head?
It's safer that way. How do you like the Queen?
Not at all. She's so likely to win, it's hardly worth finishing the game.
Who are you talking to? What is that up in the tree?
That's Cheshire Cat, a friend of mine.
Yes, I don't like the look of it at all. However, you may kiss my hand if it likes.
I'd rather not.
Don't be impertinent. And don't look at me like that.
A cat may look at a king.
Well, it bothers me grinning away up there. My dear, I wish you would have this cat removed.
Off with its head!
I'll fetch the executioner myself. A cat's head in a tree, indeed.
Stop it, Hedgehog. Stop fighting. You two flamingos? my croquet mallet.
What are you up to, young lady?
My mallet flew off.
Can't you follow the rules?
What rules? There aren't any.
Oh, I've had enough. Take her head off. Miss Nosy Parker here. Off with her head.
Me? Off with my head?
Scary, isn't it? Certainly was for Alice. You know, a little over 100 years ago, yes, Alice has been around all that time, Lewis Carroll was still answering letters from every youngster and oldster who wrote him. In one letter he wrote, "I can't help feeling as if through my little dream child, Alice, I've made friends with many other dear children whose faces I shall never see." And so he did. Well, let's get back to remembering Alice in a few minutes and see if she can keep her head. Listen a little later in the program for exciting news on how you can enter our Disneyland contest. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. On. Wonderland is certainly a strange place. The white rose trees are painted red. The Queen's croquet game is played with flamingos for mallets and hedgehogs for balls. And the Cheshire cat is grinning away in a tree. But there's nothing to laugh at, really. For the Queen seems to have taken a dislike to Alice and has said, off with her head. What's going to happen next?
Well, why doesn't somebody do something? You heard me. Off with Alice's head!
Look at that, my dear.
Look at what?
In the tree, the cat's head. It's going. Going! Gone! Well done! A beautiful trick!
It's done it again. The smile is still there, but no face.
Oh, I've forgotten whose head I wanted off with.
Yes, so have I, my dear.
Oh, never mind. I shall find someone. All righty. Everybody back to croquet. No cheating or winning allowed.
My dear, I'm afraid we will have to suspend the croquet. It's the trial. It's time for the trial.
Is it now? Are you sure?
Well, of course I'm sure. I'm the judge. Good men, let's come forward and see to yourselves.
Oh, goodness, I've never been in a court of justice before. Oh, the whole pack is here. The 2 through 10, knave, queen, king, ace. In the jury box, 12 creatures. Oh, the prisoner is the knave. He's in chains. And look at the king. He's the judge with a judge's wig on. Oh, you frightened me, Pigeon.
Your face is familiar, but I can't place the body. Weren't you a serpent with a long neck who tried to steal my egg?
I was no such thing.
We met in a tree, though, did we not?
That we did. Why aren't you in the jury box?
I was disqualified. Too much of a flat, they said. And too nearsighted. Just as well. Rather be an onlooker.
Is the knave on trial?
Order!
Silence in the court!
Herald, read the accusation.
The Queen of Hearts, she made some tarts, all on a summer day. In the name of Hearts, he stole those tarts and took them quite away.
Are they accusing the knave of hearts of stealing the tarts, Pigeon?
One might say so. Steal, lift, thieve, pilfer, mooch, sneak, rob, swipe, pinch, snaffle, snitch, poach, purloin.
Oh, you would have made a marvelous prosecutor.
Oh, thank you.
Jury, 12 good men and true. Consider your verdict.
Oh, not yet, not yet. There's a great deal to come before that.
I'm sorry, dear. Call the first witness.
Look, It's the Mad Hatter.
What does he have in his hand?
You can't see from here?
A pigeon hates to admit this, but I'm blind as a bat.
He's got a teacup in one hand and a piece of bread and butter in the other.
I beg your pardon, Your Majesty, for bringing these into the court, but I hadn't quite finished my tea when I was sent for.
You ought to have finished your tea. When did you begin?
14th of March, I think.
Mad Hatter, take off your hat.
It isn't mine.
Stolen, eh? Make a note of that too, Julie.
I keep hats to sell. I've none of my own. I'm a hatter.
Yes, we know you're a hatter. Go ahead. Give evidence. And don't be nervous, or I shall have you executed on the spot.
Yeah.
It's judge's prerogative. Now, whatever are you doing with that teacup, my good man?
Oh, poor thing. He took a big bite out of his teacup. He's so nervous.
You're doing it again.
What am I doing, Pigeon?
You're growing again.
Oh, why, so I am.
Just like when we first met. I knew you were a serpent in disguise.
But I can't help it.
You can't grow here. It's contempt of court.
Oh, dear, and I haven't had a drop or a nibble of anything.
We are waiting for your evidence.
Oh, I feel so sorry for him. He's so...
Speak up.
Yeah, but I'm a poor man, Your Majesty, and I hadn't begun my tea. And what with the bread and butter getting so thin, and no marmalade anywhere, and the twinkling of the tea tray...
The twinkling of what?
It began with the tea.
Well, of course, twinkling begins with a tea. You take me for a dunce. Go on.
Well, I'm a poor man, and most things twinkled after that. The March Hare said the way I sang, "Twinkle, twinkle, little bat," was terrible.
It was awful, but I never said so.
You did.
I deny it.
He denies it. Leave that part out, Julie.
Yeah, but then after that, where was I? Yes, the Dormouse's story. Anyway, I don't know anything about the missing tarts. We never have tarts. We only have tea and bread and butter. Sometimes a little marmalade, if there is any.
Well, if that's all you know about it, witness, you may stand down.
I can't go any lower. I'm on the floor as it is.
Well, then you may sit down.
And may I go and finish my tea?
You may. Next witness.
When are you going to stop growing, Alice? You're 3 times taller than anybody now. They're all looking.
Oh, dear. I have an idea, Pigeon.
Quiet and pay attention. How am I going to determine who stole the tart?
Next witness.
It's the Duchess's cook. I remember her. Puts pepper in everything. Too much.
Makes terrible soup. The whole neighborhood knows that.
Call the next witness. Give it evidence.
Oh, she's shaking her head. Achoo!
Witness excused. Witness excused. Get her out of here. Next witness, Alice.
Here.
Yes, Alice. Now, what do you know about the theft of the tart?
Nothing.
Nothing whatever.
Nothing whatever.
What are you doing up by the ceiling of the courtroom, child? You're not supposed to be taller than the bench.
It's a problem of mine, Your Majesty. Oh, Your Honor, sir. Oh, I can't seem to stop.
That's where I read from Rule 42. All persons more than a mile high to leave the court.
I'm not a mile high.
Oh, yes, you are.
Nearly 2 miles high.
Consider your verdict, creatures of the jury.
The knave is guilty. I've quite made up my mind. So off with his head.
You can't do that. You haven't proved he stole the tarts. Besides, the penalty for stealing isn't death. That's ridiculous.
Order!
Are you the counsel for the defendant?
Of course not. I'm just here as a witness.
Then mind your tongue.
By what authority do you silence a witness?
I am the Queen. King, I told you we would have trouble with her. I never get along with giants.
Jury, consider your verdict.
No. Sentence first, verdict afterwards.
Stuff and nonsense. Oh, the idea of having the sentence first.
Alice, you're growing again. I can't see your head from down here.
It is all irregular and probably unlawful. You haven't proven a thing.
Hold your tongue.
I won't.
Off with her head.
Who cares for you? You're nothing but a pack of cards. You don't frighten me. You can fall all over me. You won't hurt me. Oh, my. Oh. What a dream I had. What a wonderful dream.
Who are you?
I am Alice. Are you a caterpillar?
Not a caterpillar. The caterpillar. Who else do you know is blue in color, smokes a hookah, and sits on a mushroom?
I have tried hiding my eggs in the roots of trees, in hedges, everywhere, but I can't get away from serpents like you. I haven't had a wink of sleep in 3 weeks.
Cheshire Cat, would you please tell me which way I ought to go from here?
That depends on where you want to go to.
I don't much care where.
Then it doesn't matter which way you go, does it?
Oh, what a beautiful watch, Mad Hatter.
What day of the month is it?
The 4th.
2 days off. March Hare, I told you not to put butter in the works.
But it was the best butter.
What a wonderful dream.
What a wonderful fairy tale. Lewis Carroll once said that he hoped when Alice grew up, she would gather about her other little children and make their eyes bright with the dream of Wonderland. That even grown up, she would find a pleasure in all their simple joys, remembering her own child life and the happy summer days, which is what I've tried to do today, remembering Alice. I hope, gentle listeners, I haven't left out your favorite part of Alice in Wonderland. It's hard to please everyone, but this is as I remember Alice. Before taking leave, I'd like to read you part of a letter dated December 25th, 1871, and addressed to Dear Children. May God bless you, and may you have the only kind of life that is really worth having, that filled with the happiness of making others happy too. Your affectionate friend, Lewis Carroll.
Our cast included Mary Flersham, Robert Dryden, Evie Juster, Hetty Galen, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association. the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. This is Tom Bosley, and once again it's time to join the wonderful world of your imagination through the magic of radio. Today, our story is about two young Americans, one 29, one 33, whose extraordinary adventures exploring the West stood the United States on its ear 175 years ago. You might say they had the same kind of stamina and courage we admire today when young Americans explore space. The president who gave the go-ahead was Thomas Jefferson. The men who went were an Army captain, Meriwether Lewis, and an ex-frontier soldier, William Clark. Together, they opened up the West. They traveled over 3,000 miles from St. Louis to the Pacific Ocean and back. And no one had ever done that before. Our adventure, Lewis and Clark, based on their own personal account, was written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by G. Frederick Lewis. I shall be back shortly with Act One.
Delicious. Yeah.
Imagine half of the United States, the western half, unknown and practically uncharted. Yet that was the case when Thomas Jefferson sent out Lewis and Clark to discover whether Americans could plow and harvest that land, fish and hunt and live there. Before they could get started, they had to train 24 men and provision the 3 boats which would take them up the Missouri River on the first leg of their journey to the unknown.
Captain Lewis, we are all met.
Thank you, Captain Clark. Men, we are shortly to embark upon a mission for President Jefferson. One of exploration, deprivation, hardship. You will serve this country not if you die for her. It is only by living, helping one another to cross unfamiliar territory, lands, lakes, rivers, defending ourselves against the weather or enemy, and returning to St. Louis, that our mission will have been accomplished. Now, Captain Clark will detail your duties. Those of you who have families, make your farewells. Let us put our faith in God and go forward. Company, dismiss!
Captain Lewis, I'm not sure half these men will last 100 miles.
There's no one within earshot, Bill. You can skip the captain.
Well, I was going to say, Lou, more than half are volunteers.
Which ones?
Well, the 9 from Kentucky, who happen to be the youngest.
They'll stand up. Who else?
14 regular Army, and the new man, George. I can't pronounce his name. The one who understands Indian Sign Language.
That's Drouillard, George Drouillard.
Oh.
We were fortunate to get him.
Well, he arrived last night. I want to meet him. Then there are the watermen for the boats and half dozen soldiers and a sergeant to come along with us on the first leg upriver.
Good. I'd like them to be ready to give us a hand loading the boat.
Well, I hope they know how to fight.
Come now. Bill, we're traveling like traders. Fight and attack? Why, is it possible?
Not possible, Lou. Probably.
Look, I'll make you a small wager. Not only are the recruits that you've got better than you give them credit for, but I'll bet you we don't lose one man to an Indian bullet.
Why a small wager? My gold watch against yours.
I can see you don't think you'll need to know the time after we return.
Why not? I'll have 2 watches to consult.
All right. Well, you just remember that you insisted.
Well, here's my hand on it.
Right. Come, let's check the supplies.
Seems to me every time I come back to the storehouse, another couple of bales have been added. Oh, who's that?
Well, the very man you wanted to meet. George?
Oh, just checking the gifts for the Indians. Good morning, sir.
George, I'd like you to meet Captain Clark. We're running this show together. This is George Drouillard, our interpreter.
Oh, heard about you.
Meet you.
A pleasure. We came over to check stores.
The quartermaster tells me he started with 7 bales and 1 box. The usual clothing, flints, powder, ball, and so on. Then I believe Captain Lewis ordered everything split up. Some of each item in each bale, so if one supply went overboard, we would not be caught short.
How are the presents for the Indians? Satisfactory?
Oh, more than enough. 14 bales and a box.
What kind of things appeal most?
Let me show you, Captain. Take this box. For the chiefs, there's an assortment of ornate coats, the velvet, and those silk ones. They like those.
Right.
Quite a lot of artillery corps dress uniforms. They like the heavy lace on them. Over here now. In this bale, there are the smaller items. You can see them. It's still being packed.
Right.
Buttons, medals, flags, knives.
I understand everything's been checked over, tested.
Is there whiskey, too?
Oh, well, I would not know about that, sir. Just took over today. Then, of course, tobacco.
George, let's double the amount of tobacco.
Excellent idea. Tobacco has this kind of symbolism for them. Pipe of peace and so on.
Have we an adequate supply of mirrors and handkerchiefs? I remember when I was a militiaman in Pennsylvania, how those Mohawks loved mirrors and handkerchiefs.
Yeah, well, I'll check to make sure.
And in the food department?
Well, if you look over here at this list, pork, 50 kegs.
A little less than 4,000 pounds.
3,400 pounds flour, 2,000 parched meal, 750 pounds salt, 600 pounds grease, a biscuit, 500 pounds.
Weren't we figuring on 24 months?
Just a moment. Thank you again, George. And see about the mirrors, will you? And the tobacco.
Goodbye, Captain Lewis. Very pleased to have met you, sir, Captain Clark.
Right. What was that all about? I don't understand you, Lou.
24 months. I wasn't about to discuss it in front of a man I hardly know.
Why or not?
Well, how do we know? 24 months. We don't even know how many miles we'll be traveling. It could be anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000. Which passes are open? Half the rivers are uncharted. How much game can we kill? Can we live off the land?
All right. You've made your point. I liked him.
No, I think he respected you, too.
I wrote to my mother we'd be living off the land, and she wrote back, I don't care how many plums and berries you eat, but for heaven's sake, be careful of the toadstools. Lou, made how many yesterday?
18 miles is close enough. Anyone who can draw a map upon his knees, as you can, Bill, deserves the Medal of Honor.
18, huh? Well, that's what we're holding to each day, give or take a mile.
Yeah, with the wind in our backs. But wait, it's only been a month.
Captain Lewis! Turbulence ahead!
Turbulence, I better see.
Shall I come?
Now, Bill, you're keeping the log and all records. That's your job. Mine is keeping us out of trouble.
The Devil's race ground. Half mile of rapids. See those rocks on the south side, Captain. They're causing a build-up of shifting sandbars.
The bank is falling in too fast. Cross the river. Right across over to the north side. Now, right across. Fast. Sandbar. We'll capsize if we hit that bar. She'll tip right over.
Lou, no time to talk. Now jump in.
Maybe a wish. Follow him. I think we can hold her from the water side. Come on, it's only 4 feet of water. Nobody will drown. Look out below.
George! Get those 6 men to hang on to that prow. You two, hold on here with me.
Yeah, come on.
We've got her fast, all right. We'll hold
If we can keep her from swinging around until the current washes the sandbar from under her, we can save her.
Where are the other 2 boats?
We made it. They're going ahead. And don't draw as much as we do.
Others have looked, sir.
The sand is going. Hold the boat steady, boys.
I am keeping this journal because the president wants a day-by-day account of what we see and what happens to us. Our boat would certainly have capsized had not everyone aboard leaped into the water and, with the aid of all hands, kept her righted, the waves dashing over her for the space of 40 minutes. it was touch and go. The morning of the 4th of July was announced by the discharge of our gun. We celebrated in the evening with another shot. And an extra gill of whiskey for the men. And so to bed in our tents.
Everybody up. Everybody. Another day, another 20 miles.
Morning, Sergeant Ordway. Men?
What time do we sail, sir?
Oh, not today. We're holding council with the Teton Indians. They're just putting ashore now.
Well, we'll have the men at the flagstaff at the hour, Captain.
Good, Sergeant. Captain Clark.
Come right in my tent, Lou. I've been up before dawn. Well, how do you like it?
How do I like what? You've trimmed your red beard?
No, the rifle.
Oh.
I'm not happy with the sear spring. A little stiff. But she's clean.
Well, that's what we've got a gun repairman along for.
You think I'd trust my rifle to a stranger? No, not today. Come on, I'll walk you back.
Hey, why today?
Well, those Teton chiefs and warriors climbing out of the boats over there are enough reason.
We invited the Teton tribe, you short-tempered redhead. Invited. You understand?
They're Indian and we're white. That's what I understand.
Shh. Just keep your color-blindness to yourself. Good morning, Chief.
I am Chief Big Bear Trap.
Duck, Lou. Those arrows are meant for us.
Into the woods, fast.
Lou, I'm not waiting any longer for some Indian to cry bullseye.
They're breaking and running. They're into their canoes. Okay, stop firing.
Well, the sear spring behaved very nicely. Oh, you're a good rifle. How do you tell a friend from a foe in these parts?
Oh, you were very fortunate, both of you.
Captain Lewis thought Chief Bear Trap was a friendly Teton.
Oh, no, those were not Tetons. They were Mandans, their sworn enemy. Oh, they must have figured any friends of the Tetons have to be disposed of.
George, I am not making any more arrangements without you by my side. We have too many miles to go to risk any more bear traps.
Congress had appropriated $2,500 for the entire expedition. It was a lot even for those days. What, of course, Congress didn't buy and could never have paid for were those courageous men and one woman who followed Lewis and Clark to the Pacific and back in an adventure never surpassed, never even equaled. Yes, one woman. How she came to join the exploration we shall learn about when I return in a moment with a second chapter. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
City Station, New York. And good luck.
Autumn was turning to winter. The going got rougher. Yet Sergeant John Ordway wrote home to his folks. I'm so happy to be one of them picked men. We expect to be gone 18 months or 2 years. We're to receive a great reward for this expedition of $15 a month and at least 400 acres of first-rate land if we make great discoveries. The United States has promised to make us great rewards, but I expect no greater than to live this life with these men. I'll write again next winter if I have a chance.
Journal entry, Wednesday, November 12th. Early this morning, we encamped in 2 cabins just above a small creek. Snow is on the ground. The cold season is upon us. A flannel shirt was given to each man and fresh gunpowder to those who required it.
Captain Clark! Captain Clark!
Come in, quickly, and shut the door behind you.
Captain Clark, this is Sacagawea of the Shoshone Indian tribe.
Sacagawea? Yes. Well, you're a woman.
I am. My husband is Tuiso Charbonneau.
What are you carrying on your back?
A papoose.
My baby son, Jean-Baptiste.
George, is This a social call or what?
Charbonneau is French, but he is the finest Indian interpreter for 5,000 miles. He's next door talking to Captain Lewis. I hope we can take him.
Well, isn't that your job, George?
Oh, he speaks the languages. I can only make myself understood with my hands. Besides, there's plenty for the two of us. And I'm a better hunter than he is.
I speak all Indian tongues as well.
Oh, that's fine. Sakajawaya, I'm glad to have met you and the
Captain
baby.
Clark, if we want Charbonneau, we will have to take his wife and the baby also.
Oh, we do we? Well, we'll see about that.
Everybody on their feet, everybody!
Oh, yeah. Just like clockwork, our papoose pilgrim announces the hour every morning from January through March.
It's a big day. Everything ready to go?
I hope so. The Indians and the pack horses were set and ready last night. Mile after mile, hacking a trail through forests and across rivers and lakes, then portaging across land, then back to the rivers, traveling by water. Advancing by day and picking a likely spot to camp by night. Sometimes the spot was unlikely. This night...
Captain!
Huh?
Wake up! The ground is sinking.
Oh, quicksand! Bugler! Sound the alarm!
Something has undermined the sand we're on. The whole camp is going down.
Into the boats, everybody! Pile in! Sergeant Ordway, move them on the double. Where's that girl and her baby?
She's helping push off one of the fill boats.
Tell her to pile in! Get in! Now, row to the other side. Everybody row!
Will you look at that? Oh, here goes the encampment and the cliff behind it. Look at that.
Sakajawaya, I want to thank you for giving the alarm.
I am proud to serve at the side of my husband and the captain's. He tell me we will see great water at end of our land. I want to hold up my baby and show him.
Fruits and vegetables are lacking. As we have our potato, turnip, radish, parsnip, onion. The Indian has his kamas, cowsy roots, wild onion, shanatawi, and mopatu. Wapatu roots are the most valuable, the best tasting and never out of season. George and I take leave of the camp today to forage, and with any fortune, meet up with a tribe that would trade with us.
If they have any Wapatu roots, I'd sure be glad to get them.
Well, here goes. How, Chief? How?
He's not talking.
Mm-hmm.
That is a friendly beginning.
Tell him we need wapatu for our men. We have walked 5 miles. We'll give him articles he wants in return, whatever he would like.
Yes, well, we'd better show him what we have brought.
Mirrors, a cocked hat, medals. This one with President Jefferson's face. Do you think he understands me?
I think so. Maybe he's waiting for you to pull out the blue beads.
Oh, that's all they want are blue beads, and we're out of blue beads. Wapatu. We need much wapatu. Oh, no reaction. Not a glimmer. George, let me think about this. Wait, I have an idea. Where's my compass?
Mm-hmm.
Here it is.
Well, he's interested. He's sitting down and he's watching you, Captain.
George, you are about to witness a performance by the great Clarko, the magician.
Huh?
Watch this. First, we take a port match and throw a piece into the fire. Now, my pocket compass. Nothing up my sleeve, huh? Now, face the compass toward our Indian friend and... Look, The magnetic needle is spinning.
That's fantastic. How did you do that?
Tricks of the trade. We magicians never divulge our secrets. Look at him. He can't take his eyes from the compass.
Cock-a-doodle!
He does not like the way that hot match flared up into a hot flame. He does not like that at all.
Hungry men, me and you, bring them plenty wapatu.
They're getting something from the chief. Big bags of... don't tell him. I think he's saying put out bad fire.
Fellow Americans, your offering of wapatu pleases the great Clarko. Now, watch the compass. Keep your eye on the spinning needle. The fourth match ought to burn out right now. There she goes. Out. See, one and all, the compass has come to rest. All is well.
That's famous. Yes. How did you get it to spin like that?
I've got a little inkhorn here, and I palmed it. Makes the needle spin. Come on, let's be off. We camped after a disagreeable day's march of only 11 miles in 18 hours. The hills are high and rocky, and the paths treacherous. We almost lost a burro, but yanked it back in time. There is much fatigue and hunger. It is raining, and the men lay down and sleep, wet, hungry, and cold.
Captain Clark? Captain, I find tribesmen. He have food, venison.
I'll bring him inside the tent. Yes, good. What does he want for it?
Tiakomosak.
Blue beads.
Oh, blue beads, blue beads, blue beads. Won't he take anything else? Look, my friend, we are starving. My men need meat. Oh, all right, Sacagawea. And he looks like he wants to go.
I see Sacagawea outside talking to a new Indian.
A new Indian with the old tricks. I couldn't bargain with him.
Yes, Sacagawea. What do you bring?
Don't tell me.
He give me all this venison for the men.
What did you give him?
No, he take nothing. He say white man should hunger no more than red man. He say we all walk the same earth. We all sleep under the same sky.
After advancing several hundred miles into this wild, mountainous country, we may soon expect the game will abandon us. Someone! Help!
Captain Clark!
Help me!
Captain Clark! Oh. Captain Lewis! Captain Clark is on the ground.
Oh, what's the matter, Bill? What is it?
I've got this terrible pain all over.
You've been doling out medicine for the men and Indians. You probably picked up something yourself. I'll get you up on your cot. Sacagawea, see if you can find an extra blanket somewhere.
You have to finish today's report in the journal for me. Will you?
Not now, Bill. Where do you keep the Rush's pills? Here, let me feel you for it. You have got one fever. Don't pull away. Well, what are you doing with that pistol?
You listen to me. Take that pen and my inkhorn and write. Where was I?
Now, let me see. May soon expect the game will abandon us.
Yeah, with no information of the route.
Mm-hmm.
We may be unable to find a passage across the mountains.
Yeah.
Our chief dependence is...
Yes.
meeting some tribes from whom we may procure horses.
Can I add something?
You always do.
If any nation of Indians can live in the mountains, we can also.
Here is blanket. How is Captain? Is all right?
Captain is all tired out. Captain does not take care of himself. He is good doctor for us all, but not good for himself. But now, Captain sleeps.
That was the team. When Meriwether Lewis was not taking care of William Clark, Clark was watching over Lewis. Clark was sick now, but in a month he would be extracting a bullet from Lewis's leg. For 2 years and more, this little band was absent from what we call civilization, trying to live off the land, dealing with dysentery, snake bites, exhaustion, and disappointment. Incredible, miraculous. And there are more terrifying adventures in store for them, which you will hear when I return in a moment with the third chapter taken from the original journal. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. The object of the Lewis and Clark expedition was to make known the unknown. What Thomas Jefferson and Lewis and Clark did know was that the Indian had been living all across our land for centuries and deemed it his. To what extent was he a friend? To what extent was his neighbor his enemy? No one could say. Captain Lewis and Captain Clark came not only as explorers, but as peacemakers among the many tribes they passed on their journey. But sometimes things didn't quite work out.
We have 2 things to do. Find a pass through those cliffs and bring back to camp rations for at least 3 days.
George, which is our best direction to find game?
I would head southeast. Good. I was going to try that way for a trail anyway.
Southeast means the Blackfeet. Hundreds of them. Well, who knows? Maybe they won't spot us.
Yeah, maybe they won't catch us. Yeah, we're spread out. Captain Clark and I will head for the junction of Badger Creek. And, George, you take the other side of the river. What's it called?
Two Medicine.
I think we ought to find some deer along Two Medicine.
Well, if we run into any trouble, I can always change the river's name.
To what?
Bad Medicine. Do you see George down there on the other side?
No, not yet. We're up too high on this side, and he's in the low valley on the other side. Hey, reach me my spyglass, Bill.
Okay. Look over there, Lou. About a mile downriver. Oh, I see horses.
I see Indians. They're shading their eyes, looking down towards the river. They've probably seen George.
Well, how can we warn him?
We can't. And if we run for it, they'll see us in the condition that our horses are in. We'll certainly be overtaken.
Well, we might try.
Now, if we got away, George wouldn't. He'd be sacrificed. There's only one way. Open diplomacy. Unfurl the old flag, Bill. Hoist it up. Let's go to them down this side, across, and over. If we act friendly, who knows? They may be friendly. We're close enough now. Off we get. And then we'll walk to them. Slowly, slowly. Put out your left hand to them, like I am. Now, come on, extend it.
I recognize the headdress. I think we're making a mistake. I haven't got a free hand to draw with.
That's the last thing we want to show. A hand on a gun.
I feel awfully foolish. One hand holding a flag and the other extended.
Who are they?
Minataris from Fort Prairie. Lou, they're not moving.
Well, that's something.
That's nothing. The best we can hope for is that they rob us.
How? I am Captain Lewis. This is Captain Clark. We are riding through your country to the west. Our camp is 10 miles back. Our men have little food, and we look for game. How?
You're not shaking hands with each one of them?
I sure am. How? 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 And you better do the same, Bill. How?
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 I am Shoshupawa.
I think that means rapid snake. I'm not certain.
Let me give you this medal and this flag of the United States of America, Chief Rapid Snake. Among white men, the flag is an emblem of peace. Now you have received it. May it be a bond of union between us.
Oh. You smoke pipe of peace.
We should be honored to.
Oh, Chief, by the way, one of our men has our pipe. He has gone alone downriver. You have seen him?
Yes. He ride.
If you'll have one of your men go with me, we'll bring him here. Having one of theirs along is the only protection I've got. I'll get George here just as fast as our horses will carry us. You have enough tobacco?
Oh, sure. Don't worry. They're only 8 and only 2 have guns.
I am bushed. A tent with a straw floor never felt so good to me.
Captain, both of you, I did not thank you near enough for saving my life today.
Your turn next, George. 2 o'clock in the morning. I thought they'd never bank the campfire.
Some power. We must have smoked 10 pipefuls since sundown. I think they are scared of you, Captain. That's what kept them so reasonable.
Whatever it is, I want to keep their hands off our horses and our guns.
And our scalps.
One of us better stand guard tonight.
All right. Okay. 3 straws. Into the hat. Now, whoever draws the short straw stands watch. George, you go first. Now you, Lou. And one for me. Guess what, gentlemen? It's my watch. And I'll get myself outside the tent. Pleasant dreams.
Who's that? Damn you, let go of my gun!
Oh, he's got mine!
Hey! Oh!
He got mine. There were 2 of them.
I didn't get mine.
I told you they were thieves. Let's go after them.
Where the places is Bill? Bill!
What is it? What's up?
You weren't supposed to be standing watch. If I didn't know your family, it'd be 100 lashes.
Oh, Lou, the way I feel, I'd rather be shot.
I got George's rifle.
Oh, mine, too. Oh, and the shot pouch.
Everyone has got their pistols.
Right.
Let's move.
Wait a minute. It's still dark out there.
Oh, he's right, Captain Lewis. We couldn't find them.
All right. We'll wait. Outside, the 3 of us.
I'm sorry as anything.
When we get back to St. Louis, remind me I owe you 100 lashes. Over here, you 2 behind this boulder.
Those aren't owls. It's Minatari talk. They're after our horses.
Shh. There's something moving.
I got him. I can't see a thing. Oh, hey, you!
Oh, fine. I socked you, George.
Oh, you 2 idiots. They got away with 2 of our horses. I'm getting them back. Stop, you 2, or I'll shoot. Stop, or I'll shoot. I have plenty more bullets. Get off of that horse, or you'll be as dead as your friend. All right, that's better.
Oh, you got them.
Take the live one, George, and we'll return him to Chief Rapid Snake.
If I know my Indians, I don't think the chief will like this.
Look, here he comes with his warriors. May mean trouble.
They are carrying something.
2 trussed deer and what's that?
Something big, wrapped in a buffalo skin.
It's game, food, a peace offering. What is he signaling?
He says he is sorry. His men have broken his trust. We have been fair with him. He does not wish to insult us.
President Jefferson wanted 3 copies of all our records. Now, I better have the carpenter make a special box for the journals and all the records that you're keeping.
And make it waterproof somehow. Lou, read from the president's list, will you?
Yeah. Latitude and longitude of all remarkable points.
Check.
Names of Indian nations.
Check.
Languages, traditions.
Check.
Diseases, prevalent animals, minerals, climate.
And I've taken daily readings, rainfall, snowfall, got all that. All right. I was just putting down our route from the Missouri Falls across the Rockies. We had 200 miles of pretty good road, then 140 of terrible, impassable mountains.
Which we managed to pass through.
60 miles of which were covered with 2 to 8 feet of snow until June.
I'm going to tell the sergeant to select the men for the first contingent to see the Pacific. You keep dry, Bill.
1 whole week of this rain. But it's worth it if Captain Lewis is right about the great Western Ocean being there.
Yes, there, Sergeant. I came to tell you we have had a visit from the Chinooks, and they say the seacoast is 7 miles west of us. If the weather breaks, you and Captain Clark and 6 men will take one canoe. I'll take the other. As you were, men.
Good, sir. Collins. McNeil. Warner. Whitehouse. Gibson.
Sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Captain Lewis, tell me you make journey to great water.
Right.
I have come so many miles to see. May I go with you? My baby, too?
Well, we already have our full complement of men, ma'am.
But it's not right. I do work of men.
Well, there's only room, ma'am, for so many in the boat.
Please, I no take much seat.
Well, you can talk to Captain Clark. I'm sure he'll take you along.
Great heavens.
What?
This is the ocean.
The great Western Ocean. We are here!
I've never seen such immense waves.
Captain Clark, that woman guide Sacagawea, she's on her knees.
Yes, I see. She's happy. And her baby is sitting throwing stones in the ocean.
Are we going to remain here, sir?
Well, you can do what you like, Sergeant. As for me, I'm also getting on my knees and thanking God.
Yes, sir.
So, you saw it before I did.
Beautiful place to spend the winter. That's what's so hard to believe. Such soft and balmy breezes up here, gently wafting, and that it's December.
Well, maybe someday there'll be villages, towns, maybe even a city on the Pacific coast. Now that we found the way.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Come along, you red-headed poet. I want to get a report off to President Jefferson while it's still fresh in my mind.
I'm never going to have that problem. I'll always remember the Pacific the way I saw it the first time.
In December 1805, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark reached their objective. By August 1806, they had returned home. Not one member of their expedition lost. Clark gave his gold watch to Lewis to pay off his bet. They had done their job, surmounted obstacles, and come home with a host of memories and over 1 million written words. The last entry in their journal is, "We arrived at St. Louis at 12 o'clock, and having fired a salute, went on shore and received the heartiest and most hospitable welcome from the whole village." It's rare in the science of exploration to find 2 men who work together so wholeheartedly. Lewis and Clark. Their discoveries are legion. The first to record mountains, rivers, forests, even the first Americans to see a grizzly bear. To the Pacific and back, they showed the way. Today, miles of railroad pass along their trails. But not only did they make Thomas Jefferson's dream come true, explore, take notes, suffer starvation, keep going, they made friends. They made peace wherever they could between Indian nations. Perhaps they were among the first Americans to chart the paths of friendship right here among peoples. If so, blessed were they, Lewis and Clark, the peacemakers. If you missed the details on how to enter...
Our cast included Mason Adams, Bob Caliban, Terry Keane, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley. Welcome to the magic world of radio. Do you remember the hero of the Revolution who stood before a British firing squad in 1776 and said, "I regret I have but one life to give to my country"? Well, it was Patriot Nathan Hale. His grandnephew, Edward Everett Hale, will also go down in history. He wrote a book about what it means to leave home and what little you were left with should you say, "I don't care." Our adventure, The Man Without a Country, adapted from the book by Edward Everett Hale, was written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Where
I can bet it.
Philip Nolan's story began on July 11th, 1804, in Weehawken, New Jersey, at the scene of one of the most famous duels in American history. Two of America's most brilliant politicians, Aaron Burr, who was vice president, and Alexander Hamilton, who had been the first secretary of the Treasury, were about to fight a duel in which one of them would die. The scene was a lonely meadow overlooking the Weehawken River. It was early in the morning. The light was still gray. Aaron Burr had arrived first, and with him were two trusted friends, Van Ness and young Philip Nolan, the subject of our story.
Well, this spot is as good as any, Aaron. You shall have your duel with Mr. Hamilton here. Mr. Nolan, would you take Mr. Burr's coat?
I see Hamilton coming up from the river. Is that Judge Pendleton with him, Van Ness?
Yes, it is. Aaron, before they arrive, as an old friend, I ask you, don't you think it unseemly that you, Vice President of the United States, are engaging in this duel?
Had it not been for Alexander Hamilton, I might have been president.
His attacks upon Mr. Burr were unforgivable.
Unforgivable?
Yes, Van. He said that I could not be trusted.
Well, would you have accepted a public apology?
Any gentleman would. But it was not forthcoming.
Oh, they are here. Good morning, Judge.
Mr. Burr, Mr. Hamilton. I shall cock the pistols, hand one to each. Back to back, please. 30 paces. Mark off, please. Are you ready? Mr. Burr, Mr. Hamilton, present.
Hamilton has been hit.
Mr. Burr, we must go. Come with me.
I cannot. Let me go to him. He's badly wounded.
Mr. Burr, Judge Pendleton is attending him. I think we should go.
Aaron, your young friend Nolan is right.
But it may be a mortal wound.
So be it. It was a fair duel. One of you had to fail. I'm glad it was not you, Mr. Burr. Now, make haste to your home. I will meet you there later.
Van. Oh, come in. You, seem distressed. What is the news?
Oh, the public is upset. There is talk of punishing you for the death of Hamilton.
But why? It was an honest duel. Surely they know my honor was at stake.
The coroner's jury in New York has found you guilty of murder. Oh, they found all of us guilty who were there, myself, Judge Pendleton, and Philip Nolan.
Whatever is that?
Don't show your face at the window. No, I'll go. Hide yourself. Who is it?
Philip Nolan, let me in.
he here?
I am. Come in, Philip.
We must get you to safety, sir. I know a Mr. Charles Biddle in Philadelphia. He would...
Yes, that's an excellent idea. Aaron, you would be safe there until the feeling dissipates. Let us all leave now. Is there a real way out? I shall go with Mr. Burr to Philadelphia.
Now, may I suggest you remain here, Mr. Van Ness? You may very well be recognized. I'll go with him instead.
He's right, Van.
Do you have some old clothes to disguise you, Mr. Burr?
An old homespun coat and a big hat belonging to one of the servants. I'll put them on.
You're undertaking a hazardous task, my boy.
I welcome it. I met Mr. Burr when he spoke before the Legion of the West, where I was serving. Speaking with such fervor of the greatness this country might acquire, I deserted the army and vowed to follow him to the ends of the earth.
I'm ready. Shall we go?
Well, I'd say, Aaron, in that outfit, you're quite unrecognizable. But what about you, Nolan?
Oh, he'll be safe with me. No one knows my face. I'm, nobody. Mr. Van Ness, what brings you here?
God, I'm not here as a visitor, but as Mr. Nolan's attorney. I shall call you when my client and I have finished.
You will be my attorney?
Of course, my lad. Colonel Burr has asked me to.
I've been here without anything formal placed against me for 33 days. I've heard nothing from the outside world when they came to the house to arrest us. Arrest a vice president for treason. I thought the world had gone mad.
Philip, Burr has been acquitted.
Oh, when may I leave?
Well, Philip, I'm afraid you may not. For some unaccountable reason, you have been singled out to be made an example. Now, be honest with me, lad. What have you done? What did you say? Who are those in your employ who seek to overthrow our country?
Mr. Van Ness, I know nothing. I was Mr. Burr's friend, that's all. I'm no spy. This is madness.
Very well, Philip. I'm satisfied. Burr told me you'd done nothing wrong. Tell the court what you know, and I'm quite sure you'll be exonerated.
Isn't that so, Philip Nolan? That you are a deserter from the United States Army's Legion of the West?
Yes.
And did you not conspire with one General Wilkinson, who was an agent of the Mexican government?
Well, I knew him, yes, but...
In fact, while holding the post of commanding officer of the United States Army, he was Mexico's agent number 13. Now, did you not know that?
I did not.
Then how much of the $2,000 he received annually was given to you?
Nothing at all.
Then for what other reason did you conspire with him?
I hardly spoke with him. He was a general. I was a mere lieutenant.
And a deserter.
I have already said I was.
Now, did you not secretly transport one Aaron Burr to Philadelphia?
I did.
And to what allegiance did you subvert the laws of the United States?
There is a higher allegiance than justice to one's country. The allegiance to one's own conscience and to friendship.
Your Honor, may I move for a short recess to enable me to consult with my client?
Motion denied. Proceed, Mr. Hay. Well, it is I who wish the defendant to proceed. Now, I am sure we are all anxious to hear Mr. Nolan's appreciation of the extraordinary Mr. Burr.
He is my friend. He understood me and my devotion to the higher good. Those who would clap patriots into jail are the traitors, not I. Aaron Burr is as good a friend as this country will ever have. He is a true and honest man, and I would serve him anywhere.
Go on.
What guilt is mine since you have already acquitted him?
During all this plotting, you had no qualms, no question as to loyalty to the United States?
No! Of what am I being accused?
It was the United States that gave you the uniform you wear. The United States that gave you the sword that hangs by your side. Is that not so, Lieutenant Nolan?
Yes, it is so.
And you, Philip Nolan, swore an oath to be true to the United States, did you not? Did you not, Nolan? Well, I await your answer.
Philip Nolan, do you wish to say anything in your own behalf?
I have nothing to say.
Surely you must be able to show one shred of evidence to prove your fidelity to the United States.
United States? United States? Damn the United States! I wish I may never hear of the United States again!
Those words set into motion one of the most bizarre stories of punishment ever written. For I must remind you, although many of the events taking place in this story and many of those named are real, Philip Nolan never lived. However, so believable is this account that I have to admit it just might have happened. I'll be back in a moment with Act 2. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
They're magically delicious. Yeah.
Damn the United States. The words were out before Philip Nolan could stop them. Badgered, harassed, unfairly imprisoned, his personal beliefs attacked, Philip Nolan was alone. He waited in jail to hear what his punishment would be. He wore his uniform, but his sword had been taken from him. It lay in 2 pieces on the floor by his feet.
Prisoner, hear the sentence of the court. The court decides that you never again hear the name of the United States. Mr. Marshal, take the prisoner to New Orleans in an armed boat and deliver him to the naval commander there. Make my respects to the commander and request him to order that no one shall mention the United States to the prisoner while he is on board ship. I want the prisoner brought to my chambers. The court is adjourned. Lieutenant, I have asked you be brought here to my chambers so that you may note its contents. The wall calendar marking today, September 23rd, 1807. The bust of George Washington. On the bookcase, the eagle of the United States. Behind my chair, a portrait of General Washington, and standing unfurled before you, the flag of the United States of America. Remember these, Lieutenant Nolan, for only in your mind shall you ever see them again.
Philip Nolan, late lieutenant in the United States Army. Before the entire crew of the patrol ship Nautilus, I, Captain T.J. Shaw, am directed to read this document. This person on his trial by court-martial expressed with an oath the wish that he might never hear of the United States again. The court sentenced him to have his wish fulfilled. You will take the prisoner on board your ship. You will provide him with such quarters, rations, and clothing as would be proper for an officer of his late rank, but under no circumstances is he ever to hear of his country or see any information regarding it. It is the intention of the government that he shall never again see the country which he has disowned. Respectfully yours, W. Southard, for the Secretary of the Navy. Crew dismissed. Nolan, do you understand what I've read?
Yes, quite, Captain.
What is that book you have under your arm?
The Book of Common Prayer, sir.
Oh. I should think that'd be all right.
Sir?
Yes, Nolan. Go on, speak up.
I was merely thinking that you're right, sir. There is nothing in the Common Book of Prayer which could be thought particularly American, sir.
That'll be all, Nolan. Take Mr. Nolan to his quarters below.
Captain Shaw?
Hand me that spyglass, Jason.
You see anything, Captain?
No. We've been sailing for 2 months and have still not seen a British ship. I suppose it is a bit tame for you, eh, Jason?
It's not that, sir. It's that Nolan man aboard. Yeah, makes the men uncomfortable. And I'm sure you've noticed it, sir.
Oh, yes. It is uncomfortable.
We're at sea 6 months at a time, and our greatest pleasures is to talk about home. Can't do that with Nolan at the table.
Jason, you have a legitimate grievance. We'll see what can be done to ease things all round. Nolan, there appears to be some friction on the ship. In the beginning, because of what you'd said about your country, they felt unfriendly. I think they're more tolerant of you now.
I'm not unfeeling. I'm conscious you are carrying unwanted freight.
We have tried not to make you feel a prisoner.
I don't regard the Nautilus as a prison.
May I call you by your first name? And may I speak to you more as a father to a son?
By all means.
Who knows how long this sentence will be imposed upon you? How many ships will bear you? Can you make the best of it? Have you the strength of will?
I have made the best of it. Yes, it's a lonely and unnatural life, and someday I may miss my home and my friends, but today I'm still angry.
Can I do nothing? Philip?
I suppose what I miss most of all is reading matter.
Do you read aloud?
Oh, I have, sometimes.
Come along with me on deck, Philip. 1 hour each day, I gather with the men, and we read aloud to one another. Gentlemen, I've asked Mr. Nolan to join our reading session today, and I have brought with me an English book, newly published, I believe. It is called Lay of the Last Minstrel, which I had heard of.
Some of us have also, Captain.
At any rate, the smoking lamp is lit, and I shall begin.
Captain, forgive this interruption, sir. But since this is the first time Mr. Nolan has joined us, perhaps he could begin.
Happy to. Walter Scott. It appears to be an epic poem. Poetry. Shall I begin?
Certainly, poetry or not.
Breathes there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, "This is my own, my native land," whose heart hath ne'er within him burned, as home his footsteps he hath turned from wandering on a foreign strand. If such there breathe, go, mark him well.
Philip, would you care for me to
For him, no minstrel raptures swell. High though his titles, proud his name, boundless his wealth as wish can claim, despite these titles, power, and pelf, the wretch, concentrate all in self. Excuse me, gentlemen.
I'm worried about Mr. Nolan, Captain Shaw. Do you remember that day he read the poem on deck?
I certainly do. Poor chap.
Yes, well, he hasn't joined us for a single meal since. Takes all his food in his cabin, sir.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. 4 months of this is long enough. I'm transferring him to the Essex tomorrow.
Well, now there's a boat that sees a lot of action. It'd be good for him. I'd say Nolan is a broken man.
I'm very sorry to hear that. I don't think when they sentenced him that was in anybody's mind. There's not enough to do aboard the Nautilus. No, it's the Essex for him tomorrow.
Our guest was telling me he liked this ship much better. Liked the men on her, sir.
Strange chap if there ever was one.
Union Jack ahoy! Union Jack to leeward!
Straight on course.
Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain Porter. She's the British ship Alert.
All right, drop the bag.
Oh, it's a nervy little beast, isn't she? Does she think she has a prayer with the Essex?
I think she's trying to find out who we are. This is your captain. As we come about, fire 2 broadsides.
All right, sir, 2 broadsides.
Spread your nettings. Sand your decks. Wait till the smoke clears.
Oh, sir, she's found out who we were, all right. Her foremast knocked down.
Set the fore and mainsail and luff up close. Hey, who is that on deck in his shirt sleeves? That man running.
It looks like Nolan, sir, the prisoner. Oh, cannoneer! The enemy's jib boom! He's foul of our rigging!
Shoot them away! Bowsprit, jibboom, fire!
All right. There we go. Down it is. All right,
what's the matter down there?
Get some sand over
Why aren't
here.
we answering?
Come on.
Mr. Brown! The man at the wheel. I'm going to find out what's happened to our gunner. You bring that hammer. Hand it over. You 3 into the cockpit with the wounded. The rest of you put out this fire and help me pry that ball loose.
Yes, sir.
Nolan, who made you the officer in charge?
Events, Captain, events. We lost 2 officers in the first barrage. And, Captain, you cannot afford a guest aboard the Essex during battle. Good! Heave it overboard! Now! Load!
What went wrong here?
The enemy cannon entered this gun emplacement and put this gun out of action. Are we all ready? Fire!
Good work. Shut away a foremast. All right, I'm going back to the helm. Get on with it, Nolan. You seem to know what you're doing.
I was in the artillery, sir. Fire!
Hey, Captain, we've hit our main topmast above the camp. It's Nolan. He's in charge down there.
Well, I'm surprised, Nolan. I thought he'd be cowering in his bunk. What's your name, Nolan?
Splendid. The gaff and spanker-boom are down.
Hey.
Why doesn't she try to run for it? Can you see her, Mr. Brown?
Who, sir?
Nolan. I'll be blowed. He's showing the gunners how to handle the heavier shots. Fire! His gun is loaded and fired twice as often as any other on deck.
Hey! The last one shot away their mizzenmast. The enemy struck. They're waving the white surrender.
Nolan, you did a splendid thing.
Well, one doesn't forget one's artillery training very easily, sir.
The Essex owes you a great deal. I shall never forget this day, sir. And you never shall either, Mr. Nolan.
Pound for pound, timber for timber, the American frigates outclassed the British. But their greatest advantage was the spirit of the men, fighting for something they believed in. That very spirit of 76, which Philip Nolan had denied, suddenly called him to action, made him accountable. How difficult it must have been for Philip Nolan, a man without a country, to find peace and sleep that night. I shall return in a moment with Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. Was Philip Nolan fighting side by side with the men of the Essex because they were partners against a common enemy? Or as an American defending the United States? It was a question to which he had only just learned the answer. His leadership that day on the gun deck made Nolan realize who he was and what he really felt at heart. The defeated British ship, Alert, lowered its Union Jack. Their captain came aboard and in the customary ceremony handed his sword to Captain Porter.
Where's Mr. Nolan? I've asked you to fetch him.
Captain, you asked me to the quarterdeck, sir?
Mr. Nolan.
Yes, sir.
We're all beholden to you today.
Today, you are one of us. Now I wish to present you with my own ceremonial sword. I've had it at my side for many years. 100 years ago, it belonged to the Duc de Broglie. I pass it to you now in gratitude.
Sir, I have not worn a sword since that day at Fort Adams. That day. It is my birthday today. It seems incredible to me that I have spent 30 years at sea, living on 21 different ships and never once touching land. This Cumberland is a fine ship. We patrol the South Atlantic waters, intercepting slave traders. Come in. The door's not locked.
Lieutenant Nolan?
Who is it? Stand over here, young man, where the light is better. Van. Van, is it you?
Oh, indeed, sir. That's my first name, but I don't think we ever met before.
Your voice, your face, and your bearing remind me of a dear friend many years ago. What is your name, young man?
Ensign Van Ness, Jr., sir.
I knew it. Is Van Ness your father?
He is, sir, yes. Did you know him?
Tell me, did he ever mention the name of Lieutenant Philip Nolan?
Are you the Philip Nolan?
I expect no one else would care to be.
Well, yes, sir. I've often heard him speak of you before he died.
Oh. So he has died, has he? I am not permitted to know who is still alive.
Slave schooner, off starboard!
Oh. Now let us go on deck. Have you ever seen a slave vessel, Van?
Oh, no, sir.
We shall row out to them. You will never forget this day. I'll take you aboard with me.
Nolan, that's the old problem, communication. See if you can make these poor slaves understand they are free men.
Aye, aye, sir. I'll do my best.
What do you do with the crew and the officers?
Oh, they're in chains. It's these poor wretches. In just a moment. Nolan, tell them we'll take them all to Cape Palmas. We're fortunate to have Nolan aboard. He speaks their patois, some Portuguese, I think it is.
Well, do you stop many slave ships?
Yes, we do. But even one is too many.
And Lieutenant Nolan has been with you quite some time.
Ever since we started this run. Lucky for us. What do they say, Nolan?
Well, I spoke with the head man, the chief. He says, please do not take them to Cape Palmas. It's no closer to their homes than New Orleans or Rio. He says that we might as well leave them here to die in the ocean and take them to a strange land.
What do they want?
He says, take us home to our own country, our own houses with our own babies, our own wives. Sir, they've been below, locked up for 6 months. It's a floating horror.
All right. Tell them if I have to sail this schooner through the great white desert, they shall go home.
Young Van, that is what it is to be without a home and without a country.
So terrible, so terrible. I've never seen anything like that.
If you are ever tempted to say a word or do a thing that shall put a bar between you and your country, I pray God in his mercy to take you. Think about your home, boy. Talk about it. Let it be nearer to your thought the further you have to travel from it, no matter what happens to you, no matter who flatters you or who abuses you. Never look at another flag.
By all that's holy, sir, I would never. I expect no matter how old I become, home and the flag and country will always be sacred to me.
Sacred? Yes.
If my country needs me, It's only because I need her.
Oh, if anybody had said so to me when I was your age, I would not have ended so. A man without a country. I almost forgot to read this letter. Washington, D.C., December 23rd, my dear Lieutenant Nolan. It seems time has gone so quickly that I'm surprised to find it almost 20 years have passed since you took me, Green Edinson, aboard a slave ship. For my part, I've been working in Washington and seem now to have some influence here. I wanted to write and tell you I've been trying to move heaven and earth to have you allowed to return home. He's a good boy. It is like getting a ghost out of prison. They pretend there is no such man as yourself.
Lieutenant? Lieutenant? My dear man, what are you doing sitting here in the dark reading? Are you all right?
Oh, yes.
Since the letter came from Washington, I put it through without censoring it. Is it bad news?
How old a man would you say I am, Captain? By the looks of me, what would you say?
You have suffered, sir. That ages.
It was a little over 20 when they sentenced me at Fort Adams. When I was 40, I looked 60. I have always since then looked 60.
Have you, Nolan?
I am 75. This letter, you see, there's no one left to forgive me. Was it meant to be that I was to live like this? I was thinking I served on a ship that stopped the slave trade. They were not the only slaves. I've lost count of the number I've sailed on. In 55 years.
Admiral Van Ness, it was good of you to come aboard. I do fear for the lieutenant's life.
Well, Captain, it's fortunate I could. I've been trying everything I know to have Nolan return to land. I wanted him forgiven. You know, he once said to me, I am a man without a country. But as I see it, it's the country that has lost sight of the man.
This is his cabin, Admiral. Do not be alarmed when you see him. His hair is snow white. The lines on his face very deep. And he's quite frail. Will you go in alone, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Come in, Van. Come in, dear boy. Oh, they told me to expect you. What a wonderful surprise. What is all that gold braid? You've come up in the world. Welcome, dear Van, to my country.
It's good to see you, Lieutenant. Oh, here, let me light your lamp. Well, my, what a place.
Well, by all means, give a good look round.
Yes, you've done a fine job with that red, white, and blue bunting around the picture of Washington.
Oh, you think so? I sewed it all myself.
And Washington, that's an excellent likeness.
All done from memory. Not that I ever met him, but we always had pictures of him at home and in our barracks, and the last time in the judge's chambers I saw...
How do you like the eagle?
It's magnificent, magnificent. Must have as big a wing spread as a real one.
5 foot, would you say?
It took me 7 years on and off carving every feather of her. And then the gilding. I bet you I still have gold leaf under my fingernails.
But it's indeed majestic, and it fits so well between the two portholes.
I made it too large to fly out.
And what do we have here? Why, the United States, is it not?
It is on a big piece of sailcloth 7 feet wide. It was the very first thing I made. Who knows how many years ago. When I'd been transferred from one ship to another, I'd roll her up and take it with me.
Indiana Territory, Mississippi Territory, Louisiana Territory.
I expect it's quite out of date. There have been changes.
Oh, yes, very many, Lieutenant.
My dear boy, I'm so very pleased that I'm at last permitted to talk to someone about my beloved country.
Now, are you sure this isn't too much of a strain for you?
Van, I know I'm dying. I know I shall never see the United States again. But I am dying at home. For this is my home. The sea has been my land. Somebody whispered to me, I wasn't supposed to know, that now the old flag has 34 stars in it, 34. I don't know what their names are, but you'll tell me their names. Please, Van, you must break this awful silence. Tell me a little of the United States before I die.
Well, and I've come here to do just that. I'll tell you everything you ask about. Only I'm not quite certain where to begin.
Tell me more.
Well, now I've given you the names of the 34 states.
And you've shown me on my map where they are.
I've told you about the steamboat and the railroad, the telegraph, and the...
Wonders have been taking place while I sat on the sea, rocking my life away. Who is the president?
Well, that's Abraham Lincoln.
I'm tired. Such a beautiful tiredness. Bring me my book of prayer. Yes. I brought this very prayer book aboard the Nautilus with me over 50 years ago. I remember so clearly. Open it up, lad. It will fall at the right place. Now, read to me the passage I have marked in red.
We beseech thee with thy labor to behold and bless the President of the United States and all others in authority.
Yes. That prayer. I have repeated those words night and morning. How many years did I say? 50? More. I'm going to close my eyes now. Van, look in my Bible when I'm gone.
I shan't go far, Lieutenant. I'll be right outside. Sleep well.
Philip Nolan passed away in his sleep. He left a note in his Bible which read, "Bury me in the sea. It has been my home. But will not someone set up a stone for my memory at Fort Adams or New Orleans, that my disgrace may not be more than I ought to bear? Say on it, in memory of Philip Nolan, Lieutenant in the Army of the United States. He loved his country as no other man loved her, but no man deserved less at her hands." The strange and haunting story of a boy's mistake ending in the tragedy of a man. Edward Everett Hale wrote The Man Without a Country in 1863 against a background of the Civil War. Brother fighting brother, North and South, both American, each asking, who am I loyal to? What is right? What has this country done for me? A full 100 years before another president would take the oath of office and say, ask not what this country can do for you. We've come a long way since Philip Nolan turned his back on his country, yet it is a story that cannot be repeated too often.
Delicious.
Our cast included Russell Horton, Ian Martin, Earl Hammond, Robert Dryden, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association. You probably don't go.
Adventure Theater is next from CBS.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley, and today we're going to have the time of our lives. Sort of adventure, sort of magical, sort of make-believe. We're going to bring you 3 of the best fairy tales ever written by the great Hans Christian Andersen. Hans was born in the slums of Denmark. His father was a poor shoemaker. His mother could hardly read or write. These beginnings always remained with Hans. He never lost sight of the world of poor children. One of the reasons he invented for us such marvelous tales. Our adventure story, 3 Tales of Hans Andersen, was adapted for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by G. Frederick Lewis. I'll be back in a minute with The Ugly Duckling, the first story. We begin with The Ugly Duckling. Imagine it's summer. The wheat is golden and the oats still green. The hay is stacked in the meadows. There are woods and lakes, and in the sunniest spot stands an old mansion with a moat around it. The leaves grow high around the moat, and hidden among the leaves sits Mrs. Duck on her nest. She's getting a little tired of sitting. None of her eggs have hatched yet. And from time to time, friends and neighbors paddle by or waddle up beside her and say,
Mrs. Duck, are you sure you're sitting on eggs, not some white stones?
I know an egg from a stone, Sister Duck. Besides, I don't have anything else to do today, and I like hatching. Well, Sister Duck, not bad for an afternoon sit.
Well, you got one big egg left.
Oh, so I have. Well, he may take a little longer. I'll make myself comfortable.
How do you know it's not a turkey egg?
What would a turkey egg be doing in a duck's nest? Oh, what a silly question.
I say you're sitting on a turkey egg. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you can't see as far as the end of your beak, there's nothing I can do. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Duck. Keep hatching.
Bye, Sister Duck. A turkey egg. How silly. It's going to be the most beautiful big drake there ever was. I always wanted a boy. I wasn't a boy. I wasn't a drake. I don't know what I was. The only thing everybody agreed on was I was ugly. Nobody liked an ugly duckling. My mother said, "All right, children, we're all going in for a swim. Go on. 1, 2, 3. You too, 4. I was number 4. I was last. Hey, I'm swimming. Look, Ma. Very good, all of you. Now stay close together. Hello, Sister Duck.
Well, we meet again, Mrs. Duck.
Look at the big gray one, Sister Duck. Did you ever see a turkey swim like that?
That big ugly thing?
All right, children, time to come in. Come along. You too, ugly. You don't mind if I call you ugly. What could I say? She was my mother because I think ugly is beautiful. Now gather round. I want you all to come with me, and we shall go out into the big world. First of all, we'll visit the duckyard. It was quite terrifying. I never saw so many flying things and pecking things and strutting things in all my birthday. Use your legs properly, and one day you'll be able to waddle like I do. Slowly. You won't have to keep running around the way most ducklings do. And keep up the quacking so everyone will know you're happy to be a duck. I could waddle pretty good. But it was a long time before I got the knack of how to quack. That was the way my life began. My first day. Well, things didn't get better. Not at the end of the first week or at the end of the first month. Every day, the hens and the roosters and the turkeys and the pigeons and the sparrows and everybody ganged up on me. Every day. It was cluck, cluck, gobble, gobble, cheep, cheep. They bit me. They scratched me. They picked at me. It was horrible. Even my own little sisters. And finally, it even got too much for my mother. Oh, I wish to goodness he was miles away. So, of course, I went. I figured I couldn't be any more unhappy any other place in the world. So I stretched my wings as far as they would go, and I tried to fly. It was a bumpy flight. Well, after a while, I came to a great marsh where the wild ducks lived. I spent the night alone, my head under my wing, quacking myself to sleep. In the morning, the wild ducks flew up to give me the once-over. And the next day, 3 geese showed up.
Comrade.
Hiss, hiss to you, pal. Hey, aren't you a goose?
No, I'm a gander. So is my brother. My sister is a goose.
Oh, well, I'm pleased to meet you.
You live here?
No, just flying by.
What say you join us as a bird of passage?
Sure.
You know, there's another marsh where we go for weekends. They got some nifty wild geese. Oh, who knows? One of them might take you for a gander.
So they took to the skies. I was just about to lift off when... Dad, 2 of them. Oh, this was my first experience with man, and I didn't like it. A whole shooting party of so-called sportsmen. And then the dogs came out to find the birds. Oh, I was scared, I can tell you that. All of a sudden, this giant of a dog spotted me. Unbelievable. I was so ugly, I even scared the dog. I waited until very late. The hunters had gone, the dogs had gone, and then I decided to make a run for it. Not fly,
because I'd seen the danger of being up there when there were men with guns on the ground. I ran, and I ran, and I ran, and I came to a little cottage. Inside sat an old woman spinning, and a cat sat there purring, and a duck, an elderly lady duck, who I thought I'd met somewhere before. The old woman smiled at me and said, "What did she say?" I asked the duck.
Well, don't you understand human talk?
I never learned it. What did she say?
Come in, come in. Well, we have a visitor.
Oh, well, ask her if I can spend the night.
Well, I don't speak human. I only understand it. She says you can live here if you like. What she doesn't know is that you are here under false pretenses.
What do you mean?
Well, you're not a duck. I know ducks.
Now I know who you are. You're Sister Duck, aren't you? You were a friend of my mother's.
Great eggshells. Are you the ugly
duckling? Yes. I stayed in the little cottage with the old woman, Sister Duck, and Pussycat for most of the winter. I couldn't go out and was getting to feel terribly cooped up. Eventually, spring came. It filled me with hope, and before I knew it, I raised my wings. And with a strength I didn't even know I had, I flew into the air, higher and higher and higher. I made a perfect 3-point landing in a garden with a pond. The scent of lilacs in the air, the apple trees in blossom. Oh, spring was everywhere, and it was delicious. Then I saw them. 3 beautiful, snowy white swans swimming slowly on the water. I think at that moment I was the most unhappy creature in the world. Sadder than I'd ever been in my life. The hope of spring I had felt was gone forever. Here I was so ugly. And there were these 3 swans, majestic, glorious. There was no other way. I decided to go to them and let them kill me. Why go on living like I am? So I flew to them. They spread their wings and advanced toward me. I looked up and I said, "Please, kill me." And then I bowed my head to the water, waiting death. What I saw in the water was a vision. Was that me?
Hello, fellow swan.
Swan was talking to me.
You come from far?
Yes, I do, Swan. I was born in a duckyard.
Oh, what a fascinating experience. May I stroke your back with my bill?
Oh, most certainly you may. Do you live here all the time, swans?
Yes, we do. The humans take good care of us.
Oh, how lucky you are. There's so much peace here.
Oh, here come the children. No, don't be frightened of them. They love us. They will throw us corn and pieces of bread.
What's that child saying?
It's saying, there's a new swan. Look, Mummy. Look, Daddy. And the daddy is saying, I think the new one is the prettiest of all. He's so young and handsome.
Hans Christian Andersen ends the story saying, "The ugly duckling felt quite shy and hid his head under his wing. He was happy, but not proud, for a good heart never becomes proud. He thought of how he had been pursued and scorned, and how now they thought he was the most beautiful of birds. And he said, I never dreamed there could be so much happiness when I was the ugly duckling. I'll be back in a moment with another wonderful tale, The Tinderbox, the second story. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. What makes Hans's stories loved everywhere is that they're really about you and me. Now, who hasn't experienced the feeling of being an outsider, not being one of the group, like the ugly duckling? I know I have. Who hasn't hoped that there was some magic way in which you could get exactly what you want? I have. And that is the tale you're going to hear now. For the magic machine was the tinderbox.
The war's over. I'm just walking home. I ought to be in Copenhagen in a few hours. And then think of the good times I'll have. Oh, Danish girls are very beautiful. Only they won't look at me. A soldier fighting for Denmark makes very little money, and I didn't save any of it. All I got that's worth anything is my sword and my knapsack, and that's filled with dirty laundry. Hello? What's this? Ah, just my luck. The ugliest female in Denmark. I bet she's an old witch.
Yes, I am. How clever of you, soldier.
No, just a lucky guess. I never met an honest-to-goodness authentic old witch before.
My, isn't that a nice sword?
It's got a sharp edge, too.
And that big knapsack. Oh, I'll bet the girls in Copenhagen really go for you.
Well, one can always hope. But I don't have any medals, and I don't have any money.
Well, perhaps that can be fixed. Do you see that big tree? Well, it's hollow inside. Now, if you climb to the top, there's a hole big enough to get down into. And at the bottom, inside the tree, is a big room. And if you do exactly what I tell you, you'll have plenty of money to spend however you want. Well, are you interested?
Well, as we say in the army, go ahead, shoot.
Well, the first thing you'll see down there, soldier, are 3 doors, which you can open because the keys are in the keyholes.
Well, isn't it dark down there?
Well, there are lamps all over the place. Now stop interrupting me. In the first room, there's a big box in the middle of the floor. On top of the box is a dog with eyes as big as saucers. Now, you take my blue-checked apron with you, you spread it on the floor, and put the dog on my apron. He won't move, believe me. Now, you open the box and help yourself. It's full of copper coins.
Oh, this is getting interesting.
Well, now, if you prefer silver, try the second door. There's a box there, and the dog on it has eyes as big as millstones. But don't let him scare you. Just put him on the apron, and you help yourself.
But what's inside the third door?
I'm coming to that. Don't be so impatient. Gold. All yours. As much as you can carry.
But what about the guard dog on duty? How big are his eyes?
As big as the round tower. But lift him onto my apron, and he'll sit there like a kitten.
And help myself to the gold?
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm interested. Now, how much of a cut do you want?
Well, all I want is an old tinder box my grandmother forgot the last time she was down there.
The old witch was right. 3 doors. Nice doggy, nice doggy. How would you like to sit on a blue-checked apron? Oh, he does have eyes as big as a saucer. There you go. Oh, hold on. Copper is fine, but silver is better. I'm going next door. Oh, my. What big eyes we have. You are a big dog. Can I interest you in this blue apron? Especially made for big dogs to sit on. Now, Let's have a look. Oh, silver. How it shines, all that silver. Wait a minute. I almost forgot. The gold room. The dog as big as a horse. I certainly couldn't lift him. Well, maybe he'd cooperate. See this blue apron, big boy? See? He's going to it. And sitting down. Holy Danish mackerel. It is gold. Oh, I could buy all of Copenhagen with this. Now, take this dirty laundry out of my knapsack and fill it with clean gold. I'm going to be the richest soldier in the country.
Well, was I right?
Oh, old witch, you were love. I got my knapsack, my pockets, my cap, my boots all filled with gold. And here's your tinderbox.
Thank you, soldier.
Oh, if you don't mind my asking you, what's so special about this tinderbox? It looks like an ordinary tinderbox with tinder and flint and steel for striking a spark. Why do you want it?
That's no business of yours. You've got the gold. Now give me the tinderbox.
Well, I don't want a darned old box, old witch. All I want is a polite answer. Why this tinderbox?
It's none of your business.
Now look, don't make me angry. Tell me what you want with this tinderbox.
I won't.
I'll be doing 10 mark a service.
You're a rotten, cheap, swindling soldier. Huh?
I gave her a whack with my sword and left her there. Only one way to deal with witches. Be firm. Anybody here? Manager? Bellhops? Anybody?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry the desk was unattended. You want a room, soldier?
Yes, I want the best room in the hotel.
I think we can accommodate you on the second floor of the back. We have.
I want a room in front with a view.
And the higher you go, the more expensive it is. This is Royal Copenhagen.
Yes, I know the name of the hotel. This is the very finest you have.
But may I speak frankly, soldier? I know you have fought gloriously for Denmark.
I know what you're thinking. May I just open this knapsack on the desk?
Yes, by all means. Oh, that gold. Trant, take the general to the royal suite on the top floor. Immediately.
There's nothing like money. The next day, I bought new boots and fine clothes, and right away people thought, he's a fine gentleman.
I think the king would be delighted to meet you, General. You're not married, are you?
No, haven't had the time. Too busy defending Denmark. One war right after the other.
Above all, the king's daughter is a knockout. She's not married either.
Oh, how could I get to meet her?
That is the problem. You see, it has been prophesied she's going to marry a common soldier, and the king doesn't like that. So actually, he's made her a prisoner in the castle. She never goes out.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh, well, have to make the best of it. Which I tried to do. I went to the theater, drove my carriage in the King's Park. I even gave away money to the poor. Oh, if you spend money, you make a lot of friends. And I did. I had tons of friends. Until one day, the money ran out.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Corporal. But until your ship comes in, there is a tiny little attic room under the roof. We haven't used it in years because the roof leaks when it rains. But you are welcome to it. No charge.
Well, at least he didn't lie to me. When it rained, it leaked. And one night I sat there in the dark, too poor even to buy a candle. No tobacco for my pipe, feeling sorry for myself. I was all alone. And then I remembered the old witch's tinderbox. I got it out and struck it. It was the dog in the tree. The first one with the eyes as big as saucers. He said to me, which I knew immediately meant, "What does my lord command?" Well, I didn't waste any time. "Get me some money," I said to the dog. And he did. Then it came to me if I struck the tinderbox twice, the second dog would appear, the dog with the silver. And if I struck it 3 times, I'd strike it rich. So I did. And the third dog brought me lots of gold.
I couldn't be more pleased, General. You're back in the chips. The royal suite it is. Front!
I soon realized money does not buy everything. Distraction, yes. Happiness, no. So one night, I struck the magic tinderbox 3 times, and I told the dog with the eyes as big as the round tower, I wished I could see the princess, even if only for a moment. And in the twinkling of an eye, he carried her in. She was lying on his back asleep. Oh, she was fabulous. I'd never seen a girl like her. I just lost control, I guess, and I kissed her.
Mother? Oh, I had the most wonderful dream last night.
Daughter, eat your breakfast.
I dreamed I rode on a big dog all the way across town to where a soldier lived. And he kissed me.
A soldier? That's very nice, dear. Now will you have honey or marmalade?
I don't think I'm hungry, Mother. I'm going into the garden to think.
I think I better follow her, just to make sure it's all a dream. King, wake up. It's true. The princess does ride on the back of a dog as big as a horse. And she's carried to the Royal Copenhagen Hotel to the top floor. And I saw a soldier in uniform open the door for them.
They arrested me and threw me into the dungeon. My luck ran out. The next day I was to be hanged. And early in the morning, through the barred window, I saw the townspeople hurrying to get a good seat for the hanging. A shoemaker's boy ran by, tripped. His shoe flew into my cell. And when I handed it back through the barred window, I said, "If you'll run to the Royal Copenhagen Hotel and fetch me my tinderbox from my room, you shall have a penny." The boy got back just as they were taking me to the scaffold. The whole of Copenhagen was there. I took the tinderbox and struck it once, twice, 3 times. And I turned to my 3 doggy friends and said, "Help me, save me from being hanged." Whereupon the 3 magic dogs did just that.
Help! Stop the hanging! Stop the hanging! Stop the dogs! Help! Help!
Well, what did you make of that? I'll tell you. The hanging never took place. The 3 dogs chased everyone away. And the princess was pleased as anything that the soldier of her dreams should be real. So they got married. Just like it was prophesied, the princess and a soldier. At the wedding feast, all 3 dogs had seats at the main table, where they sat staring with all their big round eyes. I'll be back shortly with our 3rd story. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. The third of Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales is The Swineherd and the Princess, and it begins like this. Once upon a time, there was a poor prince who had only a tiny kingdom, yet he wished to marry the emperor's daughter. Now, there were hundreds of princesses far and wide who would have said yes because he was tall and good-looking and strong. They would have been delighted to marry him, even though his kingdom was small and he was poor. But the prince had his heart set on the emperor's daughter. Well, how did he go about wooing her?
It wasn't going to be easy, mainly because the princess was pretty spoiled. In fact, very spoiled. More than that, she had everything. I said to myself, what do you give to a princess who has everything? I sat in my garden and thought, oh, the nightingale. Of course, the nightingale who lived in my garden. I'll put her in a roomy silver casket and have it brought to the castle. Oh, but then I thought, is one nightingale enough? Then it came to me. My father had planted a rose tree on which grew one beautiful rose every 5 years. Well, I placed the rose in a second big silver casket and sent them both off with my card to the emperor.
Daughter, Imperial Parcel just delivered these 2 silver caskets for you from the poor prince of the tiny kingdom.
For me?
Yes, they're beautiful silver caskets, aren't they?
No, I don't know. I've seen better. I'll open this one.
Oh, now that is a work of art. You see how well it's made. You can hardly tell that rose from a real one.
Oh, fie. Double fie. It's not a made rose, Papa. It's a real rose.
A real one? Oh, what a shame. A triple fie. Well, better luck with the next silver casket.
Imagine that. Sending a real rose. Oh, I'm so disappointed. That poor prince of the tiny kingdom has no imagination.
Well, now, don't get angry, sweetheart. Let's just see what's in the other casket. Oh, will you listen to that? Oh, my.
Well, I must say, the poor prince showed a little more creativity with the nightingale. Oh, there must be a key or a button somewhere to wind him up. Oh, it's real. The bird is real. It flew up there onto the chandelier.
Oh, are you sure?
Well, it's just an old bird. A pooh.
Well, I believe you're right, sweetheart. The darn bird is a real bird. Oh, what'll we do?
Well, I don't care what you do, Papa. Let him fly away. Open the windows. Let him go. And throw that flower in the garbage while you're at it.
Yes, but what about the poor prince who lives in the tiny kingdom? He wants to see you.
No way.
I suppose you're thinking, what does a nice poor prince who's handsome and strong want with a girl like that? And you're right. But I was in love. And so I stained my face brown and black, put on some dirty old rags, and rang the castle bell.
Well, whatever it is you're selling, we don't want any.
Most noble emperor, I've come for a job.
A job? In that get-up, we have all the scarecrows that we need.
But surely there's some service I could perform in the palace?
Well, let me think. As a matter of fact, I do need somebody to take care of the pigs.
The pigs?
You get board, lodging, a small pittance, but a big title comes with the job.
Oh.
Yeah, Imperial Swineherd.
I took it. They assigned me a terrible room somewhere in back of beyond. It smelled like a pigsty. But I didn't care. The first day I paid no attention to the pigs. They were fat enough, and I knew they wouldn't starve. I spent the whole day working with my hands. And by that evening, I'd made a beautiful little cooking pot. It had little bells all around it, and when the pot boiled, it played a little tune. Du lieber Augustine, alles ist weg. Doesn't mean much, but it's a catchy tune. Well, it so happened that while I'm giving the cooking pot its first tryout, who should be walking by my hovel but the emperor himself and his daughter, my dream princess.
Papa, do you hear that tune? That's my tune. It's the only one I can play on the harpsichord with one finger.
And I was always sorry you gave up your music.
Oh, that must be a cultivated and artistic swineherd you hired. Oh, Papa, go in there and ask him how much he wants for it.
Well, all right, but I'll have to hold my nose. It smells like a pigsty.
Good evening, Emperor.
How much do you want for the pot?
Who wants to know?
Well, the princess wants to know.
Oh, well, now, this cooking pot, Emperor, is not only a trained musical instrument. It has other talents. Come over here, if you will. Now, if you hold your finger into the steam, you'll be able to smell every single dinner that's being cooked on every single stove in town.
Oh, really?
Try it.
Yeah. Corned beef and cabbage at the Royal Gardeners and chicken a la king at the Prime Minister's. Oh, my. Just a moment, my boy. I must tell my daughter.
Sweetheart.
What is taking so long?
Oh, that cooking pot is a riot. You can hold your finger over the steam and smell what's cooking on every stove in the kingdom.
Oh, I must have it. How much does the swineherd want for it?
Well, I'll find out. What is your price, young man?
I must have 10 kisses from the princess.
Oh, heaven preserve us.
I won't take a kiss less.
Yeah, all right. I'll tell her.
Well, what does he say?
Well, I'm afraid to tell you, daughter. He wants 10 kisses from the princess.
The nerve. Well, too bad. Who does he think he is? I'm a princess. Oh, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
She meant it, too. She did hate me. Because she was the kind of girl who hated anybody who stood in her way. But that didn't bother me so much at the time. I'll get her yet, I vowed to myself. So I spent about a week making a magic rattle. When it swung around, it played all kinds of music at the same time. As it rattled and the music played out of it, I saw a familiar shadow on my threshold. The princess.
Don't stop, please.
Oh, good day, princess. Have you come for the cooking pot?
In truth, swineherd, I have.
Are you sure you want it?
Oh, I suppose it would be fun to have.
And you've come prepared to pay the price?
I suppose so.
Well, let's go then. There, princess. That wasn't too painful, was it? 10 kisses and you got a bargain. Here's your cooking pot. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make a few improvements on my latest invention.
Swineherd. Swineherd. How much do you want for the magic rattle?
It's not for sale.
It's not for sale?
No, I'm making it as a gift for the poor prince who lives in the tiny kingdom.
Why are you doing that?
Oh, he was in love with a princess who rejected him.
Swineherd, won't you change your mind and sell me the magic musical rattle?
Can you make me an offer I cannot refuse?
20 kisses?
Oh, come now. I'll sell it for one figure. No haggling.
All right. Name the figure.
100 kisses.
So be it.
So she kissed me. And when we had reached the 86th kiss...
What's this?
Papa, oh dear.
A daughter of mine kissing a swineherd? Unheard of.
Well, it's all his fault. He put such a high price on the musical rattle. What could I do?
Oh, it's too late to ask your father for advice now. You have disgraced our kingdom. Oh, no daughter of ours behaves in such a fashion. Swineherd, out you go. Out. I never wish to set eyes on you again.
You're right, Papa.
And as for you, daughter, you have broken my heart. I hereby banish you from my realm. I want to see no more of you after sundown.
I was making my way, sadly, to my tiny kingdom when I heard a voice far below the hill.
What have I done? What's to become of me?
I went behind a tree, wiped the black and brown stain from my face, and threw away my ugly clothes. Underneath, I had on my full princely clothing.
Oh, miserable creature that I am. If I had only accepted the handsome poor prince. Oh, is that you, poor prince? I bow low to you.
Princess, I have come to despise thee. Thou wouldst not have an honorable prince. Thou couldst not prize the rose nor the nightingale. But thou wouldst kiss the swineherd for a trumpery music box.
I would. I know I would. I wish I had not once.
As thou hast made thy bed, so must thou liest upon it. And I went back to my own tiny kingdom. For a long time, I could hear the princess singing.
Augustine, Augustine, after little Augustine, alles ist weg.
Well, I'd say it serves her right. A lot of people don't appreciate the real worth of things or the worth of people until it's too late. Hans Christian Andersen, you see, doesn't always present us with a sugar-coated happy ending, but he always gives you a good story. I'll tell you a little secret about him when I come back shortly. The secret about why Hans Christian Andersen's stories have meant so much to so many people for 100 years, no matter how old, is that he wrote about things that really happened to him. He had joys and he had sorrows. They say to get the full value of his wit and meaning, his fairy tales should be read in the original Danish. And we couldn't do that. But we have tried our best to make him live for you, and we sincerely hope nothing has been lost in the translation. Well, that is.
Our cast included Joan Shea, Hetty Galen, Evie Juster, Earl Hammond, Ian Martin, and Christopher Tabori. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
Mr. Winkowski.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley, ready once again to take you on another ride over the radio waves into the magical land of adventure. In the weeks before, we've explored many areas of time and space. But today, for the first time, we shall visit the land of the people in the Bible, at a time when the world was still very young. This is a story of 12 brothers, one of whom was named Joseph. Joseph was destined to become a great lord, but the way our adventure starts, you'd never guess it. Our adventure, A Coat of Many Colors, is based on the Old Testament story of Joseph and his brothers, and was written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Paul Tripp, and stars Tony Roberts. I'll return shortly with Act One. There are two parts to the Bible: the Old Testament, which tells about the children of Israel, and the New Testament, which tells about Jesus. Our story is taken from the book of Genesis of the Old Testament. Genesis means the beginning, and that's where our adventure begins. Jacob and his 12 sons were shepherds who, with their families, lived in the land of Canaan, which later on became known as Palestine. and today is shown on the map as the country of Israel. One day at high noon, Jacob summoned all his sons to appear at his tent.
Oh, this is the life, Simon, my brother. To sit here under a palm tree away from our flock in the blazing sun, even for a short time. If you ask me, Levi, our father is growing old. I've noticed he's grown absent-minded of late. Senile would be closer to the truth. Simon, bite your tongue. There's no way to talk about our father. Oh, will you run now to our father and tell him what I have said? Become a carrier of tales like Joseph, our dearly beloved brother? Curse him? Oh, calm down, Simon. It's too hot to be angry. I have no more love for brother Joseph than you.
What is all this hateful talk about Joseph? Is he not our brother?
Aye, Reuben. And I could do with one less brother, gladly. But where are the others? All brothers were called.
I left them behind to guard the flocks.
Well, Reuben, you're the eldest. Do you know why our fathers called us together?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think it's because our brother Joseph comes of age today. Today he becomes one of us. A man.
A man, indeed. Why all the fuss about the wretched brat?
Why are you so jealous of him, Simon?
Jealous? Well, perhaps I am. Can you blame me? While we labor in the fields and our faces burn black in the sun, where is Joseph? Loafing by the side of our father. There are no calluses on his hands. Yes, of course I'm jealous.
If Jacob, our father, wishes his favorite son by his side, is Joseph to be blamed?
Oh, Reuben, that's all very well, but when Joseph does join us in the fields, does he work? No. Stretches out on the ground and dreams. And then interprets those dreams to mean that someday he'll rule over us. Oh, no, Reuben. I have no love for him either.
Oh, Levi, once you loved the boy. What's happened to you?
Lower your voice. Here comes our father.
A good day to you, my sons. God give you joy. Where is Joseph?
Oh, dreaming one of his stupid dreams, most likely.
Here I am, Father. Greetings, my brothers. Why have you summoned us, Father? Is it some special occasion?
It is, my son. And the occasion is in your honor.
Mine?
Yes, my dearest son. Today you enter into the estate of manhood, and as a gift, put on this coat of many colors as a token of my love. The red, let it signify courage to you. The white, purity. The green, faith. And the blue, truth. Live a life, Joseph, tinted with these colors. Now go, and may God love you.
Amen.
Simon, why are you silent? Why do you not also say amen to my prayer?
Why should I? When we, his elder brothers, came of age, you gave us no many-colored coats.
Please, Simon.
Simon, why do you begrudge me my love for the boy? I love all my sons, as a father should. But you are all grown men with families. You have no time for me. But Joseph is still in my home. Now that I'm old and cold with age, his presence warms me. He makes the burden of my many years light as a feather.
Look at me, brothers. Do I not look like a splendid lord?
Oh, yes, you do, Joseph. And now your dreams will become even grander. Tell me, boy, what splendid dream have you dreamed since I last saw you?
Behold, I dreamed that we were binding sheaves of wheat in the field. And lo, my sheaf stood up straight while yours bowed to me.
Do you hear that, Father? He dreamed that he would lord it over his brothers.
Of course, I do not think I shall be your ruler. It was a dream. A dream is not a fact. Nor can I help dreaming. It is my nature. I'm sorry that I have offended you.
I tell you, brothers, when I saw Joseph strutting about in his new coat, I could have slain him right then and there. Here we stand, clad in old robes of rough cloth, while Joseph preens in his new and magnificent coat of so many colors. I will bear it no longer.
Simon, may blisters grow on your tongue for those evil words. For shame to have such murderous thoughts.
Well, if it isn't our dearest elder brother. Have you been eavesdropping, Reuben?
You spoke in anger, Simon. I cannot believe you would kill your own brother.
Believe what you like. My mind is made up. Joseph will not live to see the sun set today.
Monstrous! Simon, you will not harm a hair on that boy's head.
So you say. We shall see. Brothers, you've heard?
I heard.
Then you must choose between Reuben and me. Which shall it be?
I stand with you, Simon.
Let Simon do as he wishes.
You see, Reuben? Can you count? You are only one against 9 of us.
Simon, here comes Joseph now.
Joseph, run! Quickly!
Why should I run, Reuben? Why? Is this a game you're playing? Why should I run from my own flesh and blood?
It's a game, all right. A game that you will lose.
Reuben, what is this? Why do my brothers point daggers at me?
Simon, wait. I have a better idea. Why should Joseph's blood be on our hands?
What do you suggest?
Well, see? Yonder is a dry well. Let us cast Joseph into it. He will die there. There's no water in the well.
Nay, this dagger will be better.
No, Simon. Reuben's idea is better. In the well, Joseph will die of thirst and hunger, and his blood will not be on our hands.
Well, have it your way. I care not as long as Joseph dies one way or the other.
Reuben, I thought you loved me as I loved you.
Now be quiet, boy. You've been a thorn in our sides too long. Simon, let me cast him into the well. Now, tie a rope around him. I am the eldest. Let this deed be on my head.
No, Reuben, no! Please spare my life. I have done nothing.
Keep your voice up, Joseph, but listen carefully. You will not die. I promise you. When the others have gone, I will return and rescue you. Goodbye, Joseph.
Help!
Here's an end to you and your dreams.
Help, please! Reuben! I will die in this well! Help! Help! Reuben!
Well, Simon, the deed is done. Are you satisfied now?
Now I am content.
Help! Please don't let me die here! Please, Simon, pull me up from this well. I'm frightened. I promise I will never dream again.
Who needs your promise, Joseph? I know you will never dream again.
Simon, a caravan approaches.
The Ishmaelites?
No, slave traders bound for Egypt.
Slave traders? Now, I wonder...
You there, shepherd. Is there any water in that well? My camels are thirsty.
No water, noble lord. But we have a fine slave down there to sell, if you will buy.
Simon, what are you thinking?
Levi, take this rope and pull Joseph out of the well. Quick, do as I say.
Strange land this. Do you always keep slaves in wells?
For safekeeping, my lords. There you are, Joseph.
Oh, thank you, Simon. I knew you did not really mean to kill me.
What is this? This richly clad boy is a slave?
Behold, noble sir, without this many-colored coat, he is merely a common boy. But strong and healthy, I promise you.
I'll give you 20 silver pieces for him.
Done. No more dreams, no more tales, no more Joseph.
And 20 silver pieces to buy a feast. Oh, there, Reuben. Come and help us celebrate.
Celebrate? Celebrate what? How is Joseph? Joseph? Joseph! He's not in the well. What have you done to him?
Joseph is safe enough. Safely on his way to Egypt as a slave.
May you be cursed forever, Simon. This treachery will kill our father.
What treachery? A wild beast fell on Joseph and devoured him. We will show this coat to our father. We will smear some red dye on it. It will look enough like blood. Jacob, our father, will believe such a tale.
I'll not be an accomplice. I will not lie to our father.
Then I will tell him, and you will see how time will heal his grief. And don't forget our youngest brother, Benjamin. He will take Joseph's place. All will be well. And only we 10 will know that Joseph is a slave in Egypt.
And it turned out the way Simon predicted. Benjamin took Joseph's place and comforted his father. And though Jacob grieved for the rest of his life, he survived. Jealousy is a terrible thing, especially within a family. It can only lead to great unhappiness. I'll return shortly with Act 2. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. And Joseph was sold as a slave in Egypt. Egypt in those ancient days was one of the most powerful nations on earth. It was ruled by a mighty king who was called Pharaoh. For a while it seemed that Joseph was very lucky. He was bought by Potiphar, a general of Pharaoh's army, and after a while put in charge of running his master's house. But Potiphar's wife was jealous of Joseph. She invented lies and accused Joseph of being a thief. And before he knew it, Joseph found himself in prison, forgotten by the rest of the world, locked in a cell with Nezru, the Pharaoh's cupbearer.
Jailer, release me. You have no right to keep me here. I am Pharaoh's chief cupbearer.
Nezru, come away from those iron bars. If you wake the jailer, he will beat you. Sit down. You've been having a nightmare.
Yes, Joseph. Yes, it was a nightmare. But why am I in this prison? I should be at the palace serving wine to the Pharaoh. Why, Joseph?
Don't you remember, Nezru? Months ago, many months ago, you offended the Pharaoh.
But I'm innocent. It's all very well for you to speak so calmly. You committed a crime. You know why you are being punished.
No, Nezru, you are mistaken. I, too, am innocent.
Innocent? When I was thrown into this prison 6 months ago, I was told that you had stolen money from Potiphar, the general.
It was his wife who accused me. There was no proof. She lied.
Say no more, Joseph. I know about Potiphar's wife. Now, if she bore witness against you, Joseph, then you must be innocent.
For those kind words, I thank you. I have been here over a year. You are the first who has believed me. I'm grateful.
You are not an Egyptian. From what land do you come?
I am a Hebrew from the land of Canaan.
Oh, I have heard of Canaan. But what is a Hebrew?
A man who believes in but one God.
One God? In Egypt, we have many gods. How came you to Egypt?
My brothers sold me into slavery.
What? I cannot believe such an evil thing. Such brothers must be monsters.
Perhaps they were not to blame. I was my father's favorite. They were jealous. Sleep now.
Sleep? How can I sleep when each night I dream the same dream and awake in a cold sweat? If only I could understand the dream. I'm frightened. But wait a moment. Didn't you just tell me that you were a dreamer of many dreams? Did you understand them?
Only too well, I'm afraid.
If I told you mine, could you perhaps tell me the meaning?
I don't know. But tell me, and we shall see.
Well, in this dream that comes to me every night, there is a grapevine standing in front of me. And on the vine there are 3 branches. Then suddenly the branches begin to bud. Blossoms open and turn into clusters of ripe grapes. Pharaoh's wine cup is in my hands. I take the grapes and squeeze them into it. Then I take the wine cup and give it to Pharaoh, and he drinks from it.
This much is clear to me. The 3 branches stand for 3 days.
3 days? Why, in 3 days it will be the Pharaoh's birthday when all Egypt celebrates.
Ah. Then the rest of the dream also becomes clear. In 3 days, Pharaoh will return you to his favor, and you will again serve him from your wine cup as once you did before.
Joseph, I am beginning to fear that you have misread my dream. The 3 days have passed. Night has already fallen, and still no word.
Where is Nesru, former chief cupbearer to Pharaoh?
Here, jailer. I am Nesru.
Hasten to the Pharaoh's palace. He wishes you to pour his wine from your cup once again.
Joseph, did you hear that? I am free.
Nesru, wait. I rejoice for you, but I pray you do not forget me. Speak to the Pharaoh on my behalf. Tell him I am innocent.
Oh, I will, Joseph. I swear it by the God of truth. Farewell for but a little while. Another cup of wine, O great Pharaoh, while the astrologer ponders your dream?
Thank you, Nesru. You're a good servant. I cannot imagine why I ever had you thrown into prison 2 years ago.
Oh, I bear no ill feelings, majestic one. I live only to serve you.
For months I've been plagued by the same dreams. The gods are trying to tell me something important. But the gods speak in riddles. Well, what is it, Nesru?
Oh, what an ungrateful, forgetful fool I am. 2 years ago, when you had me cast into prison, I too was plagued by dreams. There was a young Hebrew there with me. He interpreted my dream, saying I would be restored to your favor. And behold, here I am, standing by your side. Perhaps...
Aye, perhaps indeed. Is he still alive?
I know not. I had forgotten him until this moment.
Well, then go and see. And if he still lives, bring him to me.
Behold, O great Pharaoh, the young man whom you bade me bring to you.
Here now is my dream. Behold, I stood upon the river bank, and 7 cows that were fat and healthy came forth to graze in the meadow. Then 7 other cows came forth, and they were poor and bony and very lean. And behold, they ate up the first 7 cows. But the thin ones were still as thin as ever.
One thing is immediately clear, Your Majesty. The river you speak of must be the River Nile.
Yes, well said, well said. Already you have spoken more wisdom than all the wise men in Egypt. But wait. There's still another dream. I saw a stalk of corn with 7 rich, good ears upon it. Then 7 other ears sprang up withered and thin, and behold, the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. Then I woke up. Can you tell me the meaning? No one else can.
It seems to me that the 2 dreams are one.
Think carefully, Joseph. Do not be hasty.
7 fat cows, 7 fat ears of corn. Both are 7 years. 7 lean cows, 7 withered ears of corn.
Both are also 7 years. This, then, is the meaning of the dreams. There shall be 7 years of plenty in the land, which will be followed by 7 years of terrible famine.
You truly believe that?
With all my heart, great Pharaoh.
Yes, there's good sense in your words. But tell me, what is to be done to avoid the calamity you predict?
Let a man, both wise and discreet, be chosen. Let him see to it that during the 7 years of plenty, 1/5 of all the rich crops be stored in grain houses. Then, when the years of famine come, let the food that was put away be distributed among the people, that they may not starve and perish. But where you will find such a man, I do not know.
I do. You shall be that man. For wiser words I have never heard spoken before in this land. I appoint you, Joseph. You shall be governor of this land. And no one shall have greater power in Egypt than you, except for me.
I tell you, Father, we can delay no longer. We must go to Egypt to buy grain, or we shall all starve.
Reuben speaks the truth, O Jacob our father. There has been no rain in 2 years. Our pastures are dry and parched. Our cattle and sheep cannot feed on sand. And our children cry themselves asleep because they are hungry.
But why go to Egypt? Is there not a drought there as well?
There is, Father. But Pharaoh appointed a governor to save enough food from the rich years to feed the people during these times of famine.
But we are not Egyptians. Why should they feed strangers from Canaan?
Because, Father, their storage houses are so overflowing with grain, there's enough for all.
Must you all go? I pray you, at least leave Benjamin behind. It is a long and dangerous journey. I have already lost one young son. I could not bear to lose another.
Are we not also your sons?
I did not mean to offend you, Simon. But you're grown men, well able to defend yourselves. Go now, with my love and blessing, and convey also my blessings to the royal governor of Egypt, for he is a kind and generous man.
And so, because of a dream, Joseph went to Egypt as a slave. And because of another dream, Joseph's brothers went to Egypt as hungry men. Our adventure seems to be woven with many dreams. In ancient days, dreams were considered to be mysterious messages from God. It's really not much different today. We all wonder what our dreams mean. I'll return shortly with Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. We are about to witness a very strange reunion. Joseph and his brothers have not seen each other for at least 20 years. Will they recognize him? It doesn't seem very likely, does it? When last they saw Joseph, he was a boy, stripped of his coat of many colors. Now they will see him seated upon a throne, clad in royal robes. They will bow down in front of him. Will Joseph realize his old dreams have come true? Let's go to his palace and see how it all comes out.
My Lord Joseph, 10 shepherds from Canaan wish an audience with you.
Canaan?
Yes. Isn't that the land where you were born?
It is. How strange. Let them be permitted to enter.
Let the men from Canaan be permitted to enter. The royal governor will speak to them.
Most noble Lord, we greet you humbly and bring the grateful blessings of our Father.
Reuben.
My Lord knows my name.
Be silent, shepherd. Why should my lord know one as lowly as you?
But I thought I heard...
Silence!
Joseph, what ails you?
Do not speak my name, Nesru.
But why have you turned so pale?
These men are my brothers. I know their faces.
The villains who sold you into slavery? Then this is your chance to avenge yourself upon them.
Nay, I want no vengeance. Perhaps they have changed. I will test them. What do you foreigners wish with me?
We have come to buy grain, noble lord.
I do not believe you. You are spies.
My lord, you are mistaken. We are but 12 brothers, sons of one man in Canaan, whose children cry from hunger.
Your father still lives? Is he well?
He is well, my lord. I thank you for asking.
I am glad to hear it. You tell me you are 12 brothers. I count but 10. Where are the other 2?
One brother, Benjamin, is with our father.
And the other? No. Let that brother answer. You. What is your name?
I am called Simon. I do not know where our other brother is. His name was Joseph.
Is he dead? Devoured by a wild beast, perhaps?
I do not think so, my lord.
Or has he been sold into slavery?
How did you know?
Be quiet, Simon. Say no more.
I knew it. You are all hiding something from me. You are liars and spies.
No, my lord, we are honest men. We have come to buy grain, and we have the gold to pay for it.
Then prove you are honest men. Deliver before me the 2 missing brothers, and I will believe you.
My lord, why do you mistrust us? We speak the truth. One brother is missing, we know not where. The other, the youngest, is with his father.
Then bring him.
But Benjamin is very dear to his father. He will not part with him.
And was not your other brother dear to him as well? No. Before I believe you, I must first see this Benjamin. Is that what you call him?
Oh, Simon, our crime against Joseph has caught up with us.
And now suddenly weighs heavy on my soul.
I will let you prove your honesty, for I am a just man. I shall sell you the grain, but only 9 of you shall return to Canaan. The 10th brother, let it be you, the one called Simon, will be thrown into prison. When you deliver Benjamin to me, I shall free Simon. Now go, before I change my mind. Nesru, follow them quickly to the storehouse and fill their empty bags with grain. And when they are not looking, hide the same gold they pay you in those same bags. Swiftly now.
Welcome back, my sons. Did all go well?
Yes, Father, we brought back with us many sacks of grain.
Reuben, why do you look so troubled? And where is your brother, Simon? Why is he not with you?
The royal governor had him thrown into prison. He said we were spies.
But I thought that this governor was a kind man. What will he do with Simon?
He'll release him, Father, when we bring Benjamin before him.
He wants Benjamin? No, he shall not have him. Have I not already lost my beloved Joseph? No, I will not let Benjamin go to Egypt.
Do not grieve, Father. We will find a way. Let us now pour forth the grain that we have bought. Our wives and children must first eat. Then we will consider our problem.
What is all this gold doing among the grain? Did you not pay for it?
Oh, the cruel governor of Egypt has tricked us. Now he will accuse us of being thieves as well as spies. He will execute Simon. We must hasten back to Egypt with this money and prove we are honest men.
But, Reuben, if we return, we must bring Benjamin with us.
Benjamin will not go, I say.
Father, we have no choice. We must take Benjamin with us. I swear, by my own 2 sons, I will bring him back with me. And because we are honest men, noble lord, we have returned with the gold we found hidden with our grain.
Did you bring your youngest brother, Benjamin, with you?
Benjamin? Behold, my lord. Here he is.
Step forward, young Benjamin, that I may look at you closely. Well, now that I have seen him, I am satisfied you are not spies. Go now, all of you, to the storehouse and receive more grain. Your brother Simon will be released and wait you there.
But, Joseph, when will you tell them who you are?
Soon, Nesru, soon. But first, take this gold cup. When you fill their sacks with grain, hide this cup secretly in the sack that belongs to the boy, Benjamin. Then, when they have departed, send a troop of soldiers after them and have them arrested. Then bring them back to me.
My lord, why have we been arrested and brought back?
I want the gold goblet you have stolen from me. I had thought you honest men, but I see that you are thieves.
Not so, my lord. You are mistaken. Search us and see for yourselves.
Let each brother pour out the grain in his sack. Nesru, walk among them and see which sack holds the golden cup.
Open your sacks, thieves. Here it is, my lord. Here's your golden cup.
In which brother's sack was it hidden?
In that of the youngest, my lord.
Then he is the thief. Seize him.
No, my lord. Our brother Benjamin is no thief. It is a trick.
Then why is he silent? Why does he not deny it? You are all dismissed. Go now and leave me, all except Benjamin. Him I will keep in Egypt forever.
No, by heaven, you will not. Benjamin goes with us.
Calmly, Simon, calmly, or he will have us all killed.
My lord, let me beseech you. Send Benjamin back to his father. Let me stay here in Egypt in his place, and do with me what you will. I care not.
There is more to this than meets the eye. Tell me your reasons.
Willingly. Once we had a young brother named Joseph, who was the apple of my father's eye. In our jealousy, No, it was I sold that brother into slavery. Our father would have died of grief had there not been Benjamin to console and comfort him. And since then, the love of Benjamin has sustained him. But now, if we return to Canaan without our youngest brother, our father will surely die of sorrow. Therefore, be not angry, my lord, but be merciful. Let me stay and let my brother go.
Simon, your words fill my heart with joy. Nesru, you and the other Egyptians leave this chamber, and let the doors be closed behind you.
I hear, and we obey.
Come near to me, my brothers, and greet me. Reuben, why do you hesitate? When I was but a child, did you not carry me on your shoulders?
Why do you play with us, my lord? We do not know you.
But I know you. There is Asher. There is Naphtali, and Issachar, and Dan, and Simon, and Levi.
My lord, who are you?
Simon. Do you not remember the boy who once wore a coat of many colors?
Joseph. Brothers, it is Joseph whom we thought were dead.
I am your brother, Joseph. Now, will you all come and greet me?
Oh, my beloved brother.
Do not crush me, Reuben. You still have the hug of a bear. Simon, will you not come to me?
I am afraid, Joseph, for I have done you much evil.
Not evil, but good, though you knew it not. For had you not sold me into slavery, I would not be in Egypt now. The Pharaoh would not have told me his dreams, nor would he have given me the power to preserve life in this time of famine.
Oh, Joseph, those very same dreams that angered us when you were only a boy have indeed come true. For we have bowed down to you, and you are our Lord.
I am not your Lord, Levi. I am your brother. Hasten back to Canaan, and I will come with you.
for there is a hunger in my soul for the sight of Jacob, our father.
Welcome back, my sons. Is Benjamin among you? I fear to look.
Here he is, Father. And here I am as well. The royal governor sent us to you with his blessing.
Then my heart overflows with joy. Our family is complete again. If only Joseph were also here. Why do you smile, Reuben?
I smile, Father, because the royal governor of Egypt has come with us to meet you.
My humble greetings, blessed father of so many sons.
My lord, why do you bow to me? Why do you honor a humble old shepherd?
Because he is my father.
Father, it is Joseph. Don't you recognize your own son?
Joseph? Oh, no. My lord, may I look into your eyes and see if the truth is there? It is. It is indeed Joseph. Oh, my son, for so many bitter years have I grieved for you. Have you then come to dwell with us here in Canaan?
No, Father. I have come to take you to Goshen, the richest and most fertile land in Egypt, where you and your sons and their families may dwell in peace and prosperity. The Pharaoh himself has given us this land for this purpose.
And shall we never return to Canaan, the land of our forefathers?
We shall return, never fear. For I have had a dream, and in this dream the Lord said to me, Behold, you shall someday return to Canaan and become a great nation.
And so Jacob and his sons and their families dwelt in Goshen, in the land of Egypt, for many hundreds of years. And in time, they came to be known as the 12 tribes of Israel. And then when a cruel Pharaoh ruled in Egypt, the 12 tribes were pressed into slavery. And then there came a great man whose name was Moses, who led the Israelites out of Egypt into the land of Canaan, where they became a nation, even as Joseph had once dreamed. I'll be back shortly. Though he lived so many thousands of years ago, Joseph could very well be called our first modern man. He understood the meaning of conservation, which today is a vital part of our way of life. Do you remember a few years back when our country sold its excess wheat to Russia? Well, isn't that what Joseph did so long ago, when he sold the extra grain to the starving countries which bordered on Egypt? Nothing is ever really new in this world, is it?
This is...
Our cast included Tony Roberts, William Griffiths, Robert Dryden, Ralph Bell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley. Turn your switch, and wherever you want to be, tomorrow, today, or yesterday, the adventure is there on your radio. 50 years ago, an unknown aviator came out of the West on the wings of an aeroplane, breaking records all the way from California to New York. And then a week later, accomplished the greatest adventure of the century, flying New York to Paris solo, nonstop. His name was Charles A. Lindbergh. He was 25 years old, a reserve officer in the Missouri National Guard, flight commander of the 100th Observation Squadron, chief airmail pilot. An aviator who really knew what he was doing. Just the same, people called him Lucky Lindbergh. Our adventure, then they called him Lucky, was written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Today's story will try to get as close to the truth as is possible 50 years later. We do have public records and newspapers from everywhere. Lindbergh's one-man, one-engine, one-wing flight across 3,600 miles of unflown ocean has been written about. The American ambassador in Paris, who met Lucky when he got there, likened him to three other young and idealistic heroes, Joan of Arc, Lafayette, and the shepherd boy David, who in 5 minutes with a slingshot achieved a place in history.
Well, come in, Slim. Did you have a nice Christmas?
Christmas? What's that?
Well, that was 2 days ago.
Oh, Christmas, yes. Well, Bill, I was flying your mail route from Chicago to St. Louis and forgot to take the day off.
Oh, come on. I would have let my chief pilot off. Now, what is it? Don't you believe in Santa Claus?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, Bill. I'd like to believe in Santa Claus, and that's why I'm here. You know, there's a $25,000 prize offered for whoever makes a New York to Paris flight, and, well, I'd like to try it. I think I could make it.
I think you could, too.
Well, thanks, Bill. I know exactly the kind of plane I want to use.
What kind?
Single engine. Wright Blanca would be best, but I know a Blanca's out of the question. Too much money. So, I'll find some single wing.
One engine across the Atlantic? Well, wouldn't 3 be better?
Well, if you cut down all unnecessary weight, you don't need extra engines. Most of your weight is fuel.
Mm-hmm. So this is where Santa Claus comes in. Money, right?
Well, I was hoping that's where you and Frank would come in. See, I feel that St. Louis is not only the geographical center of America, there's no reason why it shouldn't be the center of aviation. So, if St. Louis could back this flight...
There are a couple of rich gents who might come in with us. Hey, how much you think you need?
I figure $15,000. I've got $2,000 of my own. I'll put that in the pot.
Only 15? Oh, Charlie, my boy. If you can get an airplane and a right engine to your specs and fuel it and test it and fly it for that little, I'd say that's as big an accomplishment as landing in Paris.
Don, did you see this telegram? Can we build a plane for a non-stop flight between New York and Paris, state cost and delivery?
Who's Robertson Aircraft? That's the Robertson brothers, Frank and Major William B. Bill. They've got the mail contract between St. Louis and Chicago.
Oh, it must be the Ortigue $25,000 prize. Well, can we?
Of course we can. It'd be great for us here at Ryan. Put our planes on the map.
Well, you're a plane designer, Don. What'll we answer?
Tell them Ryan can build. We'll make them one similar to our M1 with larger wings.
And cost? What'll we quote them?
Say about $6,000 without motor and instruments.
Uh-huh. Delivery?
Say 90 days. Captain Lindbergh, this is B.F. Mahoney, our guiding spirit. He just bought Ryan.
Pleased to meet you.
Well, B.F., we just made the grand tour of the plant.
Seen everything now, eh?
Uh-huh. Sir, can we get down to business?
Sure.
Okay, you quoted me $6,000 without engine. How much with?
Depends. You want a Wright, a J4 or a J5? Let me put down some figures.
Those new J5s average 9,000 hours to a failure. It's hard to beat that.
Okay. Agreed, Captain. Metal propeller?
Oh, yeah. Now, about instruments. Certainly an earth inductor compass.
All right.
Captain, we'll go along with you for everything you need. Frankly, building this plane for your non-stop New York-Paris flight is very important to us. We're a growing concern, and, well, we want to be part of something like this.
I need all the tanks for fuel up front and in the wings that you can think up.
Now, don't worry, Captain. If you want it, Don here can design it, and Ryan can build it. We want this job.
Now, I'll plan to stay out here till she's built and tested. But the big thing is, do you folks think you can cut down on building time from 3 months to 2?
Cut construction time? Don?
Why not? Speaking for all the other guys who'll be working in the factory on her, I'd say, who needs all that sleep?
Mr. Hall, I'm from the San Diego Press. Now, for over a month, this job has been so hush-hushed, my editor sent me out. If there's anything you could tell our readers about Mr. Lindbergh's plane...
First of all, he's a captain. Now, get that straight. Not a mister. Secondly, no. Nothing on the plane yet.
Oh, excuse me. Captain Lindbergh, right. Now, we got word from St. Louis that he's in some sort of special training.
Yes. You can say he's in training, the way a boxer trains for a prize fight. But his training is to defeat the Sandman.
Defeat the Sandman. Hey, that's good.
Several times he's gone without sleep from 36 to 40 hours.
36 to 40. Well, I guess that's how long he figures he'll have to stay awake when he's flying to Paris.
You'll have to excuse me. I'm wanted. I'll have one of the boys take you out the gate. Sam, make sure this gentleman gets out. And make sure the gate's locked when he's outside.
Don, here's a wire from the Department of Commerce. Our license number is N-X200. How do you think that'll look on the tail?
NX. Never heard of that one before.
Well, N, the international code for U.S. planes flying abroad.
Uh-huh.
And X is for experimental.
What were the designations of the other contenders? Bird, Davis, Funk. Can you remember?
I try not to think of them. The Sikorsky, the Belanca, the Fokker all crashing. And the lives lost.
Uh-huh, and we know why.
Yeah. Always carrying too much weight.
The Ryan will make it. Don't you worry.
Matter of fact, I am worried, Don. About something else.
Charlie, you gave us one heck of a deadline. 60 days. 90 was tight.
Well, if I could have stretched it, I would, but the good weather will hold only so long. Don, I'm trying not to have nightmares about wings icing up.
Nightmares? When do you sleep? Look, I aim to make this plane the safest baby that ever took off. Now, that takes time. I've gotten to like you, Charlie, in the last month and a half, and I don't plan to see your name on a list of casualties. Ready for your test flight, Charlie?
Ready. Switch off. Throttle closed.
Contact.
800 RPM. Oil and fuel normal. Temperature rising. Throttle slowly. 1,000. 1,400. Wide open. Left magneto. Right mag.
Dunsey, that's a beautiful ship.
This has got a name now besides the Ryan, New York, Paris. The backers in St. Louis decided.
Look at that Lindbergh go.
Yeah.
Careful and sure.
They're calling the plane the Spirit of St. Louis.
That's a good name.
Mm-hmm.
Good name. I might have chosen something different.
Different? Like what?
I would have called her the Spirit of Tomorrow.
Gee, Mr. Hall, it's great of you to let me interview you for a second time.
I liked what you wrote. One of the few stories Charlie approved of. So I thought you'd like another crack.
I didn't know the captain read papers.
When they print nonsense, he gets angry. But he's a very quiet man as a rule.
Hey, is that him way up there?
Uh-huh. Been testing almost every day. These are the final speed and load tests.
Oh, look at him go. Oh, it's worth all the hours you put in, isn't it?
I was just figuring. So far, I've put in 700 hours.
Oh, well, forgive my ignorance, Mr. Hall, but doing what?
Design, weight and balance analysis, stress analysis, then, of course, the actual drawings, and performance analysis from the data sheets he brings in. You call that flight test engineering.
Who else here at Ryan has been putting in the overtime?
Who hasn't? Even our purchasing agent and the factory manager were on deck laying out the fuel and oil system, and construction and assembly, at least 3,000 hours. He's leaving any day now for St. Louis, then New York, nonstop, both hops.
Well, what's the deciding factor?
Intelligent question. The weather, as always. Over the Rockies and the Southwest, it's still stormy, and chances he doesn't take. When you've directed every detail, the smallest even as Lindbergh has, you're not leaving San Diego until you're absolutely positive the weakest link in the ship is strong enough to withstand any strain. Ah, here he comes. You better hold on to your hat. He'll come straight down within 5 feet of the ground before he pulls out.
Charles Lindbergh pulled out of that test dive all right, and within a week had left San Diego to conquer the world by air. What an adventure. But it was no haphazard adventure, as President Coolidge was to say later. After months of most careful preparation, supported by a valiant character, driven by an unconquerable will, this reserve officer set wing across the dangerous stretches of the North Atlantic. Make that Atlantic flight with him in your imagination when I return for Act Two. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. 50 years ago at Roosevelt Field, New York, all the big boys, the named pilots, Admiral Byrd, Clarence Chamberlain, Bert Acosta, Noel Davis, the war aces, the headliners, all were planning to be the first from New York to Paris. And the betting was high that among them would be the Atlantic conqueror. But suddenly, everybody's looking at the new kid, Lindbergh. Now, surely this 25-year-old in a monoplane, every inch given over to instruments and fuel tanks, surely he isn't going to go it alone.
Charlie, who's that? We came, BF and I. We couldn't stay away.
Imagine seeing you two at Curtis Field.
You don't think I'd miss this, do you?
Hey, how you doing, BF? Who's minding the store in San Diego?
I may own the Ryan Company, but it doesn't own me.
Oh, fellas, this is the greatest present you could have brought me. Yourselves. It's a madhouse here in New York. Now, I don't want to complain. It sure has made everyone St. Louis conscious.
Aviation conscious.
Lucky Lindy conscious.
Where this luck business started, I haven't the foggiest idea.
Who's handling the whole story of your flight?
The New York Times.
Mm-hmm.
I signed with them for exclusive stories. They've been out here every day while I'm checking her over.
When are you taking off?
As soon as the fog lifts.
Shall I tell them?
Tell me what?
Your mother's coming. They gave me this message at the gate. She'll be here tomorrow morning.
Think she'll try to dissuade you?
Oh, no, not her. You know, she used to barnstorm with me. Even rode the airmail. Loves flying. Oh, it'll be real nice seeing her.
Well, I like the name, Spirit of St. Louis. They lettered it real nice. It's a cozy cockpit, and that's a nice little wicker chair you're going to sit on.
I figured it's the lightest thing made.
If I wouldn't be excess baggage, I'd come along with you.
And I'd take you, Mom, but I need that 105 pounds of gasoline more.
Oh, Charles,
I haven't been 105 pounds since I met your father. Anyway, I'm glad I came and we spent the day together. I feel better now.
Yeah, so do I.
When are you leaving for Paris, son?
Tomorrow morning. Gonna get her all gassed up now.
Now, you be sure you take enough fuel.
Oh, I will. I forgot you know all about this business.
And speaking of fuel, how about your own?
My own?
Food. Food is fuel. What are you taking with you?
Oh, I hadn't thought about that.
Well, you better think about it. You're going to need your strength. I'm going to get you some sandwiches and have Mr. Hall or Mr. Mahoney see you put them in the cockpit. You still like chicken salad? And what about a roast beef medium?
Mom, you ask the only sensible questions I've heard since I got to New York. And, bless you.
Bless you, too, Charles.
Well, got your water, sandwiches, coffee?
Don't need any coffee. Give her another listen to her, will you? What do you think?
Rev her up again. We'll listen once more. Well, the engine's doing as well as you can expect in this weather.
Well, then, I might as well go. To get airborne than normally. As soon as everything was cleared, I throttled down to Cape Cod to Nova Scotia for 300 miles. I'm out of sight of land. Motor doing fine. Fuel and oil fine. Wanted the boys back in St. Louis who'd backed me to know I'd made it as far as Nova Scotia. Deviated from planned course so they'd hear a report.
Yarmouth, Nova Scotia. Captain Lindbergh passed over New Tuscan, about 40 miles from here at 11:45 Eastern Daylight Time. He was flying low, but traveling very fast. Spirit of St. Louis sighted over St. John, 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, traveling 100 miles per hour.
Just leaving Newfoundland now. Real bad weather starting up. There's a narrow strip of fog coming up on the coast. If it'll only hold off a few hours more, I can check my course over Newfoundland. Won't care what happens after that. Fly by compass.
The plane was flying low and at a great speed. Should Lindbergh get through a dense curtain over the Newfoundland banks, he'll have fair weather across the Atlantic. Ships at sea reporting good visibility, with no indications of a storm within the next 24 hours.
Driving storm above and below. So, down and up we go to get out of it. Dive down to 10 feet above the water. Can't shake that sleet. Okay, up now. No use. I can see it out there. Sleep clinging to the plane. A flyer's nightmare. Takes very little sleep to force you down.
Ambassador Herrick, any word?
Well, we'll be the last to know here in Paris how Lindbergh's flight is going. But we'll be the first to know he's landed safely.
One man, all those hours alone.
That's what makes me anxious, Taylor. I don't think a man can stay awake 36 hours by himself with nothing but the sea and the sky and the air, and that motor going on and on monotonously. Terrible strain.
Oh, if he could only get 5 minutes sleep. 2 minutes.
But he can't. Not even 40 winks.
Storm's not getting any better. It's getting a lot worse. But now I can't turn back. I've come too far. I've got to ride it out. icebergs over there. So many of them. How far have I come? 10 hours. Wow. Those huge, massive cakes of ice. I might be able to land on one of them if I'm in trouble. But who would ever find me? Look out. Here comes the fog. Try to lift over it. I'd better gain altitude. Who knows how tall these icebergs are? And I can't see them.
The way I figure it, BF, he's a little more than a quarter of the way. I'm banking on that Earth inductor compass to be a real assist.
All the boy's uncanny, no matter what instruments he uses.
No matter what the weather conditions are, either. Storm, fog, he keeps right on course.
Fog. Still fog. How far have I come? 18 hours. Halfway there. Here come the clouds. Right through them into the bright blue. Don asked me, did I take coffee? Only got 2 hands, even with a stick between my knees. I need one hand to hold the chart on my lap, so with one hand left. How do you open a bottle of coffee?
Steamship President Roosevelt, en route to New York, posted a double lookout, hoping transatlantic plane of Charles A. Lindbergh would be sighted. Captain George Freed, informed by Associated Press, Lindbergh heading for France, altered course of the liner slightly to the north, about 150 miles off coast of Ireland. The weather does not appear favorable. Visibility poor. A light, choppy sea.
I haven't seen a single ship in 2,000 miles. A wall of mist up ahead. In and out of clouds, mist, mile after mile. They kidded me about dead reckoning and blind flying. Flying and blind. It's making me sleepy, all that white curling past me. Got to get a hold of myself. Just got to keep my eyes open. Keep on going. No choice anymore.
Steamship President Roosevelt. Add story. Powerful lights were arranged to serve as beacon for the flyer. These can be seen 20 miles.
25th hour. So far, so tired, so good. Engine's burned about 300 gallons so far. Not bad at all. And there's the sun. How much more? 10? 9? 8 hours? What's that down there? That spot on the water. A boat? A fishing boat. I can't be far from the coast of Europe. Fishing boats don't go out that far. There it is, right below me. Where is everybody? Nobody on deck. Is that land? Is it Ireland? Fly along the coastline and check my chart. Up we go to 2,000 for a map's eye view. Farms are small. Roads windy. Wet. Must have been raining. There. That harbor. That harbor on the chart. I know where I am.
Belfast, Ireland. Lindbergh's plane reported sighted over Dingle Harbor, County Kerry, southwestern Ireland at 5:30 o'clock this afternoon. All eyes in the Kerry towns were turned to the sky. Lindbergh was traveling very rapidly. at a height of about 1,000 feet.
Oh, no. Oh, no, don't tell me. Motor failure over England. Worse, over the English Channel. What did I do wrong? Oh, stupid. The big nose tank is dry, of course. Must have been too groggy to keep track. All right. Switch to the center wing tank. Nose tank closed. Closed throttle. And mixture control.
Cherbourg, France. A monoplane was observed passing over the French Channel by the fishing boat Jean-Marc. Passage of the machine was signaled from the semaphore stations at Cherbourg and Anglet on the coast of France.
Gets dark here quicker than in New York. There's that big river. Along the Seine we go. Le Bourget field couldn't be more than 80 miles away now. I hope the American ambassador's at the airport. Somebody who will know who I am. It could happen. Nobody knows I'm even coming. What time is it? 9:30. Boy, these French sure hit the sack early. No lights down there. There's not a light anywhere so far as I can see.
Sometimes in flight, you're quite alone like Lindbergh was now. But other times? Well, only a few days before he left, Commander Byrd, the famous Arctic explorer, offered Lindbergh his own specially gathered weather reports. Although in the eyes of the world, this was a contest between flyers, still among them there's a love of the air we earthlings know nothing about. If the other man can use your help, you bail him out, in the sky or on the land. I'll be back in a moment for the excitement of Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. It's possible, flying along the Seine toward Paris, that Lindbergh remembered being asked by a reporter, "What if you came down at sea? What would you do?" To which the flyer had answered, "Well, there are no skyhooks out there and no landing fields. I guess I'd stay in the cockpit." And that's where we find Charles Lindbergh now, still in the cockpit, and Paris that night, only 50 miles away.
Have they all gone to bed, these Frenchmen? Or, are they eating late by candlelight? Eating? Another try at a sandwich? Well, why not? Oh, no, you don't, Charles. Don't you dare. Don't you throw this sandwich wrapper out of the window. That's no way for a guest to treat his host.
Le Bourget, France. Many thousands of people are packed on all the roofs and at all the windows of Le Bourget Airport, awaiting the arrival of Lindbergh. Darkness has fallen. All of Le Bourget's searchlights are sweeping the sky, and rockets are being sent up at regular intervals.
May I come in, Mr. Lindbergh?
By all means, Mr. Ambassador. Come in.
How do I look?
I'm sure if Mrs. Herrick saw you, she'd say my pajamas look better on you than they do on me.
The top fits fine, Mr. Herrick, but the bottoms are a little short.
Well, you've got gorgeous ankles. Yeah, you must be tired. It's almost 4 in the morning.
Oh, it's 63 hours since I've been to bed last.
Are you sure that's all you want? Glass of milk?
Oh, yes, thanks.
I want you to know that was some fantastic goings-on at the airport. In all my years, I have never seen so many people with one thing on their mind.
I thought that one thing was to kill me.
Oh, no. To welcome you. You're the only one who could have pulled it off. You know, if we'd had one of the major known flyers, believe me, it wouldn't have been the same. But when a practically unknown young man, you, dares to fly the Atlantic alone, by more or less dead reckoning, well, the French just went crazy. They love youth anyway, so I think you'll have done a lot to bring our two peoples together.
It's beginning to dawn on me there's a lot more to this than winning the Ortigue Prize for a first.
Oh, indeed there is. You brought to France the spirit of America in a manner which could never have been brought in a diplomatic pouch. I was going to say, may I call you Charles?
Yes, sir.
That I was quite as distressed as you to see what a mess they'd made of your plane.
As far as I could see, Mr. Ambassador, in the hangar, there's no serious damage.
And your fans certainly pulled a lot of that cloth away. Well, the holes.
Well, only the covering of the fuselage.
Tiny cabin you had there. It's hard to believe one man, especially a tall man, could stay in such a position all those hours.
Well, sir, I've spent most of my last 4 years in many a cramped cockpit.
When we were in the hangar, I was looking in your plane for your parachute. I wonder if someone didn't help themselves to that for a souvenir.
Well, no, I didn't have any.
No parachute?
Well, you see, they weigh 20 pounds, and every pound counted, so I left the chute behind. Now, Mr. Ambassador, don't you go snitching on me to my mother.
Oh, all right, I won't. I was just about to send her a cable to say you're in good hands. I'll send you love. Well, it's been a big day for all of us.
Yeah, I guess I can bed down now and get some shut-eye.
Good. Get good and rested. For I have an idea you're going to need lots of energy for some time to come. The public can be quite insatiable when it comes to their heroes.
Mrs. Lindbergh?
Yes?
I waited till your class was over.
Yes?
My name is Johnson. I'm with the San Diego Press, and they sent me to talk to you here in Detroit. Have you heard from your son?
Yes, I have. I got a telegram from the ambassador in Paris, France, Mr. Herrick. I got it this morning. Would you like to see it?
Oh, I certainly would.
It says, warmest congratulations. Your incomparable son has honored me by becoming my guest. Imagine that. He is in fine condition and sleeping under Uncle Sam's roof. Myron Herrick. You know, we Scandinavians are not a demonstrative people, but I could just go and hug that Mr. Herrick for being so nice to Charles.
Thank you for sharing that cable for Mr. Herrick with me.
I really can't get over that. An important man like the ambassador, too.
Morning, Taylor.
Morning.
Our guest still asleep?
So far as I know, Mr. Ambassador.
I have a few letters from Theodore Roosevelt to several friends of his, which Lindbergh brought with him. I'd like you to see that delivered.
Certainly, sir.
He wrote a nice little note to me. This will introduce to you Charles Lindbergh, who is a real sportsman. He's modest. He won't ask you to do anything for him. If I were you, however, I would insist upon seeing something of him, for I know you will like him. And so on and so on. Kindest regards, Theodore Roosevelt.
There was a story in the London paper about that. Came over in the pouch this morning.
Oh, come in. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, Mr. Ambassador.
Good morning, Mrs. Taylor.
Good morning, sir.
Did you sleep well?
As though I hadn't for a week.
I hope you had a big breakfast.
Oh, I did, thank you, with all the trimmings.
That's good. You'll need it. There's a big day planned for you. As far as I can see, a big week.
I've been worried about the plane, Mr. Ambassador.
And you needn't be. The French government has taken all the responsibility for it, and they'll have it in fine shape. Don't you worry.
Well, it's only that there's a front wing spar that I wouldn't like to see damaged in any way.
Oh?
Yeah, you see, all the men at Ryan who built the plane signed their names to the front wing spar before the covering fabric was put on, and, well, I'd like their names not to get damaged.
Well, yes, of course. Taylor, get on the phone and make sure about that, will you?
Yes, sir.
Well, now, Charles, let me give you a rundown of today's ceremony. At 11 o'clock, you're due at the Élysée Palace. French President Dumergue is giving you the Cross of the Legion of Honor. Taylor, how formal is this?
Just a suit will do, sir.
What suit is he going to wear?
Your son is loaning the captain his blue suit.
Oh, fine. Blue suit, yes. Well, then, back here for an embassy lunch. At 5, you're invited to the Aero Club of France, all aviators. Some even speak English.
Oh, good. I'd like to say something about the courage of Nungesser and Cole.
Yes. Tomorrow, a reception by the Chamber of Deputies in the afternoon. Procession through the streets. You'll go from the American Embassy to the Arc de Triomphe, and they'll probably have you light the torch at the tomb of the unknown soldier.
Hello? Mother? Mom?
Hello, Charles?
Mom, you sound so clear, as if you were in the next room.
What's that, Charles?
Never mind. How are you?
I'm fine.
Oh, that's good. Well, here I am.
That's fine, Charles.
They've got me going to receptions and making speeches all day, every day.
Are you eating well?
Oh, yes, Mom. I don't know how long I'll be in Paris. There's London and Brussels and...
What do you say in your speeches?
I just wanted to know how you were, and the ambassador said I could use his telephone.
He's a very nice man, Charles. And will you tell him for me I was very happy to get his telegram, and I hope to meet him someday.
Yeah, I'll tell him, Mom.
Don't let them turn your head with all the nice things they're saying about you either. Just remember, you're a very lucky young man.
I will, Mom. Goodbye.
Goodbye. God bless you.
My own mother. Very lucky. I don't think I'll ever live that name down.
Lucky Lindbergh. When he was barnstorming, wing-walking, airmail carrying, people judged this tall young man by what they saw. And so in those days they called him Slim. But did they really know him? Then when he flew the Atlantic, the first man to do it alone, then they called him Lucky. Did they know him then? Was it luck? The hours, the months, years of training? No. It wasn't that Lindbergh's luck was good, but that his look was good. His look then and his look ahead. For what he saw in the skies over America and indeed the world, and what he foretold 50 years ago, I'll tell you when I return.
3-4.
All Europe looks at our airmail service with reverence, said Charles Lindbergh 50 years ago. There's nothing like it anywhere abroad, he said. But whereas we have mail lines, they have passenger lines. It's up to us to create and develop passenger lines. What we need is airports in every city. He was right, wasn't he? The future Lindbergh foretold is here now. Where do you suppose is our future? What young man or woman is working on that today?
Our cast included Russell Horton, Ann Potomiak, Court Benson, Nat Poland, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley, welcoming you to the magical world of radio, where your imagination can take you anywhere you want to go. There's certain dreams that I guess everyone has at one time or another. For instance, the dream of finding a buried treasure. One of the most famous stories by a very famous short story writer, Edgar Allan Poe, is The Gold Bug, a favorite of treasure hunters young and old. Our adventure story, The Gold Bug, from the classic by Edgar Allan Poe, was adapted especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Elizabeth Pennell. It stars James Debus. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Our story takes place on a sandy island near Charleston, South Carolina. It's a dangerous place to land a boat, so it's pretty much deserted, very narrow, and about 3 miles long. An amazing event which took place there is told by the writer Edgar Allan Poe through a person whom we'll call Johnny. Let him begin this extraordinary tale of adventure.
No answer. But I knew where they hid the key. And Mr. Legrand had given me permission to go in whenever I wanted to use his library. They couldn't have gone far because they'd left a fire burning. The small cabin was very cozy, and I just settled down to read when...
Well, Johnny, what a pleasant surprise.
I hope you don't mind.
You know you're always welcome.
Hello, Johnny. Wait till you see what we found.
Yeah, why don't you cook up those marsh hens, Jupiter? Maybe we can persuade Johnny to stay for dinner.
Oh, I'm afraid not. I'm expected home.
Well, you can't go until I tell you about our big discovery.
I was just going to ask you about something in this book. I've been reading about the ancient Egyptians and their tombs. For instance, these scarabs.
Tell him, Mr. Legrand. Tell him what we found. How much do you know about scarabæus, Johnny?
I'm just learning, Mr. Legrand. The Egyptians used them as jewelry, didn't they?
Scarabs were symbols of everlasting life, and they were used as models for artists who carved them out of precious and semi-precious stones.
I think they look just like beetles.
That's exactly what they are. But beetles come in all sorts of shapes and sizes.
Nobody ever saw one so grand as the one we found today.
I'll admit it is a rare specimen.
You found a scarab? May I see it, Mr. Legrand?
Well, coming back, we met that lieutenant from the fort, and I was so curious to know more about the beetle that I let him have it overnight so he could give me an opinion.
I knew you shouldn't have let him have it.
Well, then you can go down and get it back at sunrise. Oh, Johnny, it's the loveliest thing in creation. That beetle is the most brilliant metallic color, about the size of a big hickory nut, with 2 jet black spots at one end of the back and a longer one at the other end. But overall, brilliant, bright.
He's a gold bug, solid gold. Every bit, underside and all. And I never felt so heavy a bug in my life.
Johnny, you'll just have to see him for yourself. Then you can help me look up things about him in some of those books.
Does he have those 2 long antennas sticking out in front of his head?
Of course, of course. Here, I'll draw you a picture if I can just find a pen and some paper. This desk is a mess.
Well, maybe I have something in my pocket you can use.
That pen and ink here, but no scrap paper.
Afraid there's nothing in my pockets but sand.
Now, maybe in my pockets, what's this?
I reckon I could find you something better to write on than that.
It's a dirty piece of fool's cap, but never mind, I think it'll do.
Is it all right if I stir up your fire? Looks as if it's going out.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Johnny. Go ahead. Now, let's see. If I were to draw this thing, the legs would be about like this, and the head...
I'll just put one more log, and then you'll have a real good blaze.
Yeah, I think this sketch will give you an idea.
I knew something was missing. It's your dog. He's at the door.
I'll let him in, even if he is a nuisance.
Hi, fella.
That dog, when he loves people, he really loves them. He's mighty glad to see you.
Oh, boy, hey, you pushed me into the fire.
Johnny, watch it.
Oh, it's all right. He's big, but I'm bigger than he is.
No, I mean the paper. I just drew that scarab for you, and you nearly burned it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take a look.
Here, you scorched the paper. Well, look at it carefully, Johnny. You won't see another that's so perfect.
Why, I never saw a beetle that looked like this.
Well, that's because you never saw a real beetle. Oh, I'm disappointed in you, Johnny. I'd hoped you were going to help me.
This isn't a picture of a beetle.
Oh, then tell me, young man, what do you see on that piece of paper?
I see a skull.
A skull?
This is the skull of a human head.
Who ever saw a human head with antennas?
Honestly, sir, this figure you've drawn, the holes for the eyes and nose, and the mouth that looks like it's grinning, there's no antenna.
My drawing can't be that bad. I think you're playing some sort of joke. Here, give me that paper. I'll throw it in the fire.
He started to crumple it up, but all of a sudden, his face changed color, and he sort of trembled and walked over to his desk where, without saying a word, he put away the drawing and locked the desk up tight. Mr. Legrand, I really did see a skull.
It's all right, Johnny. Let's just forget the whole thing. And now, you better go home.
Why, Mr. Will, you haven't gone to bed. And it's already sunrise.
What are you doing up so early?
You told me to go after the gold bug.
Not now. The lieutenant won't be up for hours.
I didn't think he would, but you said to...
Forget what I said. We're going to get back my fortune and lots more besides. You and I have stumbled on something far more valuable than a gold bug.
I don't know what else it could be.
Neither did I, until Johnny came along. But we're on our way to the treasure.
What treasure are you talking about?
The one that's buried on this island. The biggest treasure in the world. And we're going to find it.
You'd better get some sleep.
I'm not sure I can ever sleep again. Not till I find it. The clues are all here. A 5, and then a 3. Why does anyone have to sleep?
I'll help you to bed, sir.
I stayed away from Mr. Legrand, but I kept thinking about that drawing of his. It really was quite scary. Then one day, I answered the doorbell at our house. I'm coming! I'm coming!
I'm glad you're home, Johnny. Mr. Legrand sent me, but I would come anyway.
Come in, Jupiter. I guess Mr. Legrand's message is for my father.
No, it's you he wants. I think Mr. Legrand is very sick, but he keeps saying if it hadn't been for Johnny...
I hope he's not still mad because I said his drawing didn't look like a scarab.
No. I reckon he's in deliriums. All because of that evil bug.
I sure would like to get a look at that beetle.
You will, as soon as you come back with me.
I don't think Mr. Legrand wants to see me again.
He most certainly does.
And you promised to show me the bug?
As long as you don't touch him.
Why not?
Because it was that gold bug made Mr. Legrand sick.
How could a little bug do that to Mr. Legrand?
He bit him. That's what.
When?
When we first found him.
Did you actually see him bite Mr. Legrand?
I seen that devil first. All gold and scuttling. Mr. Legrand grabbed him, but dropped him real quick. Only, I think not quick enough before he give him a bite.
And now you say Mr. Legrand has a fever? Well, shouldn't we get a doctor?
He won't hear of it. Sometimes he's red as a beet, and then he turns white like a ghost. Mostly he just walks back and forth talking numbers.
What kind of numbers?
Oh, crazy talk like 5, 3, double cross.
Double cross?
Sounds like it. He sits at his desk all night making funny scribbles and shouting, "Gold, gold, it's gonna be mine." Oh, he's very sick, Mr. Johnny.
I'd better tell my dad.
Mr. Legrand don't want your daddy. I almost forgot. Here's the letter he sent you.
Dear Johnny, why have I not seen you for so long? I have something I must tell you, even though perhaps I should not share it with anyone at all. I have not been well for some days, but I'm much too excited about what's happened, and you have pointed the way. Please, come back with Jupiter. Tell your parents I have invited you to spend the night. Do come. It is of the highest importance. Ever yours, William Legrand.
So, of course, I set off with Jupiter. At once.
Many of Edgar Allan Poe's stories first appeared in magazines and newspapers and were continued from one issue to the next. Because they were all mysterious and exciting, you can imagine with what suspense readers waited for the next issue. No radio back in 1843 when the gold bug first appeared in a Philadelphia newspaper where it won a prize. You have only to wait a few minutes before I come back with the next developments in our story. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Yeah.
Perhaps at last Johnny is going to get a look at that fabulous gold bug. Johnny doesn't know what to expect, since Jupiter keeps insisting that Mr. Legrand is very ill. When they get to Mr. Legrand's house, although it's a very warm day, the flames are leaping in the fireplace. And Mr. Legrand is at his desk, which is cluttered with scribbled notes. Scraps of paper are everywhere.
Come in, Johnny. Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
Mr. Legrand, I want to see the beetle.
Later, Johnny, later. First, take another look at the drawing I made for you.
But this isn't the one you showed me before.
Indeed it is.
Well, the paper looks the same.
Johnny's right. It's the very same old piece of paper you showed him before.
You don't know much, neither one of you. It's not paper at all. It's parchment. You nearly dropped it in the fire, and parchment can change when it's heated. Here, watch this.
You'll burn yourself, Mr. Will.
It's changing. See? See, there's the skull.
You're right. The skull in one corner, and look what's over here.
Why, that looks like a picture of an old billy goat.
You've almost got it.
That's like magic. One time I had some paper that when you rubbed it...
Can't you guess who this parchment belonged to?
It looks very old.
Think about it. If you had some writing paper and you wanted to show folks what your business was, you'd...
You mean like my dad's letterhead?
Exactly. Now think about it. Who'd have a skull on his letterhead?
A doctor, maybe?
No, not a doctor.
If there were some crossbones, I'd say it was a pirate.
Bright boy. And over here's his name.
I told you that's nothing but an old billy goat.
It's a kid.
You don't mean Captain Kidd?
That's exactly who I mean. This parchment is a message from Captain Kidd. Here, I'll show you some more magic. We'll put the parchment in this water, like this.
Why, it looks like writing. And it's red, like blood.
Cobalt dissolved in spirit of niter. Now watch what happens when I hold the parchment up to the fire.
All those numbers. All the numbers and letters come through. What do they mean?
It's a cryptogram, a secret message. Look at it.
5, 3, 2 crosses, then a single cross, and another 3. Well, it doesn't make any sense to me.
But it will when we find the gold.
Mr. Will, we already found the gold. It's right here in this box. The gold bug.
Oh, boy, isn't it a beauty? May I pick it up?
Oh, go right ahead.
Careful. It bites.
Oh, Jupiter, stop it. You killed that bug a long time ago. Go ahead, Johnny. Pick it up.
Sure is heavy. I didn't know a dead beetle could feel like a rock.
I tell you, it's solid gold. And you don't need any crypto, whatever it is, to tell you that.
But I don't understand what this paper, I mean parchment, has to do with the gold bug.
It all began on that last day you came to see us. Early in the morning, Jupiter and I went out to dig clams. Lowest tide I ever saw. Hey, Jupe, look at this.
Got something more interesting over here. Come quickly, Mr. Legrand. Oh, you've never seen anything like this.
Why, that's nothing but a beetle. I found...
It's a gold beetle, Mr. Will. Look at the way he shines.
Huh. Unusual specimen, all right. We'll take it home for a better look. Here, I'll catch it.
Careful, Mr. Will. That mean bug has an enormous mouth and claws. I poked him with a stick, and he kicks and bites. Everything comes near him.
I'll get him.
Yeah, I know you. He has big pinches. Let him go.
I couldn't hold him. But he's worth catching. Here, put him in your clam bag.
I left it back there. And I dasn't pick him up or he'll bite me, too.
Well, there must be something we can put him in. I'll keep him from running away if you can get the
There's
clam.
no piece of paper over here. So the bird's the sand. Maybe I can wrap him in this.
That's it.
He's a fighter, but this paper's mighty tough. I'll stick an end of it in his mouth.
Good thinking. Now wrap him up tight and put him in your clam bag.
We'd best be getting home, or we'll be caught on this spit of sand.
So that was it, Johnny. Later, I unwrapped the beetle and got excited about it. And when I left it at the fort, I stuffed what I thought was a piece of paper into my pocket.
What did the lieutenant tell you about the bug?
Oh, he didn't think it was anything very special.
He must have looked at him in the dark. He didn't feel how heavy he is. You take him somewhere else, Mr. Will, and they'll tell you he's solid gold.
I don't care about the beetle anymore. It's that parchment you wrapped him in. That's what's going to lead us to Captain Kidd's treasure.
By now, I didn't know what to think. I'd read about Captain Kidd and how he was supposed to have buried treasure all sorts of places, even Sullivan's Island.
So you see, Johnny, I would never have known about the cryptogram if you hadn't been so close to the fire.
Your dog pushed me.
All the more reason. It's destiny, don't you see? For you and Jupiter and me.
Well, I don't quite see how.
Oh, Johnny, it's a fortune. Millions in gold and jewels. And they're buried nearby. And we've got the clues to find them if we'll just go in the right direction.
Well, if you say so, Mr. Legrand, what can I do?
You can help me solve the cryptogram.
But that's mostly a bunch of numbers, and I'm really not very good at math.
Well, you like books. You're good at English. What letter is the one that's most used in the English language?
Gee, I don't know. A or O or I. One of the vowels, I should think.
Well, find out. Ask your teachers or go to the library. I'll look through my books here, and we'll see what we can figure out.
I was back next day with the information that the letter E is the one which appears most often in the English language, followed by A, O, I, and D.
Yes, Johnny. That agrees with my transposition. The number 8 appears more times than any other number, so it must be an E. This semicolon turns up 26 times, so it's an O. We're on the way, Johnny. We're getting there.
I went back to Mr. Legrand's house after school every day, and whenever I could, I spent the night there. We worked and worked at those figures and numbers till I thought it was hopeless. We didn't seem to be getting anywhere until, all of a sudden, pieces of the puzzle started fitting together.
Here it is, Johnny. Now pay close attention. The cryptogram says, a good glass in the bishop's hostel in the devil's seat. 41 degrees and 13 minutes, northeast and by north. Main branch, 7th limb, east side. Shoot from the left eye of the death's head. A beeline from the tree through the shot, 50 feet out.
What language you talking, Mr. Will?
The language of gold, Jupiter. There you have the precise directions to lead us to the treasure.
But what does it all mean, Mr. Legrand? A good glass in the bishop's hostel?
Jupiter, you've lived around here longer than anyone. Was there ever a hotel on the island called the Bishop's Hotel?
You know better than that, Mr. Will. We're never any hotel around here. Nobody by the name of Bishop, neither. But if you said Bessop, well, there's a place called Bessop's Castle.
That must be it. Where is Bessop's Castle?
Of course, it isn't a castle at all. Bessop's Castle is nothing but a great big rock.
Perfect. We must go there, but not without following the first instruction.
What's that, Mr. Legrand?
A good glass. And I know your father has one.
A drinking glass?
No, boy, a telescope.
Oh, yes, he has a very good telescope. Jupiter led the way. Mr. Legrand carried the telescope, and I tagged along at the rear.
You mean to tell me that cliff is called Bessop's Castle?
Not anymore. That's what my daddy called it. He said ships could see it from way out.
In all this time, I've never climbed up this end of the island.
And you shouldn't be climbing now. A man like you who's been sick with a fever.
Oh, I'm fine.
I see now why they call this a castle.
I don't like the looks of that steep wall or rock.
Well, maybe there's some way to get around it.
Nothing but that ledge. And it looks worse than the sides of the castle.
Here, Johnny, you hold the telescope.
Got it.
I'm climbing out on that ledge.
Mr. Will, you plumb crazy for sure. Don't you do it.
I see something out there that looks promising. Will you come with me, Johnny?
Sure thing.
I hope you have a good grip on the telescope because we can't get along without it.
My pop would never forgive me if I dropped his telescope. Take it easy, Mr. Legrand.
Well, I'm all right. This is what I'm supposed to do, slide on the seat of my pants.
Is that what the devil's seat means?
Devils like to sit comfortably, and in this case, I believe there can only be one place to sit.
Well, I'm sitting on this edge of rock, and it's, well, sort of like a chair.
That may be it, Johnny. Is the seat big enough for me?
Try it.
This is it. It's got to be. Only place anyone could sit down on this ledge, and it's facing in the right direction.
Did you bring your compass?
You bet I did. Now, hand me the telescope.
I wish I knew what you were doing.
Think, Johnny. Think. We're following all the clues. How does our cryptogram begin?
A good glass in the bishop's hostel.
All right. Here's the good glass, this telescope. And we've climbed to Bessop's Castle. Now, what comes next?
In the devil's seat.
And here I am. This has got to be the devil's seat. Can you read the points of the compass?
Well, I can try.
Try hard. Now, remember everything I've told you. We've got to get it right. The sun's in the east, so find your true north.
Oh, that's easy.
Now, this part gets harder. 41 degrees and 13 minutes.
Yes, and you told me how to find northeast by north. I'd say the direction would be exactly there.
By golly, you're right. I see a tree, a tall tree. That's what we're supposed to find.
There certainly aren't any trees right around here.
This one must be a mile away, but that's our next destination.
Mr. Legrand, do you honestly think we're getting close to the treasure?
I was never more sure of anything. Each piece of the puzzle is fitting neatly into the next.
Mr. Will, I simply don't understand you. 1 minute you say we're going to dig, and next minute I'm supposed to climb a tree.
One thing leads to another, Jupiter. Gets more interesting every step of the way. And the sooner we take the next step, the better.
Does that make you curious? Or do you already know how the story turns out? In any event, I assure you the best is yet to come. It's very ingenious the way this cryptogram works. I always like the sound of those words, a good glass in the bishop's hostel in the devil's seat. Well, we found out what that means. But what is it leading up to? That all-important tree will play a leading role in our last act, which begins shortly. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
They're all wet.
If you've ever seen one of those old maps which supposedly points out the way to pirate treasure, you'll realize how important it is to follow directions very, very carefully. As you know, when you're telling time, a minute is the 60th part of an hour. Well, when you're reading a compass, a minute is the 60th part of a degree. Mr. Legrand, accompanied by Johnny, Jupiter, and the dog, is confidently leading the way. He's attached the gold bug to a string which he swings back and forth. Johnny is carrying 2 shovels, and Jupiter is wielding a scythe to cut through some brambly bushes.
Almighty thick undergrowth over here, Mr. Will. Do we have to go in this direction?
Only way to get to the foot of that tree.
There's sort of an opening over there.
Good.
Wow! That sure is a tall tree. What kind is it, Mr. Legrand?
That's a tulip tree. Very hard wood. Sometimes they grow 100 feet high. Jupiter, you used to be a master of coconut palms. You think you could climb this kind of a tree?
I can climb any kind of tree that grows.
Then up you go and take this with you.
The bug? Mr. Will? The gold bug?
What else?
Why should I take that evil bug up into a tree? I'm not going to do it.
You surprise me, Jupiter. I do believe you're afraid.
What do I care about an old bug? It's just that climbing would be easier, and the whole thing seems silly.
Trust me, Jupe.
Do you want me to try, Mr. Legrand?
Jupiter's the only man I know with the skill to climb that big, smooth part of the trunk before the tree branches out. Yeah, look at him go.
I made it to the first big limb. What do I do now?
Get up to the largest branch, the one on this side, and pay attention to what I say. Look down the trunk and count the limbs below you on this side. How many limbs have you passed?
1, 2, 3, 4. I passed 5 big limbs on this side, and now I'm on the 6th.
Then go 1 limb higher.
That's just what the cryptogram says. 7th limb, east side.
I'm up here on number 7. Now what do I do?
Now, Jupe, I want you to work your way out on that limb as far as you can. If you see anything strange, let me know.
I'm scared to slide out on this one. Feels rotten. But maybe I can venture out a little ways.
Slide out on that limb as far as you dare, with the beetle.
I'm doing it, Mr. Will. I'm most out to the end.
Out to the end?
Oh, Lord of mercy. There's something here that don't belong in this or any other tree.
Well, what is it? Tell me. Tell me, what is it?
A skull.
A skull?
How's it fastened to the limb? What holds it on?
Why, this here's a very curious circumstance. There's a great big nail in the skull that fastens it onto the tree.
Very good. Now, Jupiter, do exactly as I tell you. Find the left eye of the skull.
That's funny. There's no eye in the skull.
That'll do from you. Find the left eye hole on that skull. Got it?
I know which one it is. What do I do about it?
Let the beetle drop through the hole, but only as far as the string will reach. Be very careful not to let go of the string.
That's easy. I'm putting the bug right through the hole. Look out, boy, down below.
Hang on to the string, Jupiter.
Say, the gold bug looks alive swinging through the air like that.
It's your turn now, Johnny. Clear a space on the ground right below where the bug is hanging.
Following directions, I cleared a circular space about 4 yards in diameter while Jupiter stayed in the tree and Mr. Legrand gathered some sticks. Then...
Okay, Jupiter. Now's the big moment. Let go of the string. That's our spot. Thanks, Jupe. You can come down now.
About time. I thought you'd forgotten me.
What can I do, Mr. Legrand?
Hand me that stick, and I'll pound it into the ground at exactly the spot where the gold bug fell.
Do you need another one?
No, not just yet. Now, help me with this tape measure. We'll fasten it to the tree at the point nearest the peg in the ground.
It's good to be back on the ground.
Great job, Jupiter. But there's more work to be done by all of us. I'll measure off 50 feet with the tape, and you and Johnny clear away the brambles in the direction I'll be walking.
Aye, aye, sir.
46, 47, 8, 9, 50. Is the tape measure tight?
Couldn't be any tighter without breaking.
And now, Johnny...
I know what you want this time, Mr. Legrand. Another stake. I'll drive it in for you.
Thank you.
What next?
Now we make another circle, same as before.
4 yards across?
About 4 feet should do it this time. Here, each of you, take a shovel and start digging.
Well, Mr. Will, there ain't nothing here but a great big hole in the ground.
But we did everything right. We followed all the directions.
I'm tired. I don't think I can dig anymore.
It's got to be here.
I think your fever's come back. It's time to go home and get you to bed.
We'll go home, all right. But nobody's going to bed until we figure out what went wrong.
Jupiter cooked us a good dinner, and I was falling asleep in front of the fire. But Mr. Legrand kept walking back and forth, keeping me awake.
We had to be right. We had to be. You know what the words say, Johnny?
What words, Mr. Legrand?
Captain Kidd's words, of course.
Northeast and by north.
You found your tree, Mr. Will. I think that message was just a trick. Some smart aleck climbed up and put that skull there and wanted someone to see how clever he was.
Neither one of you takes me seriously. Shoot from the left eye of the death's head.
That's just what I did. Straight down, kaplunk, with that jinx of a gold bug.
Jupiter, it's your fault.
Oh, please, Mr. Will.
Tell me, Jupiter, which is your left eye?
This one.
You scoundrel, you idiot. No wonder we got off on the wrong track.
I told you I'm tired, Mr. Will, and I'm left-handed. I mean, this one is my left eye.
That's better. But how can I be sure that you put the beetle through the left eye of the skull?
I did just what you told me.
Yeah, but the skull was nailed to a limb.
That it was.
And you were sort of on top of it.
That I was.
Uh-huh. Confound it, why don't we ever have any writing paper around here? I'll use this blank page at the back of a book.
Here's a pencil, Mr. Legrand.
Now, here's a skull that I'm drawing. Not a beetle this time.
That looks like a skull, all right.
I'm drawing this for Jupiter. Hey, Jupe, now pay close attention. Look at this skull.
I'm looking. Well, those are mighty big eye holes. just like the ones up in the tree.
Now think about it, Jupe. Think hard. Which hole in this skull did you drop the beetle through?
What? That one. On the left-hand side. Just like you told me to.
Sure, Jupe, that's your left-hand side, but it's the right-hand side of the skull.
You got me all mixed up.
You were wrong. This is the left eye of the skull. We're going back.
Back to the tree?
Exactly.
We're not going to do any such foolishness in the middle of the night.
What better time? Now hurry up. We'll need lanterns and a pickaxe and a spade for each of us.
I was wide awake now, and so was Jupiter. We'd all forgotten how tired we were.
Hold up your lanterns. We're almost there.
Mr. Will, I'll tell you one thing for absolutely certain sure. I'm not going to climb that tree in the black night.
I wouldn't want you to. No need for any more climbing.
Well, then how are we going to find
We're
it?
changing our calculations. Jupiter, if you'd dropped the bug through the real left eye, the bug would have fallen about 3 inches in this direction.
That means 3 inches to the west.
So now, all we have to do is move our peg over 3 inches. Like this.
It's craziness, Mr. Will. Plumb craziness.
Here, Johnny, take the tape measure, and we'll pace off another 50 feet.
It was surprising what a difference that 3 inches made when we had paced off our new distance. And then, Mr. Legrand set us to work with a new circle, somewhat bigger than the first one. And we all started to dig. Once again, it seemed hopeless. But at least we didn't have the hot sun on our backs. Just the flickering lights of the lanterns.
What is it, boy? Someone coming?
And then the big dog jumped right into our hole and started clawing the ground.
Hey, he's found something. Wait. They're bones. Human bones.
Mr. Will, we shouldn't be digging up a grave.
This is no ordinary grave.
Look what I found. An old knife. And here, look, some coins.
This is not what I expected.
But just look. This is an old button. I always did want to find something buried in the ground.
Nothing unusual about an old Spanish knife and a few copper coins. And if this is, after all, just a grave, I have no wish to rob it. Hey, don't hurt yourself, Johnny. What's the matter?
I caught my foot in something. Like a metal hook.
What? Help me down there. We found it. We found it. Keep digging.
And there it was. A box 3.5 feet long and nearly as wide, with 3 iron rings on top.
It's beautifully preserved, but too heavy for us to pull out of the ground.
Would you dare to open it, Mr. Will?
Would I ever? Let's find out how.
Look, there's a bolt on this side of the lid.
And another on this side. They don't even look very rusty. Pull hard. Now, all together, let's see if we can push up the lid.
I don't want to see any more skeletons.
Push. Now, pull. Give it everything you've got.
After that one gasp, our friends were temporarily speechless. And who wouldn't be? For inside that chest were heaps and heaps of gold coins. And that's not all. There were 110 diamonds, big ones, 18 rubies of remarkable brilliance, 310 emeralds, besides all this, a vast quantity of solid gold ornaments. The entire content of that chest was estimated at $1.5 million. I'll be back shortly. I recommend that you read this remarkable tale by Mr. Poe. One of the most interesting things is that cryptogram which led to the treasure. See if you can work it out by yourself, on paper. Who knows? Someday walking along the beach, you might find an old piece of parchment with some strange-looking figures. Our cast included James Deebus, Gordon Heath, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association. Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley, once again waiting to welcome you to the magic world of radio adventure. The gates are open, so come on in and meet one of the greatest heroes of all time, Ulysses. Ulysses the brave, Ulysses the crafty, Ulysses whose unbelievable adventures have thrilled people for thousands of years. Ulysses, the man who conquered a great city with a wooden horse. Our story, The Travels of Ulysses, is based on Homer's Iliad and Odyssey and written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Paul Tripp. It stars Michael Wager. I shall return shortly with Act One. Homer, who more than 2,500 years ago first told the adventures you're about to hear, was a blind poet who was very poor and wandered from town to town chanting his stories. As time went on, scribes transferred his words to books, which we today have inherited from the ancient rulers who treasured them. Of all the heroes Homer sang about, none has captured the hearts of people more than Ulysses.
I am Ulysses, once king of Ithaca, the son of Laertes, the husband of Penelope, and father of young Telemachus. Once I lived in peaceful happiness and thought it would last forever. And then, one day...
Ulysses, my husband, why do you frown?
Oh, Penelope, I fear the days of our happiness are not many. Today, Menelaus, king of Sparta, comes to have words with me. And the word I fear most to hear is war.
You think then he will declare war on the city of Troy?
He has no choice. The Trojan prince Paris has stolen his wife Helen and will not return her. Menelaus' pride is at stake. He'll fight. And because we are sworn to be allies, I will have to fight at his side.
But is there no way out?
None that I can think of. Unless...
Unless what? Why are you smiling, Ulysses?
Perhaps there is a way out. Listen to me, Penelope. If you were a king going into battle, would you want to have a madman, a lunatic fighting by your side?
Of course not. But I don't understand. What madman are you talking about?
A madman called Ulysses.
You? But you're the sanest of all men. The wisest.
Precisely. That is why Menelaus wants me at his side. But supposing I should pretend to have lost my senses, what good would I be to Menelaus then?
But do you think he would believe you?
If I played my part well, he would. Yes, Penelope, I think this plan can work. But you must help me. Menelaus has arrived. The play begins. Welcome to Ithaca, noble Agamemnon.
Well, it's good to see you again, Penelope, and you, my old friend Ulysses. But why do you call me Agamemnon? I'm Menelaus' brother. Don't you recognize me?
Of course I recognize you. Why do you try to trick me? You're Agamemnon. I'd know you anywhere.
What is this? Is the sun in your eyes, Ulysses? I am Menelaus. Am I not Menelaus, Penelope?
Well, of course you are. Ulysses, my dear husband, you are mistaken. This is indeed Menelaus.
If you say so, wife. But I could have sworn. No matter. Oh, come, Menelaus, don't look so confused. Laugh!
Yeah. Well, Ulysses, I must admit you had me convinced for a moment there. Well, I have...
but first, you must look at our son Telemachus sleeping in his cradle here. Is he not a lusty one?
Oh, that he is. My congratulations to you both. How old is he?
10 years old. Tomorrow he gets his first lesson in archery.
10? Did you say 10? Well, I must admit I don't know much about babies, but your Telemachus seems to be barely 2 years old.
Now, why did I say 10? Why, Penelope?
Because you wish to tease Menelaus, that's why. But you mustn't. He's come a long way to speak on a serious matter. You must listen to him.
Of course, I must listen to him. Speak while I go to a corner and think.
Penelope, what ails your husband? I've never seen him like this.
Nor have I. For days I have seen this coming on. He's been behaving so strangely. Oh, Menelaus, I'm so worried that he's losing his mind.
Oh, nonsense, Ulysses. Lose his mind? Never. I will ask him what's bothering him.
No, you will only make him angry. He doesn't know anything's wrong with him. Let us speak naturally. I was so sorry to hear about your wife, Helen. Is it true that Prince Paris of Troy has stolen her away from you?
Yes, it is true. That's why I'm here. I'm gathering up an army to attack the Trojans and free her. And I want Ulysses to come with us. I need his help. Did you hear that, Ulysses? I want you to come and help me fight against the Trojans. Will you come?
Of course I will come. But first I must yoke up my oxen and plow the seashore. Come along and watch me.
Plow the seashore? Has he really gone mad?
Oh, please say nothing. Do as he asks or he'll be angry. See, I shall take the baby with us. We will pretend that nothing's wrong.
But I find all this very hard to believe.
My oxen, let us show Menelaus what a straight furrow we can plow.
But, Ulysses, what will you plant in all this sand?
Salt. What else will grow in sand?
Salt? No, this has gone too far. Either he is mad or I am. Give me the child, Penelope. We shall soon find out.
No, Menelaus. The child will be killed. Ulysses, be careful. He's placed our child in the path of your plow. No!
No! All right, enough of this play acting, Ulysses. You're no more insane than I am.
Menelaus, why did you place our child in the path of the plow? I might have hurt him.
Not if you were sane, my wily friend. Oh, no. You were a bit too mad for my taste. I had to prove it.
For the first time in my life, I've been outwitted. Well, Penelope, we tried. Now we must return to the palace where you will help me put on my sword and armor.
No, Ulysses, you must not go.
Penelope, do not weep. With your husband's help, we will make it a short war. The Trojans are no match for us.
He's right, Penelope. I shall be back in Ithaca with you before our son is another year older. Wait for me. And so, unwillingly, I went off to war. And unwillingly, I fought, and in vain. The walls of Troy were too strong for us. My homesickness grew stronger and stronger as the years went by. 10 long years.
Ulysses, what are we to do? Once again, the Trojans have beaten back our attack. The city walls are too thick and strong. Ulysses, are you listening?
Oh, Menelaus. Just sitting here thinking about my son Telemachus. He's 12 years old today. I wonder what he looks like now. To have a son and never watch him as he grows is a terrible fate for a father.
Yes, I know, Ulysses, but we have a war on our hands here. 10 long years and no victory to show for it.
I've had enough of this fighting. Let me go home. Release me from my oath.
No, never. Not while my own wife Helen is held prisoner by the Trojans. Give me a way to take the city of Troy, and I'll row you back to Ithaca myself.
There is one trick I have been mulling over. It might work. To enter the city of Troy in a wooden horse.
In a wooden horse? Are you playing the madman again?
Hear me out. First, we build an enormous hollow horse of wood. Then, we hide 50 of our bravest men within the horse. In the dark of night, they will then open the city gates and your army will enter.
Not so fast, Ulysses, not so fast. The wooden horse is still outside the city. How does it get inside?
The Trojans themselves will take it in.
Why would they do a stupid thing like that?
Because they will think the Greeks have given up the fight. You and your army will sail away and hide your ships behind that island where the Trojans cannot see you. At night, when Troy is asleep, you will return. The men in the wooden horse will then steal out and open the gates. The rest is up to you and your men.
Very well, so far so good. But suppose the Trojans set fire to the horse and never fall for your scheme.
When you and your men sail away, you will leave me behind, disguised as a Greek traitor. I shall tell them the horse is a gift from you, acknowledging defeat. Trust me to speak the right words. And so the wooden horse was built and placed on wheels, and 50 brave men entered the horse. Then it was wheeled in front of the city where all Troy could see it. While the Trojans watched, the Greek ships unfurled their sails and left. I was alone on the Trojan plain, I and the wooden horse. The Trojans stood on their city walls watching and wondering. I felt thousands of eyes boring into me. At last, the city gates opened and a chariot came out and thundered toward me.
Whoa there! You there! What is the meaning of this wooden horse? And who are you? I am Priam, king of Troy. Speak or die.
Rejoice, O great king, for a great victory is yours.
What victory?
Forgive me, your majesty, but are you blind? Can you not see the treacherous Greeks have sailed away? Can you not see the Greeks are defeated?
And the wooden horse? Why was that left here?
As a testament to Trojan courage. Though the Greeks are cowards, they admire bravery.
I do not need their testament. The horse shall be burned.
Ulysses said you would do that.
The crafty monster said that?
I heard him. He ridiculed you, King Priam, and said you would never dare bring the horse into the city lest it bring you misfortune.
I no longer fear misfortune. I, who have had so much sorrow for the past 10 years, yet I think the horse should burn.
And miss the opportunity to make the Greeks the laughing stock of the world. They told me you were a wise king. Were they mistaken?
Then, Greek traitor, if you are so wise, what would you do?
I would bring the horse into the city and celebrate the whole night long around it, and then mockingly let the whole world know how the Greeks help you to celebrate their own defeat. I would turn the Trojan horse into a Greek donkey, and you, Priam, would then have the last laugh.
I like your humor, Greek stranger. When was it when last I laughed? We shall do as you say.
The ancient Romans had a saying, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. Perhaps they meant that hollow wooden horse. Troy was situated a long way from Greece, at a point where Asia and Europe join each other. The ships on which the Greeks sailed to do battle with the Trojans were painted black, with high beaks at either end, which were painted red. In those days, sailors feared to sail out of sight of land. To conquer the Trojans, the Greeks also had to conquer the sea. I shall return shortly with Act 2. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
On a thinking, Betty.
Though our story happened almost 3,000 years ago, the Trojan horse is still used today as a wartime trick whereby one side can get into an enemy city and capture it. Only today we call it a fifth column. Spies who disguise themselves as friends to steal into an enemy city. But the intention is the same. Capture the city. It is now a few hours before dawn. The people of Troy have celebrated themselves into a deep, happy sleep.
The city was quiet. All Troy slept. No sentry guarded the walls. The Greeks had gone. The city was safe. Or so the Trojans thought. I gave the signal to the men waiting inside the wooden horse. Everybody out! Quickly now! Shh, careful! If the Trojans wake now, we're finished. Amicus, take half the men to the palace. Attack when you hear the signal. The rest of you come to the city gate with me. Softly now, unbar the gate. Now open it. Menelaus, are you out there? Ready and waiting. Then the time is now. Well, Menelaus, Troy is yours at last. The walls are down. I've kept my word. There is nothing left to keep me here. I bid you farewell.
Oh, but must you go so soon? Tonight we celebrate my reunion with my wife, Helen.
Celebrate to your heart's content, but my own wife waits in Ithaca. Ho! Amicus! Are the oarsmen in their places?
Aye, aye, Ulysses.
Then unfurl the sails. Ithaca waits for us. And so at last, I left Troy. The winds were friendly and gently sped us towards Ithaca, while my heart sang. After a month, we landed on a strange island to take on water and fresh food. Amicus and I went ashore first. We found a cave huge as the Parthenon in Athens, and entered.
Look, Ulysses. We have found a treasure house of food. See the wheels of cheese and the pails filled with milk. We're in luck.
Aye, Amicus. The gods have been good to us. Run back to the ship and bring some men to carry this food back. I will sit here by the fire and await the owner of this cave, so that I may pay him back for the food we take. Hurry, now. No, wait. Someone approaches. It may be the shepherd whose cave this is. We'll greet him together.
Come, my fat sheep. Into the cave with you. The sun will soon be setting.
Ulysses, those sheep are twice as big as we are. Have we blundered into the cave of a giant? Ye gods of Olympus, I cannot believe my eyes. Look at this giant. His head reaches to the ceiling of the cave, and that huge one eye in the center of his forehead, shining like a blazing lantern. Oh, Ulysses, I'm afraid.
Well, you may be. He is a cyclops. He and his brothers are known to be friends to the Trojans. We must not Let him know that we are Greeks.
Why has he rolled that boulder across the mouth of the cave?
To keep his flock locked in for the night.
And we as well. Ulysses, we're trapped.
Calmly, Amicus, calmly. We will find a way out. Oh there, friend. You have visitors, peaceful visitors.
Who speaks? I cannot see you.
Look down. We stand at your feet.
Why, by my father Neptune, god of the sea, you are pygmies. Who are you? Why are you here?
We are sailors whose ship has lost its way. Be gentle with us. We mean you no harm.
What harm could you do me, pygmies? You, the one who speaks so smoothly. I wonder if you would taste as sweet as you sound.
I sound sweet to your ears because you have not spoke to a human being in so long. You must be very lonely here. I am sorry for you.
How kind of you. Yes, it is lonely here. My brother, who lives in another cave, is not very talkative. But why should I talk to you when I can eat you?
No, I beg of you.
No, Cyclops. Wait, I have a better idea. Why not do both? The night is long. We can talk first, and I will tell you news of the world, and in the morning you can have us for breakfast.
Very well. I shall spare you till morning. How are you called?
They that call me nobody.
Very well, nobody. Now talk. Tell me about the world.
And so I talked into the night, making my voice sweet and soft like a lullaby. The Cyclops' head nodded. He could hardly keep that one eye of his open. My voice grew softer and softer.
He is asleep, Ulysses. Now, how do we get away? Can we budge the boulder from the mouth of the cave?
No, that is beyond our strength. We must think of another way. Wait. Hand me that long strip of cloth there, Amicus. We will wrap it tightly around his one eye. Help me lift his head gently now. Don't wake him now. Make a tight sailor's knot that he cannot untie.
But how does this blindfold help us?
When I wake him, I will make him think I have made him blind. And now, to waken him. Hold there. Cyclops, are you still asleep? Dawn is coming.
Who calls? Is it morning so soon? Then why is it so dark?
Dark? Who says it is dark? Do you not see the fire still burning brightly?
What fire? I see nothing. What has happened to me?
Listen well, Cyclops, and I shall tell you. In the night, while you slept, I smeared a magic ointment on your eye.
You have blinded me. I don't believe it.
No, wait. Do not put your hand to your eye. You will be blind forever. Keep your hands at your sides. For your own sake. I, who am called nobody, warn you.
Oh, if I could see you, I would crush you to death.
He is rolling aside the boulder from the mouth of his cave. He's letting us free.
I very much doubt it, Amicus. Cyclops, what kind of shepherd are you? The sun is rising. Your sheep are hungry. Send them out into the meadows to graze.
Aye, you're right. I had forgotten my flock. Oh, there, my pretty, hungry sheep. Your master has not forgotten you. The green grass waits outside for you. Go and eat to your heart's content.
Quickly, Amicus, under the bellies of the sheep. We'll crawl our way to freedom underneath them.
Come, my pretties. Out you go, one by one. Eat hearty while I stay in the cave with nobody and nobody's friend. And when I find them, I shall put an end to them.
We're free, Amicus. We're out of the cave. Quick, let's make for the ship.
my hearties, row. Soon the Cyclops will discover he's been tricked and come after us. Row, row for your lives!
Where are you, nobody? Oh, if I could only see!
Look, Ulysses. The Cyclops standing on the cliff. See? He's torn the blindfold from his eyes. Oh, row! Farewell, Cyclops! Now that we sail away, I can tell you who I really am. I am Ulysses, king of Ithaca.
Ulysses, you shall pay for having tricked me. Heed my prayer, O Neptune, god of the sea. Punish Ulysses, who has tricked thy son. Let him wander forever on stormy seas. Let him never see his home again.
Neptune heard his son's prayer and answered it. The sea turned against us, and each time we drew close to Ithaca, the winds drove us away. 10 more years passed, and my homesickness tore at my heart like a vulture.
Ulysses, is that a ship approaching us? No. It looks more like a floating island.
That you I have been searching for you.
Oh, the blessed relief to discover that my name had not been forgotten. It was the king of the winds, Aeolus, who had come seeking me.
100 days are over, Ulysses. The gods say you have been punished enough. Your wife and child are waiting for you. Go home, Ulysses. Here, take the leather bag, tied with a silver string. All my storm winds are imprisoned within it. Do not open this leather bag, and you will reach home safely. I promise you.
Aeolus did not lie to me. Zephyr, the gentle west wind, calmly blew our ship northward. And one day, when dusk fell, we came so near to Ithaca. We could see the people lighting fires on the shore. Tomorrow I would be home again at last.
Ulysses, the men have asked me to speak to you on their behalf.
Speak, Amicus. What is it they wish?
Yonder lies Ithaca, your home. It has taken us 10 years to get here. And in all those 10 years, have we not been faithful to you?
By the gods, that you have. And when we land, I shall reward you well.
The men want their reward now.
But I have nothing on the ship to give them.
What about the leather bag that King Aeolus gave to you? Share with us the wealth that is within it, and we will be content.
But there is nothing in that bag of any consequence.
You lie, Ulysses. It is filled with gold. You wish to keep all that gold for yourself?
Why do you draw a sword, old friend? Would you kill me?
Nay. But I will cut the bag open and see for myself what is in it. No, stop. Amicus, you'll bring disaster upon us. Too late. What have I done, Ulysses? Fool! You've released the storm winds that were locked in the leather bag. Now we'll never see Ithaca again. See how the storm is blowing us out to sea. The ship is breaking up. Swim for your lives!
Poor Ulysses, so near and yet so far. And after escaping the terrible Cyclops, too. Well, right now, I'm concerned with Ulysses' chances to survive that storm. We'll find out as soon as we return with Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. Almost 20 years have gone by since our adventure began. So far, we've been in close touch with Ulysses. But what about his wife, Penelope? What happened to her while Ulysses was away? After the Trojan War was over and the Greeks had returned home, a rumor started that Ulysses was dead. Penelope refused to believe it, but others did. and many men came to Ithaca begging Penelope to marry one of them. Penelope stalled for time, but time was running out. So before we check on the whereabouts of Ulysses, let's first check in on Penelope in her palace.
Good morning, Penelope. Well, the time has come when you must tell us which one of us you will marry.
I will marry no one until it is certain that Ulysses is no longer among the living.
King Menelaus and the others have returned home, but where is Ulysses?
He promised me he would return. He will return. At this very moment, our son Telemachus is arranging to send many ships out in search for Ulysses and find him.
They will never find him. 3 years ago, you promised that you would choose one of us as your husband when you finished that tapestry that you're still weaving. One of your servants has confessed to me. Each night when we are gone, you unravel what you have woven and start again fresh in the morning. You could weave forever and never finish. We, the other suitors and I, have therefore had enough of this deceit. So tonight, you must choose one of us as your husband.
The next morning, after the storm, I woke upon some unknown beach, very much surprised to find that I, Ulysses, was still alive. The first thing that I saw when I opened my eyes was an old man staring down at me.
I'm glad you are alive, stranger. I had thought you dead.
And so did I, old man. Oh, tell me, what land is this and what men dwell here?
That question is easily answered. This land is Ithaca.
Who are you?
I am Laertes, father of Ulysses, who once ruled here as king.
Ulysses? I know the name well, and the man himself.
You knew my son? Did you see him die?
Who told you he is dead? When last I saw him at Troy, he was very much alive.
But that was 10 years ago. Is he alive now? Know you that?
Yes, I know, old man. Why do you stare so intently at me?
Oh, for a moment, Do I know you, stranger? Have we met before? There is something so very familiar about you.
Now that I've told you about Ulysses and his Trojan horse, Laertes, you must tell me about his wife, Penelope. How is she?
In great distress. Since 3 years ago, when word came that Ulysses was dead, a horde of suitors descended upon her, demanding that she marry one of them tonight. I have been told she must decide on a new husband. There is no other way for her.
That ancient dog who lies beside the fire. Why does he stare at me so?
He is Ulysses' favorite dog. He was just a puppy when Ulysses went to Troy. For 20 years, he has been pining away for his master. A very long life for a dog, wouldn't you say?
Yes, and a faithful one as well. Here, boy. Here, Argus.
Argus? How know you his name? Who are you, stranger?
Argus knows me. Don't you, boy?
How strange. He is licking your face. He has not done that since the day Ulysses went off to war.
Perhaps he recognizes his old master. Father.
Father? You are Ulysses, my son? Let me look at you more closely. By the gods, you are my son. How could I recognize you before with so much gray in your hair and beard? Oh, my son, my son. I weep for joy.
This is no time for tears. We must go to the palace and drive the suitors out.
But they will kill you when you make yourself known.
They will not know me. For I shall come disguised as an old beggar. I shall sit at the palace gate and beg for alms. And watch.
And then?
And then... Come with me, Father. Then we shall see what there is to be seen.
Well, if it isn't Laertes, welcome, old man. Have you come to hear Penelope's decision? She chooses a new husband tonight.
Is not Ulysses a good enough husband for her? Why does she need another?
Because a good husband is not a dead husband, old man. Oh, there, Penelope, where are you? Your suitors await you.
Quickly, Father. Go to Penelope. Tell her I must speak to her. Do not tell her who I am. She may give me away despite herself. And, Father, after that, you must find those men still faithful to me. Let them arm themselves and surround the palace. Let them wait for my signal.
You wish to speak with me, beggar?
You are still as beautiful as you were on that sad day when Ulysses sailed to Troy.
You knew my husband.
As well as I know myself.
Oh, if only he were here now.
But your husband is in Ithaca.
He is alive. The gods be praised. But why is he not here with me?
It would be too dangerous, but do not fear. He will appear when the time comes.
But I need him now. In a few moments, I must name a new husband.
And so you shall. Tell them you have decided on which suitor you will marry.
But Ulysses is alive. Why should I marry another?
Have no fear. You will not, if you carry out the plan, which Ulysses has planned.
Penelope, welcome to our midst. Now, have you decided on which one of us you shall marry?
I have, Antoninus.
Well, then speak, Penelope. Which one of us do you choose?
The choice must be yours. You shall decide among yourselves.
Oh, another trick? You know very well we could not agree on one man when all men wish to marry you.
Well, then there must be some test among you. And he who proves to be the best among you shall marry me. Is that not fair?
Why, yes, Penelope. It seems that we are all agreed. So name the test and we shall vie with each other.
Very well, then. Antoninus, do you see that hunting bow hanging on the wall? And the quiver full of arrows hanging beside? Bring them to me.
Well, an archery contest, eh? Then it will be no contest at all. For am I not the greatest bowman in all Greece? Here are the bow and arrows, my wife-to-be. So, name the target.
Not so fast. The bow must be strung first before you shoot at the target. It is the bow of a man, and it will take a man to bend it and string it.
Well, then why the mystery? Am I not a man? Are we not all men here?
Then prove to me that you are as good a man as my husband Ulysses, who you tell me is dead. For this is Ulysses' bow. No other man has strung it since he last departed 20 years ago.
So that's it. You wish us to prove we are just as strong as he is.
Is that not just, Antoninus? Let me see you string the bow.
Bring it to me, and you shall see.
Ulysses, our men have surrounded the palace. Good. When I give the signal, let them enter with naked swords and draw bows.
Well, Antinous, why do you not string the bow? Are you too weak?
You impudent beggar! Do not mock me, or you shall answer to me with your life.
Save your breath for the bow. Why do you not string it? An infant could do it, even an old beggar.
Oh, say you so? Very well, then come and show me. But I warn you, if you fail, you will pay with your life.
Give me the bow, weakling. There. It is done.
Ulysses!
Ulysses? This beggar is Ulysses? How do you know that?
Oh, because only Ulysses could string this bow. Oh, welcome back, my husband.
Behold, Antinous, there is now an arrow waiting in my bow. What target shall I choose?
I care not. And you need not aim at my heart, for you cannot kill all of us. Draw your swords, my fellow suitors. For if Ulysses be not dead as we had heard, he soon will be.
Oh, Fowler, sound the alarm! Now, Antinous, not my arrow alone is aimed at your heart, but many. Why are you so silent, boastful villain? Get you gone from my house, or will you stand and fight?
Nay, we will go. You are too many for us.
Wisely spoken. Coward. Go then and never let me see your faces again in Ithaca.
March the rabble out, my faithful subjects.
Now, Penelope, my dear, dear wife, come to my arms and welcome me home once again.
I wish there'd been time to tell you about all the adventures Ulysses had. There was the one about Circe, the enchantress who turned men into pigs. There were the sirens who, with their sweet singing, lured sailors to their doom. There was the adventure where Ulysses had to choose sailing between Scylla, the six-headed monster, or Charybdis, the boiling whirlpool which sucked ships to the bottom of the sea. You can read about these for yourselves in the books of Homer at your library. I'll return shortly. There was a city named Troy. Homer did not invent it. As a matter of fact, when an archaeologist named Heinrich Schliemann decided to dig for the ruins of Troy 100 years ago, he found the city in exactly the place that Homer had described in his book, The Iliad. Now you tell me, which is stranger, fact or fiction? Our cast included Michael Wager, Ann Williams, Jackson Beck, Robert Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
When you have lawn work to be done, get the tools.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley. Welcome to the magic world of radio. Adventure has other meanings than setting out for some distant land, braving adversity, or staking new claims. To Americans, adventure has always meant something more. Standing up for what you believe in, defending your ideals, not with words, but with actions. This is the adventure story we bring you today, of heroism that has never been equaled in our history. 180 Americans against thousands of Mexican soldiers in San Antonio, Texas, at the Alamo. Remember? We shall try to help you remember the Alamo. Today's tale of adventure, Remember the Alamo, has been dramatized from the pages of history, especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by G. Frederick Lewis. It stars Paul Hecht and Russell Horton. I shall be back shortly with Act One.
Betty.
There's an old mission chapel in San Antonio, Texas, that stood in a grove of cottonwood. The Spanish word for cottonwood is Alamo. It was there that 180 brave Americans fought for the independence of the state of Texas. Now, I say Americans because most of the freedom defenders didn't come from Texas. They were from Kentucky, Tennessee, South Carolina, Louisiana, Georgia, Pennsylvania, other states, even Ireland. Look at the gravestones of the massacred colonists. They'll tell you. Why did they fight? What were they defending? Whose land was it? Mexico's? USA's? Let's find out.
We're being cheated, and that's all there is to it.
Well, I don't know. We got the land.
How much did you pay for your piece of Texas?
$200.
For 4,500 acres, you paid $200. The going price was $30. And that's what the Mexicans were selling it for.
$30 for 4,420 acres?
Well, that's all I paid. $200. Somebody's making a profit on you somewhere. You're new in San Antonio, aren't you?
Yeah.
You just missed the big shindig. We got tired of waiting for them to keep their promises of guaranteed independence, so we just up and took San Antonio.
So, that's why there's a provisional government of Texas. I was wondering who was in charge.
We are, for the moment. But they ain't going to take this lying down. It's an insult to the mighty Mexican government, a foreigner taking over. But to us, it's very simple. We bought the land. We're growing cotton and making something out of it. And no one's going to tell us how to run it.
Yeah, my whole family fought in the Revolution for independence. I guess they'd be ashamed of me if I didn't stand up for what they stood up for.
Now you're talking. Hey, you see that tall fella just rode up? You know him?
Can't say I do.
That's Jim Bowie. I'd like you to meet him.
You mean the Jim Bowie?
Yeah, the same.
Say, is it true that he and a few fellas fought off a couple of hundred Indians at the San Saba mine?
It took him 2 days. He's a quick one with the knife.
Always wanted to get myself a Bowie knife.
Yeah, but I'd say his fighting days are behind him. He's close to 40, you know. One of San Antonio's leading citizens now. Married the richest girl in town. But he's with us. He knows what's fair is fair, and we're entitled to independence. Come on. He's a good man to know. Jim, this is Almiron Dickinson. He's from Tennessee.
Well, hello, son. I hail from Kentucky, but I grew up in Missouri and Louisiana. You here in San Antonio alone?
Oh, no, Mr. Bowie. I have my wife and a little girl.
Glad to hear that. I have more respect for a family man. I had a wife and 2 children myself. Well, but I lost them. Color. So I kind of live quietly now. What made you come to Texas?
Well, it was getting pretty crowded down our way, so when I heard Mexico was selling land to homesteaders, I closed the forge, closed up my blacksmithy, and wrote GTT on the door, and here we are.
GTT. Gone to Texas.
Yeah, but the stupid boy got taken. He paid $200.
Travis, I don't care if he paid $2,000 for 4,400 acres. It's still a bargain.
If it's all yours. But I don't think Mexico will ever live up to its promises if we don't force them. We got to make this provisional government permanent.
I agree. And the time is now. Now, if you gentlemen care to join me tonight at my house, you know the place, Travis, on Soledad Street, I shall tell you what I suggest as the means of freeing ourselves. Maybe even have a surprise in store for the both of you. My point is, we cannot let up. We must continue to awaken the country. In New Orleans, a town I know well, they formed the first company of Texan volunteers. And not only that, patriots all over are raising money, sending volunteers, rallying to our cause.
And why not? It's in our blood. Who didn't have a brother or cousin or uncle or father at Valley Forge?
I had kin there.
And I'll tell you something else. You want to move in and out of the territory? You got to have a passport.
Now, before we get too angry, I'd like to let you in on my little surprise. Come in, Davy.
Evening, gents. It's a pleasure.
Gentlemen, David Crockett of Tennessee.
No, sir. David Crockett of Texas. When I was cheated out of that election, I told the Tennessee voters, goodbye, I'm going to Texas.
I dare say Tennessee's loss is Texas's gain.
I like this fella, Jim. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Mr. Crockett, we're honored to have your musket alongside ours. My name's William Barrett Travis.
And this is Almiron Dickinson.
Pleased to meet you.
I'd rather be in my present situation than to be elected to a seat in Congress for life.
Dickinson here is from Tennessee.
Davy, I think he ought to be part of your special Tennessee arm of volunteers.
If he can ride and he can fight, there's room for him.
Well, I'm a blacksmith by trade, Mr. Crockett, so I know a horse from the hooves up. and I can ride.
Good. That makes us an even dozen. Mr. Dickinson, you get yourself cracking and write to folks back home for their help, so we can get that Mexican foot off our necks.
I was born 20 years too late for the revolution. But my father had a Navy Jack with 7 red stripes and a snake on her. Most beautiful flag you ever saw. And written on it, a warning to everybody. Don't tread on me.
Well, Jim, that was fine because the English could speak English, and they could read English. But I don't think the Mexicans understand our language. And it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't send a big army up here to make sure we understand their language.
His Excellency, General Antonio Lopez de Santayana.
No. Do not applaud me now. There is nothing for the Mexican people to be enthusiastic about. This is not a day for cheering. We are disgraced. We should hide our heads from shame and national humiliation which has been brought on us by the Norteamericanos. But, I say but, I can promise you the fort of San Antonio will be revenged. Now, for that you can applaud.
It was a good speech, Antonio.
Jose Mario, you are Secretary of War. I am the Commander-in-Chief. The enemy is 365 miles away. Why do they do this to me?
Because we are too nice. We give them 2 years exemption from taxes so they can get started. Still, they complain about taxes. They are not poor, these Texanos. 2 years ago, in 33, they export 4,000 bales of cotton. Last year, 10,000.
These Norte-Americanos who we permitted into our country must learn how to obey. If it takes 100,000 troops, we shall go.
Antonio, do you know how poor we are? Have you any idea what such an expedition is going to cost? Let them have their San Antonio.
It is a matter of principle and honor. What price do you put on that? 5,000 men, not one less.
Do you know what really would help?
Tell me, Jose Mario.
Get them some new guns.
What are you talking about? We bought those from the English. The guns they used at Waterloo.
I hear the Kentucky rifles are much better. They shoot further and hit harder.
We shall see. Tactics will win. Now go, do as I say. I have an army to train so we can teach these sharp Kentucky shooters a lesson.
Davy, I wouldn't recognize the old Franciscan mission. You're really making a fort out of it.
Not me, Jim. I'm rounding up supplies. It's Travis, our first colonel. He's got it all laid out. He's got 3 guns up in the old chapel and other artillery all around, north and south. Observation posts, guns on the buildings all around the 3-acre compound. What we haven't got is enough men. And this south palisade is weak. No wall, nothing. Just a 9-pounder. It wouldn't be too hard for the Mexicans to crawl up here.
Hi, Bowie, where you been? Sam Houston wants to blow up the Alamo. He feels it's too isolated, that we should pull back.
That son of a gun.
Now I look at all this, your preparations. Well, Sam left it up to me, and, well, I think he's crazy. I'd say the Alamo's worth holding. Oh, that's your friend from Tennessee?
Sure is. Oh, Dickinson. That blacksmith's a born artilleryman. He's got him cracking horseshoes to use for cannon shot.
Well, howdy do, Jim. Welcome back. Say, beginning to look like a real fort, isn't it? That 18-pounder covers the whole southwest angle of the town, and every day we build another earthwork to mount the guns.
Sam Houston told Jim here we ought to give the Alamo up.
Sam got word Santayana started his march up from Mexico with 4,500 troops.
Well, we only got 150 men.
Yeah, but those 150 really know how to shoot and pray.
4,500.
But I'd say with our artillery and the big 20 guns, the rifles, the ammunition, why, we could lick the Mexicans 10 to 1.
Hey, even those odds ain't enough.
Yeah, speaking as an old Tennessee politician, maybe what these men need is one of my extra special hypertrophied inspirational speeches. Man, gather around to hear what old Davy Crockett's going to put in your ear. Now, somebody just told me we could out-pray and out-shoot the Mexicans 10 to 1. Well, they got close to 5,000 marching up here, and by last nose count, we got close to 200. I want each of you to round up 1 man and a half. 300 friends, relatives, believers. 300 more. And with that total of 500, we're going to win. Now, anybody doesn't know a man and a half, why, he can bring in 2 men. Will you do it?
A mighty fine speech, Mr. Crockett.
That wasn't no speech, Mr. Dickinson. You were hearing the beating of my heart.
The enemy are in view. The enemy are in view.
Well, this is it, my friend. That bell is tolling for us.
And it had arrived. The Mexican cavalry, as far as the eye could see, their burnished armor and red and blue uniforms glistening. San Antonio would be run through at sword's point. The men raced into town to rescue their wives and children, Dickinson fetching his wife Susanna and daughter Angelina. Jim Bowie got his wife's adopted sisters, one with a baby, and everyone was brought back to the Alamo. That defended garrison would certainly be the safest, they thought. They hoped. We'll see. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. All those who could put pen to paper. Dickinson, Bowie, Travis. Dozens more wrote urgent appeals for goods, money, ammunition. Crockett scoured the countryside for volunteers. Weeks had gone by. No answer. Now, with the enemy at the gates, it was as though the country was asleep and didn't realize that the front lines of its freedom was at the Alamo. And then, to make matters worse, Jim Bowie was suddenly stricken ill.
Oh, let me just lie down here. Sit me down, will you?
Jim, what is it? What's come over you?
I don't know, Travis. I had this pain, and then everything started spinning around. Help me to my quarters, will you?
How is he, Colonel?
Jim Bowie, I think he'll recover. He's had a week of sweating it out, whatever the fever is. Couldn't get a doctor over here from town. People are all scared to leave their houses, so we're cut off.
I brought in a few volunteers last night, and I got promises for about a dozen more.
Well, thank heaven for these youngsters who came in with the women. You give them a message, they hang under a horse and ride out of here at night like the wind. There isn't a bullet that could catch up with them. And there go their cannon.
Now, listen to me, Colonel Travis. I want that palisade on the south side between the church and the barracks. It's the least protected, but my Tennessee volunteers can hold it. They're all itching for a little target practice.
Oh, it's yours, Davy. Arturo!
Senor?
Here, my boy, take this letter to Goliad and the other to Gonzales. Deliver that one first, put it right into Colonel Fannon's hands.
What'd you write?
Same to both towns. The enemy's in large force. Santa Anna himself has crossed the Rio Grande and is expected any hour. We need men and provisions. Give us assistance. All we got is 150 men, but we'll defend the Alamo till the last man.
The last man, amen. They'll never soften us up if they can't hit us.
All that racket out here. I keep expecting one cannonball to land. Man, can't even be sick.
Hey, now, what do you suppose has got a hold of you, Jim?
I don't know. I'm like a cripple. Sure has me worried.
Travis? You take care of this old knife fighter. I'm going to round up my Tennessee lads and make sure they've got the ammunition. Jim boy, I wouldn't worry if I were you. You're too ornery for any disease in its right mind to hang around you for long. Good day, James.
Travis, did you hear anything from Colonel Fannin?
Not one word. I just wrote him again. There he sits in his garrison in Goliad, 95 miles away with 420 troops.
Maybe he can't spare anyone. He's afraid he's going to be attacked.
Yeah, that's the word, Jim, afraid. I couldn't be plainer the way I wrote him. We're determined never to retreat, I said. We don't have much provisions, but enough till you and your men get here. And where are they?
Maybe the messengers didn't get through.
I said to him, we repeat, to a brave officer who knows his duty, that we call on him for assistance.
Brave officer. I think you flattered him. He's had time, but not the will. Round here, if you gotta dig up some courage to fight, you might as well make it 6 foot long and jump in.
Where is this Alamo?
Told you all right, Your Excellency.
Ah, yes. Not 1,000 yards away. Miserable, crumbling, ancient joke of a building. How big is it all around?
3 acres with buildings all around.
It's Jose Mario. Is that a red flag flying from the chapel?
I am sorry to say it is. A blood red flag.
Blood red? Ah, yes. So they are defiant, aren't they? Oh, yes. Quite defiant.
You, we are requisitioning these cars. What is your name?
Itori, senor.
Tell everybody to get out of your house, Itori.
My wife also?
No, we need her to cook. And you will serve and clean up. Now, get food and wine and set the table.
Yes.
Aro tells me you have received a message from a James Bowie in the Alamo.
I am afraid to show it to you.
Oh, I shall not be angry. What does James Bowie say?
For some reason which I do not understand, Antonio, this James Bowie is under the impression we wish to negotiate a peace parley. His messenger is waiting.
He is joking. I have not traveled 500 miles to... What? This boy must be dreaming. Give that to me. He signs himself James Bowie, commander of the volunteers. Dios y Federación Mexicano. And then he crosses out Mexican Federation and has written God and the Texas. God and Texas. Well, we shall find out.
Will you see the messenger?
Of course not. Tell him the Mexican army cannot come to terms under any conditions.
I could have told you his terms are unconditional surrender, Bowie. He wants this battlefield. He's come all this distance to make an example of the foreigners. There's only one language all of them understand, and we shall give it to him. Dickinson?
Sir?
Fire! Fire! That is our answer. You taking the night watch, Dickinson?
He had to. Gregorio Parts is usually at this post, but he snuck off to get his family and some friends.
Is he Mexican?
Not only loyal to Texas, as lots of them are, but he's one of the few locals who can handle a cannon. He's making contact with about 20 friends who want to fight with us, so I'm keeping an eye out for him.
You see anything suspicious?
No. A moment ago, the light went out in the Aturi house on the main plaza.
Yeah, that used to be one of our outposts. Is that Santa Anna's headquarters?
His sleeping quarters.
Yeah, well, they picked the strongest house in town.
Hey, it's Gregorio. He's returned.
He looks like he's got 30 able bodies with him. I'll crawl down to the side, and you hold me by the heels. We'll get him up the wall, one by one. All right.
Okay, Gregorio. Now we're making a chain. Grab Colonel Travis' hand and pull yourselves up. One more to go. That short fella down there.
All right.
You got him, Travis?
Yeah, I got him. Okay, up you go, my man.
Man, that's no man. That's Gregorio's son, Enrique.
Will you stop jabbering and get me up again?
Yeah.
Oh, my arms. My arms are coming out of their sockets. Well, Gregorio, friends, welcome to the Alamo. How many are we?
There's 32 of them, sir.
Well, that brings our strength to 182. God bless you, everyone. Now, if any of you can handle artillery, Gregorio will show you. Captain Almiron Dickinson here is in charge. And if the mothers and children come along with me, I'll show you your quarters. Jim, you awake? Can I come in?
This whatever it is, it's killing me. These pains in the chest. Could it be pneumonia?
Now, you just keep warm. You'll get over it.
I'm feeling mighty poorly, William.
You must be out of your head. That's the first time you ever called me by my first name.
This isn't the time for formalities. You spend all your life fighting. And then, when the big one comes along, you're out of commission.
Jim, in no time, you'll be on your feet raring for bear.
I'm no Davy Crockett. He's the bear hunter. No. I'm a gentleman at heart. I can shoot in the man's world, but the love of a woman means more to me than all those victories.
Just get yourself well, Jim, so that we can run this fight together. I want you out there with me, you know. I need you. The days were passing, but numbered. More and more contingents of the Mexican army arrived hourly, but the defenders of the Alamo were alone. Not one more man or one more pound of gunpowder got through to the beleaguered Texans. How much longer could Travis and Crockett and Dickinson and the dying Jim Bowie and each and every brave man, woman, and child, how much longer could they hold out? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. What do you do when the odds are against you? When it's not even a gamble anymore? Do you run up the white flag? Not if you're an American who came to Texas for the good life and the good land and found yourself protecting the good name of American courage. These were not regular army, these 182 patriots. They were doctors, blacksmiths, farmers, teachers, ministers, poets. They were ordinary, God-fearing citizens, and their names should never be forgotten.
Nelson, Parker, Reynolds, Ryan. Now, come on, boys. Don't let up. As soon as we pile that earth up, we'll run a cannon up there to protect this side. We'll give them back twice as good as we get. No, hold your fire. Wait till Colonel Travis decides. In front of the houses. How close to the women's and children's quarters? Can you hear me? I said, how close? I think it's been hit. Oh, Lord, no. I can't go down there and see. I gotta stay here by the men. Keep up your digging. I'll tell you when you can grab your rifles. Oh, Colonel Crockett. Where's Colonel Travis? We got a serious situation by these emplacements. We want to answer their fire.
Just writing an important message. I'm taking charge. No, don't return fire. Hold off. that down there? All that activity? We might catch 100 or more if we wait. Look, see that work down by the McMullen house. Just let them bring their men closer. And then...
Colonel Crockett, did you happen to pass the quarters of women and children?
Not a scratch. Hasn't been touched.
Oh, thank God.
Fellow citizens, I am besieged by 1,000 or more Mexicans under Santa Ana. I have sustained a continued bombardment for 24 hours and have not lost a man. The enemy have demanded a surrender. Otherwise, the garrison is to be put to the sword. I have answered the summons with a cannon shot, and our flag still waves proudly from the walls. Oh, Davy, come on in. I'm getting off another call for help. I shall never surrender or retreat.
I echo that. Never.
I call on you in the name of liberty, of patriotism, and of everything dear to the American character to come to our aid with all dispatch.
You just write that the enemy are receiving reinforcements daily and will no doubt increase to 3,000 or 4,000 in 4 or 5 days.
In less than that. Though this call may be neglected, I am determined to sustain myself as long as possible and die like a soldier who never forgets what is due to his own honor and that of his country. Victory or death.
Victory or death. And so they're up to something new out there. Trying to get closer to us on the southeast side.
We keeping watch?
Dickinson's got the glasses trained on them. I told him to hold off for now.
Are you sure you're right, Davy? It's not too good for morale to keep our men from answering fire.
We can kill a lot more of them my way.
All right, if you're sure.
I'll leave this rule for others when I'm dead. They're always sure you're right, then go ahead.
We gotta get this message through.
Let's get that boy, Enrique.
Are you hurt, Davy?
No, sir. Only insulted.
Yeah.
I know where the boy is.
Good. Give him this message. Tell him to ride with it like the wind to Goliath.
Well, they know where in Goliath.
Well, the garrison, of course, is for Colonel Fannin.
Say, I like what you've written on the outside.
What?
The people of Texas and all Americans in the world.
Colonel Travis, glad you're with us. Move the 18-pounder over there. She's ready to be touched off.
Where are they shooting from?
Hey, cover! Travis, what can you see through the glasses?
There's lots of activity down there.
Yeah, looks like it. I'd say 50 of them swimming across the river. Here comes some more. Hold your fire! Hold it!
Wasn't that right? We can turn this into a rout.
Captain?
Yes, Colonel?
Are you ready?
Ready and aiming point blank.
All right, now hold it. They're 100 yards now, still coming. 80, hold it. 70, and fire!
Come on, Tennessee boys! Pick up your pluck, pick your blood, and cover!
They're running behind La Valita. They got cover there. I wish Bowie was on his feet. We sure could use him down there.
Hey, Colonel, I'm getting bored firing old Bitsy at those Mexican squirrels. Anything else you need done?
Sure, Davy. Get 2 other riders and torch those buildings where they're hiding.
Yes, sir. Baker, Brown, on the double, follow me.
With you. Travis. Jim Bowie, what are you doing up here?
My duty is at the command post with you, not in bed. Push that Davy Crockett up to.
All right, come over here. Look, see over at La Valita?
Yeah.
Those that aren't floating face down in the river took to the old buildings for cover. And behind that are the howitzers. They got aimed right at us. Crockett is going to set fire to the lot.
There he goes. Is that Baker? Brown? That's Davy Crockett. When you look at those flames, he has it out that old Crockett hell.
No message from outside, Jim, was there? No answer?
Don't lose heart.
Sit here, surrounded and circled. That noose getting tighter and tighter. Where is help?
William, I'm a dying man and I know it. I hope it'll be my enemy bullet. Not this.
Jim, you're not getting off that easy. You're gonna live. Here, take this rifle.
I couldn't hold that. I'm too weak to scratch myself. I'm thinking, with death so close, if they overpower us, we'll be a sacrifice at the shrine of our country.
You believe that? I wonder if anyone will remember the Alamo, care enough to do our memory justice.
Pocket, get back here fast. William, help me back to my quarters.
Dickinson, give them all you have.
They've hit 2 of our cannons. Their guns aren't 200 yards away. We're trapped. Fire at those gunners! Pick them off like quails!
Boy, what in heaven's name? You're back.
I don't care how I feel. I have to be up here. Hey, go inside and take care of the others.
Travis, listen to me. They've got a new battery south and another new one north. These walls aren't going to hold up much longer. It's only time.
The men will hold out longer than the wall.
We're hemmed in on all sides. We'd better all march out and die in the open air.
You hear that?
Why, there's nothing. They're leaving. They're leaving. They're all heading back, all of them. They're leaving.
That's bad. They're regrouping. Tomorrow morning, that'll be the end.
Crockett? Colonel Crockett. Davy!
I hear you. Let me take care of this man's leg.
Davy, gather all the men. I want to talk to them. My brave companions, our fate is sealed. I have deceived you long with the promise of help, but I have been deceived by others. My calls on Colonel Fannin have remained unanswered. Because I thought help was coming, I asked you to remain until it is too late. We are outnumbered 20 to 1. There is no escape. My choice is to remain in the Alamo and resist, to sell our lives as dearly as possible. So let us band together as brothers and vow to die together.
What is the time?
I gave my watch to one of the children.
Sometime before dawn, that's all I know.
A long night for me. It may never be day.
Anyone seen Travis?
He's also with the children.
Lord, it seems just yesterday I came riding into town wondering which street to put up the blacksmith shop. How did all this happen?
There's always a moment in history, and someone has to pay the price for those that follow. Today it's our turn.
Hey, you boys having a party? How come no one's asleep?
Oh, William, you are an amusing man. I expect we'll all be asleep for a long time.
They're coming. They're coming. The Mexicans are coming.
They're climbing the wall.
Don't let them put up those ladders.
All right, come on, Tennessee. Shoot, Rito. Shoot, Rito. Hey.
Oh, blazes. The 18-pounder's out of action.
Let me get a shot at those monkeys. Yeah, I got him. There goes another ladder.
They've hit Colonel Travis. The Mexicans are broken through. They're inside our walls. Get your knives out, boys.
When the shooting was over, Mrs. Dickinson took her baby in her arms a pitcher of water, see if she could find any dying man who needed a cup of cold water, or a message to send to her mother, or wife, or sister. She found only the dead. Her husband, Colonel Travis Jim Bowie, all dead. And I was going fast in the corner of the Alamo with a big pile of dead Mexicans all around me. I'll leave this rule for others when I'm dead. Be always sure you're right. And go ahead.
Let us band together as brothers and vow to die together. Colonel William Barrett Travis asked his men, and so they did. Every last defender of the Alamo. They took with them half of the entire Mexican army. What of Colonel Fannin, who never arrived? What of His Excellency General Santa Anna and his thousands who remained alive? I shall tell you when I return. None survived at the Alamo. Further north, Colonel Fannin and his men were captured by the Mexicans, and on a Palm Sunday were taken out to the woods and shot. General Santa Anna went to sleep one night encamping on the San Jacinto River, and when he awoke, his troops had been surrounded by Sam Houston. He was caught. The Alamo lives in history as a symbol of heroic defense for the ideals of freedom and independence. We shall always look back at the Alamo with wonder. Could we, today, do the same for the same cause? I think we could, if we always remember the Alamo. Our cast included Paul Heck, Russell Horton, Jackson Beck, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley. Welcome to the magic world of radio and your imagination. It isn't fair, really. I mean, one size. I don't happen to be very tall myself. In fact, in school, I was smaller than all the other guys. And I wished, oh, how I wished I could be 6 feet. Would I show them? Well, when I grew older, I found out many short people were more successful than tall people. Maybe it's because they try harder. Today, we're going to bring you the tale of how one little guy took care of a giant, whipped him easy. And that was only the beginning. It's the story of the boy, David. Our adventure story was written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Skip Hinnant. I shall return in a moment with Act One. This is the story of David, the shepherd boy who in his day became a national hero. He was selected by God. The prophet Nathan tells us David was chosen from among the children of Israel. He played with lions as with lambs, and with bears he did in like manner as with the lambs of the flock. Our adventure begins in the fields outside of Bethlehem, where the young shepherd David tends his father's sheep.
Can it be? I see the eyes of a lion in the thicket. And a bear. You, lion, bear. They're making off with my ram. Oh, loosen the ram from your jaws, lion. Yeah, loosen, I say, or I shall beat you to death. Give up my ram. It is not my blood on my hand, Father, but the blood of a ram.
But who is now with the sheep, David?
I have given charge to the keeper so that I might come home to tell you, Father, that...
Yes? What?
There came a lion and a bear, and they took a ram out of the midst of the flock.
Oh, my poor boy. How did you escape?
Escape? I pursued them and struck them and delivered the ram out of their mouths, so that they rose up against me.
The lion and the bear?
Yeah, and I caught them by the throat, and I strangled and killed them.
Oh, there is someone at the door. You were very brave, young David, and I am proud. Your brother shall be proud.
I shall return to the sheep, Father.
Who is at the door?
It is I, Samuel, the prophet of the Lord.
Welcome and enter, for the Lord is with you.
I am sent, Jesse, because in thy house there is a king among thy sons.
A king?
Of Israel. Summon all your sons, so that I may anoint one in the name of the Lord.
A king? A king of Israel? From under this roof? These are my 7 boys. Eliab, step forward. This is Eliab, my eldest.
Lord, is the chosen before thee?
What does he say?
He says, look not upon the face, nor on the height, because I have rejected him.
My next son, Abinadab.
Neither hath the Lord chosen him.
Shammah, my 3rd son. The others, look upon them all. Samuel, you shake your head.
The Lord hath not chosen any of these. Jesse, are all thy sons here?
David, there remains yet a young one who watches the sheep.
Send and fetch him.
David? David!
I have not had time to cleanse the ram's blood from my hand.
This is my youngest, Samuel.
The Lord hath spoken. He hath said, arise, Samuel, and anoint him, for this is he.
David? To be king? But what of King Saul? He is now the king of Israel.
Do not doubt the wish of the Lord. The boy David's time will come.
But why? Why is Saul not to remain king? I do not understand.
The Spirit of the Lord hath departed from Saul. An evil spirit troubles him.
King Saul, there is much sadness about you.
The Spirit of the Lord hath left me. What shall I do?
Let me seek out for you a man skillful in playing the harp. And when the evil spirit is upon you, O king, have him play, and you may bear your troubles more easily.
Find me, then, that man who can play well.
I have seen a son of Jesse of Bethlehem, a skillful player, one of great strength and prudent in his words. His name is David.
Send me David. David, sit before me. and play your harp.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul.
He restoreth my soul.
He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake.
But if one fears, David...
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
They comfort me.
Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life.
Oh, my boy, David. The sadness is lifted from me.
And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
King Saul?
Yes?
It is dawn.
I've been awake all night, hoping the Philistines have not come to do battle.
It is a vain hope, my king.
They serve their challenge. How many of them are gathered for war?
I would say they outnumber us.
Why do you not come out prepared to fight?
What manner of man is this who speaks with such a giant of a voice, Captain?
A giant of a man, my lord. Our soldiers are sorely afraid.
Afraid of one man?
Let me speak to this giant. What is your name, O Philistine?
I am Goliath of Gath.
He calls himself Goliath. Indeed, he is one. He is 9 feet 9 inches tall. I see upon his head a helmet of brass, and his body is clothed with a coat of mail.
Answer me, O children of Israel. Why do you not come out prepared to fight?
A strange creature.
I say unto you all, choose one man from among you, and let him come fight me hand to hand.
One man? We have no Israelite of like size to wage equal combat.
If he can fight with me and kill me, we will be servants to you. But if I prevail against him and kill him, you shall be servants and serve us.
David, I am worried about your brothers.
Have you had no word, Father?
A month and more since Eliab, Abinadab, and Shammah left home to join the army of King Saul.
I wish I had been old enough to follow King Saul into battle.
Oh, I am sure the king is better served without boys underfoot in time of war. Your place is tending the sheep. However...
Yes, Father?
To receive news, one must bring something. Go home and take up a sack of grain and 10 loaves of bread, and go to the camp at Socho and give them to your brothers. Inquire of them their well-being, and return home as fast as your legs can carry you.
A sack of grain and 10 loaves. Eliab, it is I, David.
What are you doing here? We're about to go into battle.
Oh, Father sent me that he might have news of you.
This is no place for you. Go home, David.
Eliab, no time to stand talking with this boy. Who is he?
My brother, David.
Are you the captain?
Yes, now go.
I am still here. For 40 days I have returned each day to challenge one Israelite to fight me hand to hand. Where is he?
Captain, why do the men move away?
Know you not fear? They are afraid.
Is there not one in King Saul's army to challenge this Philistine?
Not one. Were there, the king would enrich him with great riches, would give him his daughter in reward, would make his father's house free from tribute in Israel.
Who is this Goliath that he should defy the armies of the living God?
Captain, this boy dishonors my father's house. Why did you come here and leave our sheep in the desert? Go home.
Captain, I beg you, for I have sung before the king. Ask him. Is there not cause to speak?
And then the boy David turned to me and said, "Ask the king, is there not cause to speak?"
Let him come in.
Send the boy here.
It is said that those who are pure in heart see clearly to the bottom of the pool.
I hope with all my heart I have not in any way offended, O great king.
I have not forgotten it was you who once brought me peace.
I shall bring peace to the land.
No, let him speak.
I, your servant, will go and fight the Philistine.
You? Fight Goliath?
You're but a boy. You're not able to withstand this Philistine. He is a warrior from his youth.
Hear me out. I kept my father's sheep, and there came a lion and a bear, and they took a ram out of the midst of the flock. And I pursued after them and struck them and delivered the ram out of their mouths. And the lion and the bear rose up against me, and I caught them by the throat, and I strangled them, and I killed them.
This happened.
Can you believe this stripling, O king?
The Lord who delivered me out of the paw of the lion and out of the paw of the bear, he will deliver me out of the hand of the Philistine.
Go, David, and the Lord be with you.
The first time I read the story of David being encouraged by his king to go fight Goliath, it seemed far-fetched, unlikely. Why would King Saul tell a youth inexperienced in the ways of war to go ahead and fight this giant? Was there anything behind Saul's command? I think we shall find out in a few moments when I return with Act 2.
I'll be back.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. It is possible that King Saul knew David was anointed by God and therefore could have more than mortal strength and an even chance when he faced the giant Goliath. And if so, if suspecting that someday David might inherit the kingdom of Israel, Saul might very well say, "Certainly, go ahead, fight this giant," in the hope that perhaps David would be destroyed and then no longer be a threat to the King Saul. We shall see.
Remain by my side, David. To attack Goliath, you shall need armor. Remove my breastplate.
Aye, King Saul.
Now, my coat of mail, and place it about the boy. It is well. And place upon his head my helmet of brass. David, how does the dress of a warrior become you?
I am uncertain. The armor is large and heavy.
To protect you, to impede the hand of mighty Goliath.
I cannot go into battle thus, for I am not used to it.
Remove the armor and lay it aside. David shall go forth clad only in our hopes.
I shall have more armor than that. I have God protecting my soul.
Where is the Israelite who would challenge me? Let him come forth, so that I might tear his limbs asunder and feed his carcass to the beast.
David, the king has asked if I would accompany you.
To protect me?
Don't you need it? What is your armament?
In my shepherd's bag, I have 5 smooth stones I gathered from the brook.
Stones?
In my left hand, a slingshot, and in my right, a shepherd's staff.
David, I know not what to say. May God protect you.
Is this who the Israelites sent to mock me? Who art thou, boy?
I am David, son of Jesse.
Come a little closer. and I will give your flesh to the birds and to the beasts of the earth.
You come with a sword and a spear and a shield. I do not need such armor. The Lord will deliver you into my hand, and I will slay you this day.
Come then, Sparrow. Raise yourself to your full height, that Goliath the Philistine may blow you away.
O God, come to my assistance. O Lord, make haste to help me. Thou art my helper and deliverer. O Lord, make no delay.
My brother is endangering all our lives, Captain.
Eliab, he is giving his.
To what end? Look, Goliath descends to the valley.
David runs to meet him.
David's hand is at his side. He's taking a stone, placing it in his sling.
Come, baby bird. Why are you dancing about, waving your arm?
The giant is hit. He falls. Goliath does not stir. He is dead.
I give praise, O God, to thy name, for thou hast delivered me out of all trouble, and my eye hath looked down upon mine enemies.
Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I should not have believed it.
Look there. So far as the eye can see, from Socho and Azekah to the borders of Domin, not one Philistine soldier crosses the eye. If Goliath was their one arm, the entire army has fled as one body.
Michal, is that you, daughter?
I have been waiting outside your chambers, Father, to speak with you. But the servant said you did not rest well, and I did not wish to disturb you.
Oh, my lovely daughter. Wars, warriors, and rewards are on my mind.
You speak in riddles.
I had promised the warrior who slew Goliath to have the hand of your sister Merob, the eldest. But I can make a better alliance for her than this upstart.
How can you speak so of David? He's the bravest of the brave.
You speak with warmth?
When he returns from his triumphant visits to our cities, I wish to know him.
But you're a child.
I am old enough to love a man, and although I know the shepherd only by his deeds, I know I love him. I will be glad to become his wife.
Why have I had to wait so long, Captain, for news? My daughter hounds me day and night. Where is he? When can she meet this David, this deliverer?
Forgive me, O king, but events have carried me far and wide, from city to city in his wake. With my own eyes, King Saul, I saw in all the cities of Israel the women come singing and dancing to meet their king. David is regarded as a king.
What do you say?
Word is, Saul slays thousands, but David slays tens of thousands.
I do not like it. A hero more popular than a king. Next, they will want for him the kingdom. I have heard, David, you have become the hero of the people.
It was your wish, King Saul, that I do battle with Goliath. To God and to you belong the honor, not me.
Oh, that is modest of you. Come, play your harp for me, and I will dream the dreams of an old king. My youngest daughter, Michal, has pleaded with me that she be yours. What say you, David?
I could not be the king's son-in-law. I am a poor man of small ability.
Small ability? Say not so. Since the last new moon, there have been rumors in the land that you've been anointed by the prophet Samuel in the name of the Lord. Answer me, David. Are there rumors, or are there not?
I have not heard any.
Have you been anointed by Samuel?
The prophet Samuel did visit my father's house, yes.
And?
And what, my king?
Put away that harp.
There's something in your manner that causes me concern and mistrust. And by my spear, I like that not.
Now stay where you are. David, I ask you on pain of death, this spear pointed at your head, to answer me. Are you to be the next king of Israel?
I know not, my king. What have I done to anger you so?
Out of my sight. Go. Captain.
I am here. Your David ran past me like a hunted deer.
He is not my David. I do not trust him. I fear his eyes are upon the throne.
I think not.
Think not, Captain. Your duties are not to think, but to act. Make David a captain over 1,000 men.
Excellent idea. The soldiers will be proud indeed.
I care not for their pride of him. They are to do battle, not worship this shepherd.
I shall give the order. I take my leave of you.
Whatever is it? Why am I so sorely troubled and fearful? The boy does but honor Israel, yet I am suspicious of him. And in my heart there grows a burden, the burden of hate. For I hate him.
Only a few short years before, the people of Israel had asked God for a king. And Samuel the prophet told them that God had chosen Saul. And so Saul, the son of a wealthy man, became king. But now the mighty have fallen. Saul is bitter, angry, and jealous. Where will this struggle end? I shall return with more of this story in Act 3 shortly. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. King Saul's suspicions and hatred of David would not let him rest. Having promised his youngest daughter to David, he thought of a way to be rid of David forever.
David, come here. Have you thought again of marrying my daughter, the beautiful Michal?
I am happy, my king, that the anger I appear to have brought you has left you, and once again you speak calmly.
No more of that. But of marrying...
For me, nothing has changed. I am still poor. You have made me a warrior, true, a leader of 1,000 men. But why such a marriage?
She tells me that she loves you.
She knows me not, nor I her.
Come now, David. Would you not like to be a king's son-in-law? Be honest with me.
I would. Certainly I would.
Then prove your devotion. I want no dowry, but 100 slain Philistines. I wish to be avenged on my enemies.
It shall be done.
What news of David, Captain?
It is good news, my king.
Ah, poor David. The enemy has caught him, captured him. He is not killed in battle.
David has slain 200 Philistines, and even now approaches the gates of the palace.
Go, Captain. Meet him and bring him to me. He shall be rewarded. 200. There can be no question but that he is the anointed one. He is a young man to be feared, to be watched, and to remember as my enemy.
David?
What is it, Michal?
I hear noises outside the house. Can you see outside?
But it is dark, my dearest. Many hours before dawn. But of course, everything is strange to you. A husband by your side. A house of your own.
It is not strangeness. Our house is being watched.
But why and by whom?
By my father. if what I overheard is true.
Surely no man would give his daughter's hand in marriage, and then...
I sat in the palace garden this afternoon, and I could hear my father command his guards to come to our house tonight.
But for what reason?
To watch you, so that when you departed from our house in the morning, you would be killed.
Your father has lost his reason.
Unless you save yourself tonight, you will not see the day tomorrow. I beg of you, my own David, escape now.
If his guards are below, they shall see me.
I shall let you down into the courtyard. From there is the servants' passage to the outer wall. Go now, I beg you.
From this window.
Take this sheet. I will hold one end.
Yeah, I hold it. Goodbye, my love.
Where will you go?
To the house of he who anointed me when I was but a shepherd.
Samuel, the prophet?
Even he. I shall be with him at his house in Ramah. Samuel, art thou the prophet, Samuel?
I am.
Tell me, O prophet, what can I do?
Do not concern thyself with evil men. Rest in the Lord and wait patiently for him. Cease from anger and do no evil, for evildoers shall be cut off. But those that wait upon the Lord, they shall inherit the earth.
I must go back. I must find the king and try to persuade him to righteousness. I shall seek him out so that we can pray together. When I was a shepherd boy, he had me come and play the harp to him, and we prayed together.
The meek shall inherit the earth and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace. Go, my son.
Eliab, wake up.
Huh? David, is that you?
I have found the camp where Saul lies sleeping with Abner, the captain of his army. Come with me.
David, no. What good can come of this perpetual hide and seek with King Saul?
Who knows but God? Perhaps by not raising my hand against him, I can make his spirit whole.
Dear younger brother, that is impossible. This Saul, for whom I and your two elder brothers fought, will not rest until you die. He and his army and his scouts have pursued you from mountain to valley, from river to river.
It is my turn now. He is encamped and sleeping nearby. Look, they are asleep.
God has shown you your enemy. He has thrust him into your hands. I can run him through with my spear.
No, kill him not. But I shall take his spear from where it lies.
David, is that your voice, David, my son?
It is my voice, my lord the king.
Is it my life you will have, my spear in your hands?
Why do you persecute me? What have I done?
I am unarmed, David. Would you run me through with my own blade? Spare my life, David, and I will do you no more harm.
Here is your spear. Take it.
My life was precious in your eyes. I've been foolish in very many things. Blessed are you, my son, David.
Father, I was there when David entered King Saul's tent, and Saul said, I have sinned against you, David. Yet within a month, Saul's heart turned against him again, and David had to flee to the hills as this madman pursues.
I wish that Samuel had never anointed David in the name of the Lord. Still, David forgives even Saul.
You should see him now, Father. He has grown much since he tended sheep in our pasture.
I would not have it otherwise. Everything grows. This little town of Bethlehem where he was born, it too has grown. And it is becoming known far and wide as the birthplace of David. Father, my boy, my boy.
David, what have they done to you?
Father, Eliab, some water. Bring water and a cloth that I may cleanse his face. They have lost their senses.
Here, my brother. Let me bathe the wounds upon your face.
They tracked me to Ramah, to the house of Samuel, and threatened if I did not come out
To burn it to the ground. You were with Samuel, the prophet?
Together in prayer.
Did he escape Saul's men?
Oh, they would not touch the prophet. We heard them surround the house, and we prayed. Who can that be?
They have followed you here, David.
I'm not afraid. I shall unbar the door. Captain, what do you want of me?
I was sent by the king to tell you the prophet Samuel is dead.
Captain, there shall be a new law, and you shall tell it to the scribe.
Yes, mighty Saul.
From henceforth, all prophets, all foretellers, wizards, all with whom the spirits are familiar, are banished from the land. Have them sought out, give them 1 hour to depart, or slay them on the spot.
It shall be done. Have you had word of David?
Of David? Why should I? I cannot bear to look in his face. Speak to me no more of David.
O king, I know you are afflicted, but I fear for Israel. For now, more than ever, we need the strength of David.
Now? Why now?
The Philistines have returned and surround us. They are mightier than ever before.
Oh, David, what have you done to me? Battle after battle you save Israel. But I know it is only to push me from the throne. Where are our armies?
In Gilboa. We have massed all our forces. Shall I recall David?
Oh, no. I must seek counsel. I am not myself. I kneel here in the darkness, alone on the road, disguised in poor clothing. Remember words taught me by the shepherd boy. How long, O Lord? How long? Deliver my soul. Save me for thy mercy's sake.
Who is he who disturbs the peace of night?
Traveler. Where am I?
You are at Endor.
Oh, yes, I know it. Why do you stand there hidden in the shadows?
I am in hiding. King Saul has cut off those who have familiar spirits.
And are you such a one? You communicate with the dead?
With the living dead, present and past.
Would you know King Saul to look at him?
No, I have never seen him, poor man.
Poor man?
He may be our king, but he is mortal. Forbid the prophets indeed. They are still there. He is afraid to hear them.
I have need of such a voice. Would you call one up for me if I asked you?
How do you know I can?
I recognize you. You are the witch of Endor. Here is gold. Divine me a familiar spirit. Call him up from his world, and I shall give you a second purse of gold.
Who are you? Your request could be a trap. If I fulfill it, I could die.
I am a man of means and some divinity. As the Lord liveth, there shall be no punishment happen to you.
Only one man could make such a promise. You are the king.
I am.
King Saul. Why did you deceive me?
So be not afraid.
Whom shall I conjure up unto you?
Conjure me Samuel.
Samuel?
I must speak with him.
By all the spirits of heaven and hell, King Saul commands the prophet Samuel return to earth.
What do you see?
I see gods ascending. I see one spirit.
What form is he of?
An old man, covered with a mantle, a shroud.
It is Samuel.
Why have you disturbed me, King Saul? to bring me here?
I am distressed, for the Philistines make war against me, and God is departed from me.
The Lord has become your enemy.
Enemy? Oh, no.
Already the Lord has given your kingdom to David.
I know.
You have sought to destroy David, but the power of the Lord is always with him.
I could not help myself. I did not want him to be king. What do you see of tomorrow?
The Lord will deliver Israel with you into the hands of the Philistines. Tomorrow, you and all who bear your seed will no longer be of the earth. You will be with me.
Killed?
Even so.
The next day, at Mount Gilboa, the Philistines defeated the Israelites. The archers drew their bows, and Saul was wounded. He could not submit to becoming a captive, and so he drew his sword and fell upon it. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
And indeed, goodness and mercy did follow David for all the days of his life. David was now 30 years old, and he reigned for 40 years. In the city of Jerusalem, he established the kingdom. He fortified it, and they called it the City of David. In a moment, a threat to the life of Israel, and how King David survived. Twice the Philistines tried to capture Jerusalem, and twice David's armies pushed them back. So overwhelming was their defeat that Israel was not attacked again while David was king. The story of the boy David is a story of belief. This faith in God made a shepherd boy serve his country for longer years than he attended sheep. One need not subscribe to any particular faith in order to find excellence and meaning in life. The golden rule could be enough.
This is
Our cast included Skip Hinnant, Leon Janney, Robert Dryden, William Griffiths, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley. Welcome to the magic world of radio. Hundreds of years ago, there was once a ruler of Baghdad who was a very moody fellow. He was the richest man around, but he had fits of gloom. To distract himself, since it was centuries before radio could take you to the land of imagination, as we do here, he hired storytellers to keep him amused. Many of their stories were gathered together in a book called The Arabian Nights, And from this imaginative collection, we bring you today the story of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. Our story of adventure, Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, was adapted from the Arabian Nights, especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Gordon Heath. I'll be back in a moment with Act One. Once upon a time, in a town in Persia called Baghdad, there lived two brothers, one called Qasim, the other Ali Baba. Qasim married a wealthy girl called Samantha, who inherited a warehouse full of fine goods. So in no time, Qasim became one of the wealthiest merchants in town. His brother Ali Baba, on the other hand, married a poor girl, and the only way he was able to support his wife and children was to go into the forest, cut down wood, and on his donkeys carry the wood to town and sell it. One day, when Ali was in the forest chopping wood...
Who are those horsemen coming down the path? I thought I was the only one who knew this part of the forest. Oh, there are a lot of them. And I don't like the way they look. They could be thieves or murderers, or both. As certain as my name is Ali Baba, I had better hide. This looks like a strong tree with lots of big leaves to hide behind. I'll climb up where they can't see me.
Fellow thieves, it has been a long, hard journey with little rest. So, fellow thieves, I'd like to get this over in a hurry. Tie your horses, give each a bag of corn, and then carry your bags of gold and silver to the entrance of the cave.
Great caliphs in the morning. They're lining up right underneath my tree.
Are we all met?
We are.
Throw your bows, men. Then still your tongue while I say the magic words. Open sesame. In you go, into the cave, single file, all 40 of you.
We know. We've done this often enough.
Did he say 40 thieves? Does that include him? 40 thieves? That is thievery wholesale.
Everybody inside?
Everybody's inside, Chief Thief.
Good. Pose sesame.
The cave door is closed. Do I have time to get down this tree, load my donkeys with wood, and head back to town before I'm discovered? No, better not. It never fails. When I'm in a hurry, the donkeys won't cooperate. Better wait here. The cave is opening.
Fellow thieves, mount your steeds and follow me. Is everybody out of the cave?
Everybody's out.
All right, then. Close sesame. Forward. Gallop.
This I have to try. Say the magic words, and the whole rock moves. Let's see what happens when I try. Open sesame. Sultans and caliphs. What do I see here? Silks and damasks. Ingots of silver. Bars of gold. Heaps and heaps of money in bags. These robbers, they've been years at their stealing. All right, Ali Baba. All right. Stop
stop gaping and get yourself gathering. I've got 3 donkeys. Each could carry 4 bags of gold, so I'll have 12 bags. This is the luckiest day of my life. Wife, let me finish. I loaded our 3 donkeys with 12 bags of gold, said the magic words, close, sesame. The cave closed up, and I came right home. It's a gold mine, a veritable gold mine.
Of stolen gold.
I didn't steal it. I found it. They'll never miss 12 bags of gold.
Allie, what does gold look like?
I was about to show you. I'll just open 1 bag.
I take it all back. Oh, aren't they beautiful?
I'm going to dig a hole out back and bury it.
How much have we got?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it be a good idea to find out?
How?
Measure the gold.
With a stick?
You dig the hole, put in the gold, and I'll measure it with a measuring stick the way I measure barley or rice or sesame.
Don't say that word.
Oh, sorry.
But I don't own a measuring stick for the quantities of rice we buy.
I'll go over to your brother's and borrow one from Samantha. I don't have to tell her what it's for.
Don't do it. Don't ask favors. Forget how much we have. Leave it alone. It's better not to know. We'll hide it, keep it, and slowly we'll spend it.
Cassim, I'm glad you're home. Have I got news for you?
Oh, Samantha, I don't want any news. Can't you see I'm exhausted?
Poor Cassim. Was it a tough day?
Oh, punishing. Don't let anyone tell you having money is a breeze. It's a great responsibility. Everybody's after you. Sometimes I wish I was as poor as my brother, Ollie. He leads a simple life, no pressures, walk in the woods, chops wood, loads up a donkey, sells the wood, the simple life.
I'm not so sure your brother Ali Baba is as poor as he makes out.
Why, Samantha? What happened today?
This afternoon, Ali Baba's wife came over to borrow a measuring stick. So I thought, what kind of grain is she buying? You know, curious me.
Yeah, I know. Snoopy Samantha.
So on the bottom of the measuring stick, I put a little olive oil so 1 grain would stick to it. Here is what stuck to the bottom. Look.
A gold piece?
So you think Ali Baba is so poor, do you?
A solid gold piece.
You think we're rich. Your brother, Ali Baba, is so rich he doesn't count his money. He measures it.
Brother Cassim, to what do I owe the honor of this visit?
Well, I was just saying to Samantha last night, it's too long since I've seen my brother Ali and his sweet wife. Ali, I envy you.
I don't know how you can say that.
Well, you've got your health.
But with Samantha's money behind you, you can take off from work whenever you want to. Like this afternoon.
Oh, come on now, my dear brother. Stop playing this little game. You could take off also.
A day I don't cut wood is a day we don't eat. Every day. And my feet are killing me. You can ride in a carriage.
Oh, come now. So could you. Just take 1 of those solid gold pieces in mint condition and buy a carriage.
What solid gold piece?
Brother, if you don't know, your wife is keeping secrets from you.
My wife?
A wife who borrowed our measuring stick.
She did?
To measure your gold.
Who told you such nonsense?
Well, let me show you. I have one here in my purse. See? Recognize it? How many of these do you have?
That woman. The biggest blabber in Baghdad. Cassim, let's go inside, and I'll tell you all about the gold.
Samantha, you were right. Ollie's a millionaire, maybe richer even.
Now, what does he have? A gold mine?
And a silver mine, and a jewel mine, and a mine of fine damask, embroidery, rugs, you name it.
Oh, he's pulling your leg. There's no such mine.
Well, we shall see. Tomorrow, when he gets home from the forest, he promised to take me there.
Do you know where it is?
Oh, assuredly so. And the secret password.
Then why waste half a day and wait for him?
What do you mean?
Get up there early in the morning, alone.
Oh, you mean, Samantha, don't exactly share it with him, but help myself?
Was he going to share it with you before I discovered what he was up to?
This must be the place. That must be the tree Ollie hid in. I can see the marks of his big feet on the bark. And this is the rock that slides back when I say the magic words. Do I dare say them? Open! Oh, shh. I mustn't talk so loudly. I mustn't get myself excited. Oh, those donkeys. Keep quiet, the 12 of you. Stop bumping the empty chest you're carrying. Well, here goes. Open sesame. Fabulous. Fantastic. I've never seen so much gold, such rich robes and clothes. Sesame is sure the magic word. What's happened? The door's closed. I'm locked in. Help! Help! What am I doing? Somebody will hear me. Better calm down and think. How do I get the door open? Sesame is the magic word. Look, it opened. Oh, of course, it opened. Of course. I said about the clothes, and then the clothes sesame. Oh, yes. Now I know. So, let me see. To fill those 24 chests, I'll take the bags of gold near the door. What's that? The thieves? Are they coming here? Oh, I better get out while I can. Open barley. No, that's not it. Open wheat. That's it. Wheat? No. Oh, dear. What's the magic word? Now, I know it's a seed, and I put it on bread and rolls. Open poppy seed. Now, open barley. No, I said that before. I'll be killed in here. Open wine. No, what am I going to do?
Poor Kasim. He's forgotten the magic words, and he's a prisoner of his own greed. Greed. That's what it is, really. By the way, Kasim was right. Those were the 40 thieves returning. And even now they've dismounted and are looking curiously at the dozen donkeys standing outside. What's going to happen now, you'll find out when I return with Act 2. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Delicious. Yeah.
Now, where were we? Ah, yes. Kasim, the wealthy brother, had come to the robber's cave to try and steal from his brother Ali Baba the poor. Not that the gold and silver treasure belonged to Ali Baba, but then they didn't belong to the robbers either. They came from hijacked caravans, castles that were empty because a noble was away, or just a plain old-fashioned holdup. Now everybody knows robbers get quite touchy about being robbed, and Kasim knew this also. If only he could have remembered the magic words to escape from the cave. But Time has run out.
What are all these donkeys doing here?
They must have strayed from some caravan, Chief Thief.
It doesn't make sense. Their chests are empty.
Maybe they're on a return trip.
Or maybe another band of thieves helped themselves to what they carried.
What about these donkeys?
Give them the whip. Drive them away. I don't want them hanging around here calling attention to this place.
Depart! Skedaddle! Scram! Shove off!
Gentlemen, just to make certain these donkeys were unaccompanied, I suggest we approach our cave carefully. Scimitars at the ready.
Our scimitars are drawn and ready.
Open sesame. Well, a visitor. Hello there.
Open sesame. Oh, of course.
Who is it?
It's me, Alibaba. Samantha.
Who?
Samantha, your sister-in-law. Let me in. Hurry up, Alibaba.
Come in. Whatever time is it?
It's midnight.
Well, what is it, Samantha?
It's Kasim.
Is he sick?
He isn't home.
He isn't home? You mean he went away on a trip?
He left early this morning for the cave, the robber's cave.
We were supposed to go to the forest together. We had a date.
Well, Kasim decided to... Well, he just wanted to have a look around by himself and maybe take a few samples.
Perhaps he thought it wiser to wait to come home until the town is asleep. You understand? So he wouldn't be seen.
Oh, you're right. You're right, brother-in-law. He would wait because of all the donkeys.
He took donkeys?
And chests.
And chests. How many donkeys and chests?
12 donkeys. 24 chests.
You can get a lot of samples into 24 chests.
You don't think anything happened to him?
Of course not. Why would anything happen to Kasim? You go home, and if he doesn't show up by morning, come tell me, and I'll go and see.
Morgiana.
Oh, Master Baba, you frightened me. That's what I get for sitting in my master's garden and dreaming.
Is your mistress Samantha about?
Oh, she is still crying and weeping and praying in her bedroom upstairs. Is there any news about the master?
Morgiana, come out of the garden. Come with me. Just around the corner where I've left my donkey. There. I don't think we can be overheard here. First, Morgiana, I have to swear you to absolute secrecy. What I tell you now, no one must know.
I swear.
I am afraid I did find your master, my brother, in the forest. He is inside those 2 bundles on my donkey's back.
He's in 2 bundles?
He's in 4 pieces. Some robbers must have found him, and they left him like that.
4 pieces? Whatever will my mistress say?
I don't know. But I'll try to spare her the shock. Now, to protect the good name of the family, we have to bury Kasim as though he died a natural death. I'm going to bring my donkey into Kasim's stable, and while I'm upstairs consoling your mistress, I want you, Morgiana, to go into town and spread the word your master has died.
I'll do what I can. But to bury the master as if he had died a natural death, I don't see how it can be done.
Oh, it has to be done.
Is there anyone here? Baba Mustafa?
Yes, I am here. Baba Mustafa at your service.
Baba Mustafa? The cobbler?
Yes, I am Baba Mustafa the cobbler. And I have been Baba Mustafa the cobbler since the days of Harun al-Rashid.
Harun al-Rashid, the Caliph of Baghdad?
You bring something for me to Kabul?
It's very delicate work, Baba Mustafa. Are your eyes in fairly good condition?
Oh, yes. I can still do any kind of delicate work. The most intricate stitching of a silken slipper. There isn't a skin of an animal I cannot sew together, and my stitches are so finely wrought you would never know a human hand had been at work.
You say there is nothing you could not sew together. I shall bring you to a certain street, and then I shall have to blindfold you so that you do not know where you are being taken. When we arrive, I will remove the blindfold, and you will sew together what has to be sewn. The room will be quite dark. When you have finished, I will again blindfold you, bring you back here, and give you 2 pieces of gold. Will you do it?
Well, I see no reason why not. I am being asked as a cobbler to cobble.
Fellow thieves, unbridle your horses. Give each his bags of booty, and we shall place them inside the cave.
It was a good idea to leave the body outside as a warning. Sheer genius, Chief Thief.
Where is it?
Huh?
Where is the body?
Not one piece of him anywhere?
This is quite serious. There is no doubt our hiding place has been discovered. Somebody has also removed the body, which means they might also gain entrance to our cave. It is likely at least 2 persons know our secret. Since one has been caught, we must look for the other. Is it agreed?
Agreed.
All right, how to begin? One of you, who is bold, artful, and enterprising, must disguise himself as a stranger, a traveler.
What kind of a disguise?
A good one. We who live in Baghdad wear a turban, so don't wear a turban. Then carry a carpet bag. We have one here we took from an Englishman in a caravan last year. Say that you have heard in your travels of strange deaths in Baghdad. See if there is any talk about a man cut up in 4 pieces.
Good morning, sir. You are up early?
Yeah, I'm always up early.
Your cobbler's shop seems to be the only shop open on the entire street.
They're all lazy loafers.
Well, I have been traveling, and so much has been said about your fair city. Now, I had heard in my travels of strange... well, have you any peculiar happenings?
You have an inquisitive manner, my friend, and if you don't mind my saying so, rather a pointed nose.
I don't suppose you have seen...
Why not?
Why not what?
Why should I not have seen? In fact, old as I am, I have extraordinarily good eyesight, believe it or not. I sewed a dead body together in a place which had so little light, the maidservant of the household had to light a candle to find the door to let me out. Now that is what I would call excellent eyesight.
And that's what I would call bad luck. Good luck, yes, for the thief, but not good luck for Ali Baba. That's the hand of fate, I guess, leading the thief right to the door of the ancient cobbler, Baba Mustafa. I'm afraid if the 40 thieves find out it was Ali Baba who removed his brother Qasim and stole some of the gold, who knows what they would do. I'll be back and we'll find out in Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
My plans are all wet.
Well, what have we here? Ali Baba's brother had the misfortune to be caught by the 40 thieves. Then Ali Baba found what was left of his brother and pretended he died a natural death. Samantha, now a widow, became so frightened, she asked Ali and his wife to move in with her in that nice neighborhood, which they gladly did, little knowing one of the thieves had just discovered where they lived.
And then what did you do?
Chief thief, I said to the old cobbler, "You sewed up a dead body?" "Yes," he said. "A dead body of the master of the house."
Our man, indeed. How fortunate you happened on this cobbler right away. Well, then what?
I gave him a gold piece, and he led me blindfolded to the house of one Cassim. So, I marked the door with a piece of chalk.
Good thinking. Then what did he do, the old cobbler?
Asked for a second piece of gold. But now we know where the man who tried to rob us lived.
Capital. Comrades, we will set out directly for this house. Arm yourselves, but remain discreetly in the background. When I have learned who stole our corpse, we shall all close in. So, sharpen your scimitars.
What a world we live in. Here is my master with more wealth than is good for any one person, and he tries to steal from his own poor brother, Ali Baba. The next day he is killed by unknown assailants. What a good man Ali Baba is to keep such a scandal secret so that this family will not be disgraced. Oh, but now that Ali Baba has moved in with us in this nice neighborhood, I am greatly relieved. 2 women alone in the house is frightening. I've run all the way to market and back for an extra pound of pilaf for dinner. Home at last. What have we here? A red mark on the doorstep? I put no such mark there. Somebody intends my master harm. Well, I shall mark the houses on either side of our house in the same manner.
I cannot understand it. You tell me you marked the front steps of the house the old cobbler pointed to with one red chalk mark?
I did.
Why then are there 5 houses marked in the identical way? Which house is it?
I don't know.
I'm getting very angry. Somebody's not telling the truth. Are you trying to protect this body snatcher?
Oh, Chief, why would I want to do that? I tell you again, I placed one red chalk mark on the 3rd step of the house I was told where the old cobbler sewed up the body.
Did you say 3rd step?
I told you that before.
You did not tell me that before. You said nothing about a 3rd step. Then this is the right house.
How can you tell?
Because the other houses on both sides have only 2 front steps.
Oh, how right you are. This is the house.
All right. I've decided upon another plan. It will take several days to prepare, but it is foolproof. When we are quite ready, we shall all return to have our full revenge. Good evening, sir. Beautiful evening.
Yes. I was just sitting here in front of my house, admiring the full moon. It has always affected me strangely. That's quite a caravan you have there.
20 donkeys and 40 large leather jars, to be exact, all filled with oil. I have brought this fine oil a great long way to sell in the market tomorrow.
You should get a good price for it.
Very finest to be had. That is what delayed my arrival in Baghdad. It is now so very late at night. Too late to find lodgings.
Oh, dear. That is a problem.
I hesitate to ask this, but since you are a fellow businessman, would you permit me to pass the night under your roof, I should be exceedingly grateful.
Of course. I always welcome guests when the moon is full. Do come inside. You can tie up your donkeys in the yard.
I'm much obliged to you.
Nothing of it. I'm off to bed myself, as I must rise early. But when your donkeys are tethered, do come into the house. My servant, Morgiana, will give you some supper and prepare the guest room.
I am overwhelmed by your hospitality. I'll first tend to my animals.
Morgiana! Morgiana!
Yes, Master.
Morgiana, we have a guest spending the night. Do be a good girl and prepare a meal for him. He is an oil merchant from a distant land.
I shall lay fresh sheets in the guest room.
Of course. Tomorrow morning, I shall take in the baths before dawn. I enjoy the walk. Do prepare my bathing linen as usual, and when I return, have some good broth ready for me as usual. Good night, Morgiana.
Are you there? Inside the leather jar?
I am here, inside the leather jar.
Your sword is sharp?
Never sharper.
And your knife?
Equally sharp.
And the rest of the men?
In the rest of the jars with swords and knives.
I shall be in the house. When all is quiet, I shall open my window. As soon as you hear some stones thrown from my window into the yard, climb out of your jar and get the others out and ready. I shall wait until I'm sure everyone in the house is asleep.
Then who do we kill?
Everyone, of course. If no hearts can beat, no tongues will talk.
I have fed the traveler, shown him his room, and now there remains only Master Baba's bathing linen to get ready and the pot prepared for the morning broth. Oh, what is it with this oil lamp? Oh, it's gone out. And I forgot to buy some oil today. Oil. Of course. The oil merchant will not miss one tiny pot if I help myself. I'll go now and take some. Here we are. Let me see if the top of the first jar is loose.
Is it tied?
What is that?
I said, is it tied?
Oh, not yet, but presently. Well, there is a man in that jar. Why would there be a man in an oil jar? 40 jars? Oh, is that 40 men? Something is definitely wrong here. At last, safe back in my room, I went to each one of the 40 jars. Only in the last one have I struck oil. In the rest of the 39 jars, 39 men. They are most certainly robbers and thieves. But I must not give the alarm. There are too many of them and too few of us. And the ringleader, he must be the guest in this house, up in the guest room. I must protect my master. There is only one thing to do, and I can do it, and I shall do it.
I cannot understand what has happened. What is wrong with these idiots? I threw the stones out of the windows. I know I hit some of the jars. What, are they all asleep? You in there. What's the matter with you? Great Caliph. It's filled with hot oil. The man is dead. What about the next jar? This one, too. Parboiled in oil. Another one dead. This thief also. And this one.
39. Quite dead. This is incredible. I shall be fortunate to escape this place with my life.
Morgiana?
Coming, Master.
I went to the baths before dawn. And would you believe it? I forgot my key. Good morning, Morgiana.
Good morning, Master.
I noticed the donkeys are still tied up in our yard. Has our guest overslept?
You must want your hot broth. Have it first. I'll explain all to you.
No, I don't want my hot broth first. We must wake the fellow up. Hospitality overused is hospitality abused. Go wake him up, Morgiana.
I cannot, Master. He is not here.
The oil merchant is not here. Where is he?
He has escaped. I mean, he has gone.
What? Escaped? Escaped from whom?
From you, Master. From us. From his own misdeeds.
Morgiana, we shall sit right here on the front step of this house, and I shall not go a step further until you explain what you know.
Master, last night, after all had gone to bed, I was preparing your hot broth for this morning. As I did so, the lamp went out. There was no more oil in the house, nor candles neither. So I thought the merchant my master has given food and lodging will not begrudge us one pot of oil. He has 40 jars full. But I only found oil in one jar. All the others contain thieves.
There are thieves in those jars?
But they can do no harm now.
Oh?
I filled my oil pot, returned it to the kitchen, lit the lamp, took a great kettle, went again to the big oil jar in the yard, filled the kettle, and set it on a large wood fire.
You didn't...
As soon as the kettle boiled...
Boiled boiling oil?
I poured enough into every jar to destroy the robber within.
So we have 39 oil-boiled dead robbers in our backyard.
Yes, Master.
And the oil merchant?
He climbed over the wall in the dead of night and escaped.
Morgiana, I will not die without rewarding you for this service. It is an incredible story which no one would believe. You and I will forever have to keep it a secret.
Yes, Master.
A great pity that no one may ever know the strange tale of yourself, myself, Ali Baba, and the 40 thieves. Well, I shall go in and have some of that broth now.
There's more to the story in the original Arabian Nights. The chief thief returns to Ali Baba's house, disguising himself once more, bent on revenge. He again is a guest in the house, but faithful servant Morgiana is too clever to be taken in, even by this masquerade. How she protects Ali Baba and once and for all removes the threat to his life, I will tell you when I return. Four ingredients are almost always present in a tale from the Arabian Nights: a sinuous dance, a hidden dagger, a villain, and a hero. In this story, a heroine. The story of Ali Baba ends with Morgiana entertaining the disguised leader of the thieves by dancing for him. Then, when the villain is about to raise his hand, the heroine stabs him with his own dagger, proving once again another old adage: those who live by the sword die by the sword. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Martha Greenhouse, Robert Dryden, William Griffiths, and Roberta Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The
grass may be greener on the other side.
Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley, and it's time to excite your imagination through the magic of radio. You'd have to look pretty far to find a single person who never heard of or read Cinderella, Little Red Riding Hood, Rumpelstiltskin, or Snow White. These are just some of the fantastic fairy tales by Wilhelm and Jacob Grimm. The brothers Grimm collected these stories, some of which are folklore, many of which are pure fantasy, and they've been loved to this day. One of the most amusing and lovable is the story of the valiant little tailor. Wait till you hear it come to life. Our adventure story, The Valiant Little Tailor, was adapted from one of Grimm's fairy tales especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by G. Frederick Lewis. I'll be back in the twinkling of an eye with Act 1. One fine day, one summer, it was morning if I remember rightly, in a little town where everybody knew everybody else, sitting on a table in a tailor shop was a tailor. He was not a tall tailor. He was a little tailor. So small, in fact, that in order to enjoy the morning air and the morning sun, he didn't sit at his work table. He sat on it. So there he was, stitching away, when he happened to look out of his window, and there was a peasant woman coming down the street carrying a big, heavy basket, selling something.
Jam for sale. Good jam. Good jam for sale.
Good morning to you, good lady.
Good jam for sale.
Oh, if you've got good jam for sale, I'll buy it.
Oh, I'm glad your door was open. Oh, would you believe it, Mr. Taylor? I've been up since 6 this morning. May I sit down?
Oh, certainly. But be careful of that jacket.
Exhausted.
Now, let me think. Which jam should I buy?
These jars are so heavy.
As a matter of fact, one of my favorite jams is... yes? Please, come in. The door's open.
Taylor, where is my suit? Ah, I see you have my trousers in your hand. I beg your pardon, madam, but I think you're sitting on my jacket. Well, very nice. I like the material very much. Where is your full-length mirror, Mr. Taylor? I shall try it on.
No, don't yet. The sleeves are only basted.
Gracious! The sleeves have come off. Now, that is shoddy workmanship, Taylor.
I hadn't sewed them up yet. They were attached with only the lightest of stitches.
Why not? Why not? You promised me the suit for Sunday morning, and here you sit jabbering away. I want to know why my suit is not ready.
Just give me until this afternoon, and I promise...
How can I believe your promises? I don't know why you're a tailor at all. Good day, Taylor. I shall return this afternoon.
Oh, dear. And he was going to be such a good customer.
Well, now, please make up your mind which jams you want.
Jams. Yes, of course.
This is, let me see. I should have brought my glasses. You look, Mr. Taylor. You probably have good eyes. What is this?
Elderberry. May I take off the top?
Take off the top of the pot? Whatever for?
I'd like to smell it. I don't think I remember what elderberry jam is like.
Oh, all right, you must.
What else?
This one is blackberry. I can tell by the color.
Blackberry? Oh, it's very nice and black. And what's that one?
See for yourself. I must say, you're a hard one to please.
Oh, strawberry. Yes.
Mr. Taylor, I am not going to unpack every one of these heavy crocks.
I know there's a berry jam I want, but I can't decide.
You must decide. Will you please decide?
weigh me out 4 ounces of strawberry. No, not strawberry, huckleberry.
I don't have huckleberry. I told you that was blueberry.
Well, then make it 4 ounces of raspberry.
You haven't even smelled raspberry.
I know I haven't, but I've decided.
Very well. At last. Did you say 2 pounds or 3?
Oh, no, not that much.
1.5 pounds then.
It's only for 1 slice of bread, so measure me out 4 ounces of the raspberry.
You did say 14, didn't you?
4. For 1 slice of bread, just on top.
4 ounces? Doc, you could barely see it on bread.
I'm sure it's very good.
But I must say, 4 ounces.
If you wouldn't mind.
Here are your 4 ounces. That'll be 3 pieces of copper.
No, thank you very much, good jam lady. I'm sure it's going to be delicious.
I have never met such a man as you. Man? Mouse. How can you let your customer speak to you in such a fashion? Did I say mouse? Coward. And to make matters worse, you're a penny pincher and a fool.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I just wanted huckleberry. Am I really all those things everybody says about me? Indecisive, a mouse, a coward, a fool. Oh, doesn't matter. That jam smells delicious. Now, cut myself a slice of bread. Oh, that raspberry spread so nicely. And now I'll put it on a plate. Maybe just 1 bite to give me strength and courage while I finish his suit. You flies! Go away! How dare you gather on my bread and jam? Go away! Go away, I say! They're not going! Go away! They don't care. They think I'm cowardly and indecisive, too. Flies, you have made me very angry. I'll take a piece of material and... There. How do you like that? Nobody invited you to my bread and jam. You think I'm a mouse, a coward, a fool? Take that. All right, you 7. Get up and walk. Goodness me. Those 7 flies are dead. That was the last blow I struck. 7 at 1 blow. 7 flies are dead with 1 blow. The whole town must hear of this. I'm going to cut myself a belt. That should be enough. Now, to cut out the letters, spelling 7 at 1 blow, and to sew them on the belt. Oh, isn't it surprising how nimbly your fingers fly when you like your work? Oh, my goodness. Oh, dear. I used the customer's sleeve. It's ruined. He's not the type to accept a sleeve with raspberry jam and dead flies on it. I better leave town straight away, go forth into the world, and seek my fortune. I ought to take something for emergency. I'm really not equipped for adventure. Nothing here but needles and threads. What's this? Cheese. Ooh, it's moldy and old. But who knows? I may be glad to have it. Now, one last look in the full-length mirror. Oh, that belt is beautiful. 7 at 1 blow. What will people think? Hello? What have we here? Hello, little bird. What's your problem? Oh, you don't mean it. Oh, well, that is a shame. Entangled in a thicket, are we? Little bird, I'm a man of decision. I'll just reach in here between the thick thicket branches, and lo and behold, you're safe in my hand. You're quite welcome, I'm sure. If you would like to come along with me and don't mind sharing a pocket with an old moldy piece of cheese, I'd be happy to give you a lift. Ah, good. There. Comfortable in there? Now, mind you, don't eat all the cheese. Whatever in the world is that roaring, snoring sound?
Oh! It's a giant!
Asleep. Right in front of me in a clearing, on the highest point of the mountain. Good afternoon, giant.
Who are you? Where are you?
Right beside your foot, giant.
So you are. What do you mean, sneaking up on me, little creature, disturbing me from my sleep?
I'm terribly sorry, giant. It's such a beautiful day, I can't imagine why anyone would want to sleep it away.
You must be a bad dream.
I am no such thing. Giant, I'm on my way to seek my fortune. I want you to look beneath my coat when I unbutton it. Do you see what's written on that belt?
7 at 1 blow. Well, let's see how strong you are. See this stone? I close my finger about this stone and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze. It's your turn, little man. Squeeze water out of a stone if you can.
Child's play. I squeeze a dozen rocks before breakfast every day of the week. What's that over there?
What? Where? What? Well, I don't see anything. Where?
Just take this gray old piece of cheese from my pocket. Oh, I thought I saw something. All right, my jolly fellow. You watch me now. I have this stone in my hand, and I squeeze and squeeze and I squeeze. And the water simply pours out.
Very good. Surprising for a chap your size, but good. Well, now let's see how far you can throw. I'll give this stone a mighty toss, and it will fly high into the sky until it becomes a spike. There.
Well thrown, giant. But give an ear. Listen. Your stone fell to the ground again.
Well, I challenge you to equal that.
Oh, look! There it is again.
It is? What is? Where? What? Where?
My pocket, little bird, and when I toss you, fly high into the sky and let me see you no more. Watch me.
Oh, my. Where did your stone go? I saw it leave your hand and up it went, and it's disappeared. Say, that's quite a strong arm you've got there.
Oh, it's nothing. Well, now that you're suitably impressed, my friend, why not journey along with me to seek your fortune?
Well, I'd like to, but I've never been in the rest of the world.
What have you got to lose?
Well, I think I'd better go home first and ask my daddy.
And you see what can happen if you have an adventurous spirit? The valiant little tailor has certainly become valiant since he left his hometown. But he's not out of the woods yet. There's danger ahead. We're going to meet this giant's daddy, an even bigger giant, and learn how our tiny hero escapes with his life when I return with Act 2.
For your life.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
On a
Before we return to the Grimm's fairy tale, The Valiant Little Tailor, I'd like to tell you how many different people and animals are in some of these fantastic stories. Now, there's one little tailor, 2 foxes, 3 rich men, 4 poor men, 5 cats, 6 swans, 7 swabians. I'm not sure what they are. An assortment of kings and queens and hares and hedgehogs, a genie, a woodcutter, a master thief, a miller's boy, a frog prince, lots of little girls with golden hair, and more and more. So we're in good company with our valiant little tailor and his new friend, the giant.
Mr. 7 at 1 blow, I'm getting a little hungry.
How are you? Are we far from where you live?
No. And when I'm home in our cave, I generally eat something about this time.
Do you? Well, I never eat in the afternoon. It spoils my appetite for dinner.
Nothing spoils my appetite. I feel like a giant snack right now. I see something that grows on trees, and it could do for a snack until we get back to my cave. A cherry tree. I'll just bend the top of it down, and we'll eat those cherries. At the top, they're sweetest. Here, have some. Good, huh?
Excellent.
Now, you hold this one down. I see another cherry tree over there. Hey, come back here. Where are you flying off to?
I'm fine. How are you, Giant? Did you escape them?
Escape who? Couldn't you hold that tree down?
Do you think a man who has killed 7 at 1 blow couldn't hold a cherry tree down?
Well, it did seem peculiar.
Didn't you see those hunters?
Hunters? Where?
That's why I hopped over the tree. You're quite safe now.
Mr. 7 at 1 blow, you're a gallant fellow. I want to introduce you to my folks. I hope you'll stay for supper.
Well, I can't think of a good reason to refuse.
Here we are. It's the least drafty cave in the whole mountainside. Generations of us giants have lived here. Daddy, Mom, Sis, I brought home a friend for dinner.
You brought this home? Why, there's hardly enough meat on this little thing to get between my teeth.
Folks, I want you to meet Mr. 7 at 1 blow. You see that belt he wears?
Yeah.
It's a mightier belt than the brown, the black, or the red belt. He wants me to join him to seek our fortune.
Let's have dinner first.
That smells good. What's Mom got on the spit?
Roast lamb, your favorite, son. There's a leg for everybody.
Mr. 7 at 1 blow, that bed over there by the fire is for you. Now you just lie down and stretch out and have yourself a good night's sleep.
Oh, my goodness. That bed is as big as a barn door. I wouldn't know where to put my head.
Just lie yourself down in the middle. That's the softest place. My bed's at the other end of the cave. Mom and Sis are asleep already. And tomorrow, Daddy says I can go with you to seek our fame and fortune.
Oh, splendid.
Sleep well. See you in the morning.
I hope so.
Daddy, are you awake?
Awake as a snake. What's up?
I'm afraid of that little fella.
Which fella?
The one I brought home, Mr. 7 at 1 blow. What do you say we kill him, Daddy?
It's all right with me, but didn't you tell me there's a giant of strength hidden in that puny little laddie?
There is. He's like a coiled spring, but I don't trust him.
And I think we better kill him before he murders us in our beds.
Good thinking, son.
Come on, I've got my club.
Want to use mine? He's got those spiky little things at the end.
Too messy. Mine just crushes like a swatter crushes flies. Shh. Here we are. I can't quite see him in the dark. Can you, Daddy?
There's a little bump in the middle of the bed. Aim for that.
Will do.
Swing high now. Follow through. Keep your eye on the little bump in the bed. Splendid. Sensational. You went right through it.
I'm pretty strong, ain't I, Daddy?
Look what you did to that bed.
But where's he? He's nowhere.
Probably pulverized.
You think so? Wow. Well, back for some shut-eye.
You did a good job, son.
Oh, I can't take all the credit, Daddy. You taught me everything I know.
Son, you really made one big mess of this bed. Just toss everything out of the cave and we'll build a new one from scratch.
Daddy.
Yes?
I think we did a bad thing getting rid of Mr. Seven at one blow.
It was your idea, son.
I'm overly afraid. What if I missed and I didn't kill him? I looked everywhere this morning for the teeniest trace. Not even a piece of the belt. I've never hit anyone that hard.
A piece of what belt, son?
Remember the belt that said 7 at one blow?
Son, you worry too much.
Well, what if I didn't kill him and he got away? And the 7 at one blow means he's killed 7 giants at one blow.
And we're in deep trouble.
You certainly are.
Who's that?
It's him. Where'd he come from?
You certainly are in deep trouble, both of you. And if I ever catch either of you two giants, it will be the end. Understand?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, don't.
We'll be good. Yeah.
It's amazing the twists and turns life has in store. I'm really very tired. No sleep last night, lying on the floor in the corner of the cave. I knew those giants would try to kill me. Oh, this appears to be a nice shady spot under a lovely tree. I shall lie down and have a bit of a nap.
Can you see what I see lying down over there under that tree? There's a strange man there I've never seen before. He has the most curious white belt with something written on it.
7 at one blow.
That's exactly what I thought it said. Oh, shh. Shh, we must not awaken him. I must run and tell my father, the king. We shall continue our Latin tomorrow. Now, Father, come, look out of the window.
Yes, I see him. 7 at one blow, eh? He must be a mighty warrior, but such a little chap.
His features are so finely made, like everything in miniature. 7 at one blow.
Yes, that worries me. What is a mighty man of war doing in our kingdom in the time of peace?
Father, should a war break out, would he not be a useful and powerful man to have around?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Yes, he would. I'll have one of my courtiers go to him when he wakes up and offer him a military position in our army.
Oh, that would be splendid. Let me tell him. Let me. Oh, to have a real man, a real warrior in our kingdom. Father, this is Mr. Taylor. This is my father, the king.
How do you do, Your Majesty?
I understand you have disposed of 7 at one blow.
You have been reading my credentials. Your daughter has been telling me there might be a job for me here in the kingdom.
Actually, it was her suggestion. Fortunately, at the present time, we have no enemies. But in the old days, when my wife was alive, there were giants in the neighborhood who were quite annoying and somewhat scary.
Your Majesty, I'm an old hand at subduing giants. They're all cut from the same cloth, noisy beasts, and I'd be happy to get rid of them for you.
Shall we call it definite then, Mr. Taylor?
Please, call me 7.
And I shall expect you to regard yourself as the military attaché to the kingdom.
You won't be making a mistake.
Goody, goody.
I'm ready, willing, and able to enter Your Majesty's service.
Our valiant little tailor may be getting into deeper water than he bargained for. On the other hand, it does show you how completely life can change for you if you just gather your dreams about you and go forth into the world to seek your fame and fortune. Let's see how famous and fortunate our valiant tailor gets to be when I return with Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Said abracadabra.
All set to find out more of the valiant little tailor's adventures? Oh, a moment ago I said how you could make a change in yourself if you gathered your dreams about you. Well, that is what our little tailor has done. His dreams were the dreams of courage, that indeed he could lay low 7 at one blow. Here we are back at the castle, the king's chamber. The king is not very happy.
I have made a big mistake. I should never have permitted my daughter to talk me into hiring Mr. 7 at one blow. The guards are not happy. The soldiers are angry. Everyone is jealous that such an able warrior should be in my employ. Yet what can I do now? I can't very well fire him. He might even kill me and place himself on the throne. Well, I have devised a plan. Come in, 7, old boy.
You sent for me, Your Majesty?
I did indeed. I have a problem, and I believe you are the only one in my entire kingdom to whom I could entrust it. You may remember I spoke of the 2 giants who have plagued our kingdom. If you could get rid of those giants once and for all, I will give you my only daughter to be your wife.
Oh, well, that's a handsome offer. Beautiful, in fact. Where do these giants live?
I shall send with you the king's 100 horsemen. They know the territory.
Well, I'll take them as a guide, but I shan't need them to subdue the giants. He who slays 7 at one blow need not fear 2.
Oh, it was 7 giants you killed at one blow?
So they say, Your Majesty. So they say.
Oh. I wish you well, and look forward to your return.
This is the spot, right at the edge of the forest. You, the king's 100 horsemen, you wait here. I will soon make an end to the giants myself. There they are, asleep. The ugly old things. Bright daylight, and they're snoring away to beat the band. Well, here goes. Another day, another giant. Number 1, fill my pockets with stones. Number 2, When pockets are filled, climb that tree. Well, here I am, up a tree as high up as I dare. Ready, aim, fire.
What are you hitting me for?
You're dreaming. I didn't hit you.
I was dreaming? Well, possibly. Sorry.
Now to score a bullseye on the other giant. I'll throw down a handful of stones this time.
Now cut that out.
Cut what out?
Why are you throwing stones at me?
I'm not throwing anything. You're the one who's dreaming now.
Don't tell me I dream. I never dream.
Oh, all right, you asked for it. Now you're in for it. You take that. Or I'm going to beat you up. Ow! Here, take that.
Will you look at those stupids, throwing boulders, tearing down trees, clubbing one another, dashing each other's brains out, and... There they are, both quite dead. Your Majesty, mission accomplished. I dealt with both giants, and your king's 100 horsemen came round when it was all over and saw quite a sight, as they will tell you.
And you aren't even wounded?
There was no danger. Not a hair of my head was touched. But it's very considerate of you to ask.
Unbelievable.
Yes, I thought so, too. Well, I suppose there's nothing left for me to do but claim my beautiful prize and half the kingdom.
Mr. Seven at one blow. Before I give you my daughter, I have just had a thought that perhaps there should be a next time.
You mean perform another exploit before I marry the princess?
Oh, shall we say, just one more mighty deed.
Why not?
That's the spirit. Tell you what I have in mind. There's a unicorn who runs around doing a lot of damage. You must capture it.
What kind of damage?
He eats all the artichokes in the royal vegetable garden. He nibbles the bark off the trees, and when the royal laundry hangs sheets to dry on the line, this unicorn makes holes in them with its long, pointy horn. Oh, dear, he's a terrible nuisance, and I want him captured.
It shall be done, Your Majesty. As we say, a stitch in time saves 9.
Who says that?
Well, never mind. Tell my bride-to-be her future husband is only a unicorn away. All you guards who have accompanied me, you need not hang around. Unicorn catching is something I always do strictly alone. Hand me that rope. Thank you. And that axe. And that stick. And that great big artichoke. You may wait here if you like. I shall return. This is a good spot behind this tree. Now place the artichoke on the end of the long stick. Hold it out. There. And wait. Here comes the unicorn. Ooh, he spotted the artichoke. Now, duck behind this tree. You ran your horn right into the tree, my four-legged friend, and you are stuck. Stop struggling. Your stealing days are over. I tell you what. Once I've got this rope around your neck and released your horn from the tree, I'll let you have this artichoke as a treat. Okay? I don't want you to get stuck twice. Here he is, Your Majesty. His horn is just a little bent, but otherwise good as new. Hello, Princess dear.
Hello, Seven. The unicorn looks very tame. I don't know what all the fuss was about. He must have been easy to catch.
I can't say he was difficult.
Well, dear daughter, I'm afraid that's torn it.
Torn it? Oh, I'd be happy to mend it.
What?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. My past.
Mr. Seven at one blow. Tomorrow, I shall make a public proclamation that you have won half of my kingdom and the hand of my only daughter. The wedding will take place 1 week from today.
Well, now, I have lots to do. I better put my head together with the royal tailor and see what coronation robes we can come up with. Oh, hold still, Your Majesty. There.
What is it? What did you find on me?
A thread. You know what they say? If you have a thread on you, you're going to a wedding.
Good morning, daughter. Well, how is married life?
Don't ask. In some ways, he's very appealing. But in other ways, disappointing. There's something very strange about Seven. Do you know, I think before he was a warrior, he was a tailor.
A man who sews clothes?
Yes. He was talking in his sleep last night, and I heard him say, "Bring me that waistcoat, apprentice, and patch the trousers, or I'll break a yard measure over your head."
Oh, my daughter married to a tailor. That's marrying a princess under false pretenses.
Yes.
I think we should run him out of the kingdom for that.
We should?
Tonight, unlock your bedroom door and leave it open. My servants will stand outside. When he's asleep, they'll go in and tie him up. And I'll have him taken to a ship which will carry him far, far away.
Oh, Daddy, Father, thank you so much.
Yes, and next time, be careful who you think is cute.
And next time, you be careful who you give my hand in marriage to say nothing of half your kingdom to.
We'll be very careful. Next time.
But there wasn't to be a next time. Now, I can see each of you shaking your head and saying, "Don't tell me that's the end of the story." Well, it isn't. Our valiant little tailor has just one more trick up his hand-sewn sleeve, and I'll be back very shortly to tell you what it was.
Your life.
Our valiant little tailor had one true real friend at court, and that was, you guessed it, the royal tailor, who had overheard the king's plot. And that night, our hero pretended to talk in his sleep, and when his wife, the princess, unlocked the bedroom door, he said in a loud voice, "Apprentice, bring me the waistcoat. I have slain 7 at one blow, killed 2 giants, and caught a unicorn and a wild boar. Should I be afraid of those who are standing outside my chamber door?" Well, believe me, hearing that, the servants ran. Time passed, and it all turned out well. The valiant little tailor taught his wife what fun it was to sew, and gradually it became love at second sight. Once the princess realized who made the pants in the family, they lived happily ever after.
Our cast included Robert Dryden, Evie Juster, Jackson Beck, and Leon Janning. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley. Welcome to the magical world of radio. The four most wonderful words ever spoken, I think, are once upon a time. No matter how old you are, when somebody begins a story like that, you know you're in for a good time. And so today, we're taking a few pages from the best once-upon-a-timers ever, the Brothers Grimm, particularly from one Grimm's fairy tale called The Master Thief. Our adventure story, The Master Thief, is adapted from Grimm's fairy tales and written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by G. Frederick Lewis. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Embedded.
200 years ago, two brothers were born in Germany, and when they grew up, they became librarians. Of course, working in a library helped their interest in mythology really grow. That's a word that means myths, or ancient stories that have been handed down from grandmother to granddaughter or grandfather to grandson. So fascinating were these tales to the Brothers Grimm, for that's who they were, that they started collecting every folk and fairy tale they could find. And what makes a Grimm's fairy tale so different from any other is that it's the complete original. Nothing added, nothing subtracted. And it's because Grimm's fairy tales are so genuine that they are as popular today as when they were first told.
Mother, bring that tree over here in the wheelbarrow. The hole is ready for it.
I think, Father, I'm beginning to feel my age. My back is aching more than it used to when we planted trees.
I'll confess to you, I'm also feeling my years.
Oh, all this would be so much easier if our own son were alive. He could be helping us now.
He may be alive, but who knows where. That looks pretty sturdy. Hand me that post, Mother.
Yes.
Once the post is in, we'll tie the young tree to it, and there we are. What do you think?
It should bear good fruit.
Yeah. Whoever is that? That grand coach drawn up by 4 black horses? Why is it stopping here? Who's that man getting out? He has a monkey on his shoulder.
Well, you better talk to him. I'll go put the kettle on.
Hello there, old man.
Good afternoon. Beautiful afternoon.
Well, it is indeed a beautiful day. What do you think, Jack, huh?
Your monkey looks as if he really understands what you're saying.
Well, he does sometimes when he wishes to, eh, Jack?
Does he always sit on your shoulder?
Well, that's his perch.
Imagine that. A monkey with a name. Did you say Jack?
I did, sir. Jack is my sole companion.
Jack.
I'm a bachelor. No wife, no children. Merely this monkey.
Well, I've seen stranger things. Is there something I can do for you, sir?
If you really wish to please me, old man, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to enjoy a plainly cooked country dish.
Is that why you stopped at this house?
Precisely.
Well, what would please you? To eat what we eat?
Well, cook me some potatoes in exactly the way you cook them for yourselves, and allow me, if you would, to sit down at your table with you and eat them.
Well, it's astounding. You are a count or a duke or perhaps even a prince, and yet
That is my pleasure, to eat that dish at your table. Madam?
Oh, Mother, this is my wife, sir.
Oh, how do you do? Oh, that monkey. Is he trained?
Trained, tame, and he won't leave my shoulder.
This gentleman has done us the honor to stop at our house, Mother. He would like to eat potatoes with us.
the way you prepare them.
Oh, are you sure, sir, that is what you would like? Why would anybody...
I would.
Potatoes as we eat them. My goodness, what will the rich think of next?
Sir, while my wife is preparing our supper, would you mind if I go on with my work? I have a few more apple trees to plant.
Have you no children who might help you do the planting?
Oh, I did have an only son, but he ran away many, many years ago.
Ran away?
A worthless wild boy, I'm afraid. Been many years, and I've not heard a word from him.
There is always a reason a boy becomes bad. What were the influences on his life?
Oh, truly none bad, sir. His mother and I are poor, true, but we never did harm. We always believed in good and spoke of it at home in his presence. The Count, the lord over all this land who lives up there, can you see? In the castle on the hill? This Count was my boy's godfather, and often had my boy with him, let him play in the castle. Oh, a very good man.
A rich man?
Yes, of course, he is the Count.
Perhaps this was an influence on your boy. A poor boy? A rich godfather? Here, sir, let me help you hold that tree while you plant it.
Oh, no, you'll soil your fine clothes, sir.
Oh, no matter. Tell me how you go about planting.
Well, after I've prepared the holes, put in the young trees, I spread the roots and cover them and stamp down the earth. Well, not too fiercely, but firmly. Then this post goes in beside it. And with a rope, I tie it to the tree. And that keeps them growing straight. Shows them how. Nature then takes care of the rest.
I see lying over there a crooked, knotted tree. Why don't you tie that one to a post so it will grow straight?
Sir, it is easy to see you are not familiar with gardening. That tree there is old and misshapen. It's too late for it to become straight. Trees must be trained while they are young.
And could it have been that way with your son? Had you trained him while he was still young, perhaps he would not have run away.
Oh, we did what we could, his mother and I.
Would you recognize him today, if he were to come home?
Oh, I don't think so. His face would be grown and changed, perhaps bearded. But he had a birthmark on his arm by which I would certainly know him.
A birthmark? What did it look like?
A strawberry.
Let me roll up my sleeve and show you a mark like this.
Heavens above! It is his mark. Oh, but sir, how could you be my son? You become a fine lord. Your clothing is the finest. Your carriage in the road drawn by 4 black stallions. Oh, no, you are a man of riches.
And you don't think your son could have come to that?
Are you my son?
Yes, I am. I am, Father. I am the young tree bound to no post and grown misshapen and crooked.
But if you are my son, how have you come by all this wealth?
I have become a thief. Huh? Oh, no, don't be alarmed, Father. I am a master thief. I never run afoul of the law.
How can you be a thief and nobody's after you?
No police, nobody would know where to look for me. For me, there are neither locks nor bolts. Whatever I desire is mine. You see, Father, I live by my wits.
Oh, my son, my son. We shall have to tell your mother when we sit at table. It will distress her. It will.
I hope she will not think too badly of me. How many years it has been. I have been longing for the taste of these potatoes, Mother. It brings back my childhood. Mother, why are you so silent?
Oh, my son, of course I am happy you've returned to us, but I'm also very saddened by what you tell us. How you live, what you do.
He has no shame about it either.
Well, don't think I steal like a common thief, Mother. I only take what the rich can spare. It is not what I steal, or even who I steal from, but how I steal. It is almost like a game with me to outwit another person.
A thief is still a thief, so give it up. Please don't do it anymore.
You will end up badly, my boy, believe me.
I hurt nobody, and I play the game as it is played in the world beyond this little house.
If the master of this land, the count who lives in the castle on the hill...
Is he still alive? Still there? I remember him well.
Well, if the count knew how you live, son, what you live by... Oh, believe me, godfather or not, he would tell the authorities about you.
You are mistaken, Father. He would not.
Now, you may be expert in the ways of your world, but you have lost sight of what honest people believe in.
All right, I shall prove it to you. After supper, I'll go to him. I shall tell him the absolute truth, and you will see.
I don't know whether to hope you are right so that you will not be sent to prison, hope you are wrong so that I do not lose faith in everything I believe in.
Be that as it may, he is still my only child, even if he is a thief. And I bless this day you have returned to us, and I see you sitting in your old place at table. Now, let us not talk of stealing any more.
Strange, isn't it? A wild boy runs away and many years later returns home wealthy and successful. But something is missing in his life. Else why would a little supper of plain potatoes mean so much to him? And his boast of visiting the Count himself and confessing to him that he's a master thief. Will he do it? Why does the master thief believe he is above the law of the land? We'll find out when I return with Act 2.
For your life.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Yeah.
The master thief could not just return home and sit down with his mother and father to a simple supper of country-cooked potatoes. He had to account for himself. His parents didn't applaud his way of life. They believed it was an evil life. So the master thief thought the only way they would forgive him for a life of lawbreaking would be if the Count himself forgave him. After supper, the coach and 4 black horses rolled into the castle courtyard at the top of the hill.
You will forgive me, sir, but I had not expected any visitors at this hour.
I apologize. I gave you no warning of my visit, but I happen to be visiting my father and mother who live in the valley below.
Ah, how happy your parents must have been to welcome a son who, by all one can see, has made a success of his life.
Yes, that is quite true, Lord Count. By all the yardsticks the world measures by, I am a success. There is no possession for which I could want.
Tell me, why do you honor me with a call?
I remembered you.
You do?
Oh, yes.
You have the advantage over me.
I was very young. My father told me this evening that you let me play in your house when I was a child. And indeed, when I was but a baby, you held me in your arms at my baptismal.
Is that so? Well, I'm the godfather to a good many of the little children born to the peasants here. Tell me, how have you made your fortune in the wicked world?
By being equally wicked. I am a thief. A master thief.
Well, that is a cool answer. A master thief. Tell me more. In my time, I've seen and heard many things, but nothing to equal the apparent calm with which you view your lawless exploit. You're my godson, and because of that, and the kind esteem in which I hold your parents, I shall look to mercy rather than justice.
It is not that I am calm and without feeling. I have a unique talent, and I would wager a lifetime in prison against my ever being caught robbing anybody. No, do not pity me or apologize for me. My way of life is an art. I am proud of it.
Do you wish me to put your art to the proof?
Yes. Yes, I do. And if I fail, I shall bear whatever consequences you set forth.
If you should fail, will you promise me to mend your ways? And even if it means living in abject poverty, you will forswear life as a master thief?
If I fail, I will live as you say, Count.
3 tests I've been thinking of, even as I was listening to you.
Make them as difficult as you like. And if I do not perform your task...
You will reform your life. Is that a promise?
It is.
Well, in the first place, you shall steal my own horse, the one I keep for riding, out of the stable. Bear in mind, the soldiers guard him well.
Steal your horse.
Your second trial shall be to steal the sheet from beneath the bodies of my wife and myself when we're asleep, without our observing it.
Steal the sheet.
And thirdly, lastly, you shall steal out of the church the parson himself.
Steal the parson.
You think you're capable to meet these challenges?
If I am not, I have not the right to call myself a master thief. Come along, Jack. Don't make such a fuss. You've seen me in disguise before. Well, wasn't I dressed much like this as an old woman when we paid a visit to the Crown Prince Rudolph the night of the masked ball, huh? Yes. That was the night the princess's jewels disappeared. This time, however, I am disguised as a poor woman. And that's why the brown stain on my face. At last, the Count's castle. On foot, it takes so much longer. Now, Jack, I want you to wait for me by this milestone, and not a peep out of you. Jack, get your face out of that flask. One whiff will put you right to sleep. I've doctored the wine with a sleeping potion. Now, you stay here and be a good monkey.
Hello, soldier? It's a cold night, isn't it?
Come over to the fire here, old mother.
Oh, thank you, one and all. Oh, you always have such a warm fire here in the courtyard.
On cold nights.
Yes, the nights are long and cold, aren't they?
Indeed they are. Tonight especially.
Yes, that's why I always carry a big flask of the best Hungarian wine.
I wondered what was in that big bottle. Isn't it too heavy for you to carry?
Oh, never fear, good soldier. We shall lighten it before it is morning. Would you like a mouthful or two, perhaps? It's good medicine against the cold. Here we are, dear. I'll uncork it for you.
Well, that is very good.
Yes. Well, pass the bottle among the other soldiers, won't you? I'm sure they're as cold as you are.
Comrades, here's an old woman who brings a flask of wine as old as herself, and she invites us to share it. It'll warm our stomachs far better than our fire.
Psst. Jack. Good Jack. Hop on my shoulder. There we are. They're all asleep. Every last one of the soldiers guarding the Count's stables. There is nothing like a sleeping potion to make one drop off. Well, here we are. This is the stable door. An unlocked stable and sleeping guards make our job child's play, huh, Jack? This beauty of a beast will scarcely make a sound as we ride her away. Hold on as I climb on her back. There's a good girl. Now, my beauty. A slow walk through the courtyard past all the sleeping soldiers. And when we have gained the gate, off we will go as fast as lightning.
Good morning, my Lord Count. Good morning, sir. How does the world look to you from your window up there?
I'm coming down.
Good. Do, by all means.
I don't know what you've done to all these guards. I suppose it was you.
Yes, well, here is your horse, Lord Count.
I shall not ask you how you spirited her out of the stables.
Your stable doors were unlocked, which stable doors should never be.
I concede you have met my first challenge well.
I accept the concession.
Do you remember the second test?
Oh, yes, to steal the sheet from your bed. May I ask, does the Countess have a ring she wears to bed?
Indeed so. One she would not be parted from.
Well, let me add that to my test, to do away with that ring from her hand.
I must warn you, if you come here to the castle as a thief, intent upon robbery, I will handle you as I would an ordinary thief.
Oh, by all means, I should expect no less. The best protection against a robber is a loaded gun, is it not?
I have a pistol, which I shall not hesitate to use.
Yes, nor would I, were I in your shoes.
I must say, you have extraordinary confidence.
Well, in my line of endeavor, I often find that my victim is my most willing assistant. Load your gun, sir, and we shall see. Is this the town morgue?
Yes, it is. Are you looking for someone?
Yes, I am afraid I am. My dear brother has disappeared, and I fear he has been drowned or perhaps shot himself. Have you any bodies awaiting to be claimed?
Oh, yes, we have indeed so. Can you identify your brother?
Well, an unhappy task that I am prepared for. But if he is here, then I must do it.
How would you describe him?
Well, he would look very much like me. Same height, same build, color of hair.
Ah, yes. There are two men here who might fit that description.
Yeah.
One drowned, and the other shot. Well?
Yes, I'll take the one who was shot. Yes, that is poor Charles. So. Oh, Charles, what would our mother and father say were they alive?
Would you put your signature here, please, sir?
Yes.
And the name of your brother.
Yes, I'm glad to. Where do I sign?
Where it is marked X.
So the master thief has found himself a look-alike corpse at the town morgue, one with a bullet hole in him. Well, what's he going to do with it? He has tricks up his sleeve, that's true, but this time, are the Count's challenges too difficult? A sheet to be stolen from the Count's bed and a ring from the Countess's hand. Those are not going to be simple tasks. Let's find out if and how he does it when I return shortly with Act 3.
Now what are you doing?
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. It is the middle of the night. The master thief and his pet monkey, Jack, have sneaked into the gardens of the castle and are leaning a ladder against one of the walls. Above is the window to the Count's bedroom. Fortunately, the clouds hide the moon as the master thief whispers last-minute instructions to his little accomplice.
Jack, my boy, this is not going to be easy, and I am counting on your help. Oh, yes, I know you can do it. You've done harder things than this before. All right, now up the ladder we go now, one step at a time, pushing Mr. Deadman up in front of us. That's fine. Now, the
top of his head should be just a few feet below the Count's window. Good. All right, Jack. This is where you come in. Now, go ahead. No, don't worry. I'm holding the corpse securely over my head. Now, climb up over me. Go ahead. That's good, my boy. Now, scramble up on Mr. Deadman's shoulder and knock. Go ahead, knock on the window.
Aha! So you thought I wouldn't be waiting for you?
Get down, Jack. Get down.
I hit him! He's fallen off the ladder. And now, dear, you stay in bed. I'm going down into the garden and see.
That's all the time we needed, Jack, to let the corpse fall, climb down, and hide behind these bushes. Look, there goes the Count. Look at him, dragging the corpse. He thinks it's me, to a corner of the garden. Well, in the dark, how can he tell? Oh, he's picking up a shovel. I do believe he's going to bury me. All right, this is the moment, Jack. The Count is fully occupied. I am going up to the Count's bedroom, pretend I am he, and play my little game for the sheet and the ring.
Oh, is that you, Count?
It is, my sweet. I thought it easier and quicker to come up by the ladder. Dear wife, the thief is dead, so I am burying him in the garden before daybreak so nobody will know.
But won't he be missed?
They'll think he disappeared back to where he came from. Let me have our bedsheet, dear, so I may wrap the body in it.
I could go down to the linen closet and fetch you a fresh one.
No need for that. Besides, there isn't time.
As you wish. Here is the sheet.
Thank you, my dear.
Be careful, my dear husband, and hurry.
Oh, yes, don't worry. My dear, thinking of that poor man who grew up crookedly and with crooked ways, my heart is filled with generosity. Let me have your ring.
My ring? The one I always wear? Oh, must I?
Be generous as I am, my dear. The unhappy man risked his life for it. So let him now take it with him into the grave.
Oh, you are right. How could I deny him this ring? What a night it has been to kill a thief.
A master thief, my dear. That makes all the difference. Right, now I shall go back to the garden by the ladder. I have much to do before morning. Do not wait up for me. Sleep well, my dear.
Oh, is that you, son?
Oh, yes, Father. You are up late.
It's because we do not agree with the direction your life has taken. Your mother and I worry about you. Come sit by the fire. Oh, poor little thing. At last I understand why it chatters so.
My clever accomplice, Jack.
Oh, he's cold, that's why. Oh, now, what has your master been up to these last 2 nights, huh? Tell me, little one.
Well, he could probably tell you, Father, but I don't think you would understand. Where is Mother?
She's gone to bed.
Well, Jack, what can we tell my father? Yes, the Count has given me 3 trials. Should I fail any one of them, I have promised him to lead the straight and narrow, wherever that may lead me.
And if you should succeed in these trials, son?
We never discussed that, Father, for the Count was so positive I could not match his inventiveness.
I was hoping he would talk to you and persuade you.
Well, I think he's enjoying himself. Last night, I was to remove his favorite riding horse from his stable. I returned it to him this morning. And just now, we played Kill the Robber.
I don't understand.
Father, I rather you kept your illusions about the great Lord Count.
Huh?
I can see his face tomorrow when I reveal it was not I he took a pot shot at, not I he buried in the garden, but a poor unfortunate rescued from the town morgue.
Oh, Jack, what kind of son have I given life to? Shooting, playing games with dead bodies?
And all that, Father, for for a bedsheet and a woman's ring.
Oh, dear me. You said there is a third task he has set before you.
Yes, quite a difficult one, even for me. It's to steal the parson from the church.
How can you steal a parson? Unless he wishes to be stolen.
Father, I have told you it is a game with me, a battle of wits, a contest of minds, not a contest between good and evil.
Oh, I wish I could believe it so innocent as that.
Come with me. Come with me tomorrow night when I am to steal the parson.
Me? Come with you?
Yes, see for yourself that your son is not evil. It is the sin in those I deceive that makes them my victims. As the saying goes, you cannot cheat an honest man.
What you are telling me is that you do good?
In a way, I help make people see the truth of themselves. Well, will you come with me tomorrow night when I steal the parson from the church?
Yes, I will come, because I do not believe there can be badness in such a good man. I don't like a graveyard at night. I never did.
Oh, think of it as a garden. But fortunately for us, what is planted does not come up.
What is in those two big sacks?
Jack, come back here. Would you come back here? Stop playing with those crabs. Father, in here is a sack full of crabs. Now, I want you to help me. Here are some short wax candles. Now, we take a crab from the sack. So, careful, and stick a wax candle on its back.
Oh.
Then, light the candle so. Put the crab down and let it creep about the graveyard.
Oh.
Don't you follow me? Please, we're going to do that with the entire sackful.
I don't know which of us is the madder. You for telling me what to do or me for doing it? Now, what are you doing?
Putting on a long black robe.
Makes you look like a monk.
Yes, well, I wish to look like the voice of the end of the world.
What would he look like?
I have no idea, but perhaps this false beard will help. Father, if all the crabs are creeping about the graveyard with lighted candles on their backs, I shall leave you now to go into the church and begin my performance.
Son, I'm afraid to watch this any further. I think I shall go home. I know you call all this a game, but I know of no games that are played in graveyards and churches, and if it is a game, I don't think I would appreciate it.
So be it. And thank you for getting my little torchbearers ready.
Good night, my boy, and heaven help you.
Yes, that is precisely what I think he will do. Jack, my boy, I don't think it's seemly to have a monkey on my shoulder as I speak from this pulpit. Do you? No. So make yourself comfortable in this long pocket of my robe. There you go. Shh, quiet now. Hearken, sinful men. The end of all things has come. The last day is at hand. Whosoever wishes to go to heaven with me must creep into this sack. You, sir. You, sitting in the last pew of this church. Are you the parson here?
What? Oh, yes, I am.
Come here, parson. Creep into this sack. The world is about to be destroyed. You wish entrance to heaven, parson?
Oh, yes, indeed, I do.
Have you looked out of the window and seen the dead wandering about in the graveyard with their candles?
Yes, I have.
Well, then come up here, then, parson. Come up to the pulpit. So, parson, you know the hour is at hand.
Can I be saved?
You, parson? No, I should think so. Crawl into my sack and I shall deliver you unto heaven. You have no time to lose.
Yes, I'm coming.
Come along.
Spirit.
Come along.
I shall crawl into the sack as you wish.
Yes. In you go. All right. Now I shall tie the sack together, and now we shall travel the bumpy road to heaven.
Where are you taking me?
We are going over the mountains, my good parson. I'm afraid it's a bit bumpy.
I can't.
Ah, yes, you are right. The road to heaven is a painful one.
I'm bruised all over.
Jack, my boy, I don't think the parson is enjoying being dragged along the main road to the castle like this.
What black and blue.
Hang on, Jack. There's a big puddle in the road. I shall drag our friend right through it.
I'm getting drowned.
Oh, we have just these 20 steps of stone up to the castle.
Oh, dear. Oh, goodness. I don't think I can live long enough to die in heaven. Where are we now?
Now we are on the steps of heaven at last. We shall soon be in the outer courtyard. And now, good parson, can you hear the fluttering of the wings of angels? How glad they are to welcome you to heaven.
Where is the parson?
He is here, madam. Count! Good morning. The Countess and I were just speaking.
And the parson?
He was brought here very late last night.
But where is he?
He is lying in a sack in the pigeon house. He hears the fluttering of pigeons' wings and believes that he is in heaven.
In a sack? Oh, goodness, we must have him untied.
Oh, no. He is deliriously happy.
So you accomplished all the trials I set before you?
I did my best. But I could not have succeeded were it not for stupidity, meanness, and selfishness in others, my best allies.
I don't wish to hear any more. You're an arch thief, and have won your wager.
Thank you, Count. I take my leave of you.
You have escaped with your whole skin. But see to it that you leave my land. If you ever step so much as 1 foot into it, I shall see you hanged.
Count, do you remember I agreed that if I failed the tasks you set before me, I would renounce my ways? I needed no threat of hanging then. I need none now. Perhaps in the eyes of the world outside, I have succeeded. But in my own eyes, I have failed. The victory over your soldiers, the parson, even yourself, is empty. So, if you will permit me, I shall abandon, once and for all, my old ways. I would like to return home, to live my life with my mother and father. And perhaps together we shall find, no matter how old and crooked a tree is, it is never too late for it to become straight.
Were I to put a postscript to this tale, I would tell you that the master thief and his mother and father lived happily ever after. And word all over the land was that they had a vast orchard of the straightest and most beautiful trees to be found anywhere. And I think you know why.
Practically invented camping.
I have just been counting, and there are about 50 more Grimm's fairy tales which I have to confess I believe are the most fabulous and fantastic ever written. So if you'd like your imagination sparked by a few more of these not-so-grim fairy tales, find yourself a copy and read the original version. Who knows what adventures you'll be discovering there. Reading is another land of make-believe I know you'll enjoy exploring.
Our cast included Paul Hecht, William Griffith, Bryna Rayburn, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. Welcome again to the magic world of radio, where your imagination can lead you to the most exciting adventures you ever dreamed of. I'm Tom Bosley. And today we turn back the clock some 500 years before Christ. Those were the days when Confucius began to set down what we call his sayings. There were earthquakes in Sparta, ball games in Athens. A famous athlete called Milo won first place in the Olympic Games 6 times. And a certain man called Daniel had a narrow escape in a den of lions, which is exactly what today's adventure is about. Our adventure story, Daniel the Oracle, was adapted from the pages of biblical history, especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Madeline Ferber, and stars Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Thinking about it.
Jerusalem was burning, sacked and conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon. Interesting man, Nebuchadnezzar. He liked the arts, science, architecture, and although he had conquered Jerusalem, he did not look down on the Jews. In fact, he wanted to share with them the glory of knowledge. Daniel, who was there, and who many called Daniel the Oracle, will tell us how it really was. Daniel?
I came from a good family. We were, in fact, related to the king of Judah. And when Nebuchadnezzar waged war against us and won, he wanted the boys from the best Jewish families to come and live in his court. One day, when I came home from school, there was a stranger in our house. And my mother was smiling and crying at the same time.
Ah, so this is Daniel, is it? A fine-looking boy.
Sir, I don't think we've met.
No, we haven't. My name is Ashpenaz. I am the Lord Chamberlain of your new king, King Nebuchadnezzar. You know who your new king is, don't you?
The only king we in Israel serve is our God in heaven.
Well said. But the kingdom of heaven is not what interests me now, but the kingdom on earth.
Nebuchadnezzar, you mean?
Daniel, you have been selected to live in the king's palace.
What for?
I have been commanded by the king to select certain youngsters, and I quote him, well-favored, skillful in wisdom, cunning in knowledge, and understanding science.
I am happily surprised.
Our wise king knows one cannot rule by force. He knows the street of understanding runs in both directions. Just as he would know and learn about the Israelites, he wishes the young Jews to stand in the king's palace and learn our language and heritage.
Many boys were selected, including my 3 brothers, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I had an open mind. I wasn't dead set against King Nebuchadnezzar because he'd taken over my homeland, but by nature I asked questions. Take the matter of food, for instance.
Daniel, you can give me all the reasons you want, but I still think you won't eat what everyone else would be delighted to eat because you're stubborn.
Maybe I am, but maybe I'm stubborn because I'm right.
Don't be headstrong. The king has high hopes that your presence in the court will help your people, right?
Right.
So if the king orders you to eat at your meals what he eats, his wine, his meat, it is for your own good, right?
Wrong. It is not for my own good. A daily diet of wine and meat may be the right nourishment for a king, but not for Daniel.
Don't you understand? The king believes that if you share the same food and drink as he has, you will grow to his liking.
Ashpenaz, let me say this. The king wants what is best in me to grow.
He does.
He desires the same for my 3 brothers, right?
Right.
Do this. As an experiment, give my brothers and me only peas and beans and fruit to eat, and water to drink for 10 days, no more.
10 days?
Yes, and if at the end of 10 days our minds are not quicker, and our eyes brighter, even our skins fairer than all the other boys, you may have your way. On the 10th day of our diet of fruit, vegetables, and water, our complexions were fairer, and the 4 of us were far more alert than any of the others. Time passed. We learned, and we remembered, and the day came when we were presented to the king.
I find that you, Daniel, and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are 10 times wiser than all the magicians and astrologers of my realm.
Your Majesty, 3 years have passed, and God has been at my side day and night. If I am as wise as you say I am, wiser than those to whom you look for wisdom, it is God's doing.
Daniel, tell me no more of your God. I do not wish to hear it. Yes, you may approach the throne, Arioch. You know Daniel, do you not?
Most certainly do. He's the talk of the court.
And I have met Arioch, the astrologer.
I overheard you, Daniel, still talking about your God and your faith.
Belief is so strong within me, Arioch, my tongue will not be silent.
Daniel, am I not king?
Of your kingdom, yes, so long as God permits it.
Did your God give Nebuchadnezzar permission for him to take Israel? Your God, Daniel, upon whom you relied to defend you?
God works his will in mysterious ways. Your Majesty, may I be excused? I find that talking with an astrologer sheds no light upon the truth. Perhaps because in his glass the heavens are too far away.
Of course you may go, Daniel.
The truth, Daniel, is not what you see, but what is. And our king, he is Lord of the entire earth.
I take my leave of you?
Yes, he is stubborn, obstinate, yet much of what he says has the golden ring of truth.
Do you know, my lord, this Daniel spends many hours each day praying to his God?
Yes, Arioch, I never doubted but that Daniel and many other Jews still pray to their God. However, since you and I know our idol Belus is the power of life, why should we care that others worship a lesser God?
You're too patient, my king.
The day came when King Nebuchadnezzar awoke from a terrible dream. So frightening it was that the next morning exactly what he had dreamt was pushed out of his mind, forgotten. But what remained with him was a sense of horror and fear of the unexpected, an uneasiness which he could not shake. And so he summoned his magicians, sorcerers, and astrologers to explain it to him.
I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit is greatly troubled to know what it means.
Oh, King, tell us that dream, and we will show you the interpretation.
I cannot remember it. But surely those of you who are wizards and sorcerers should be able to look into the heavens and find my dream.
Well, the stars are our light to the future. We astrologers understand the stars and what they tell us. But to understand the mind of a sleeping king...
I've had enough of this shilly-shallying. Either you can tell me or you cannot. And I warn you, whoever cannot tell me what I dreamt or what it means will be cut into pieces, do you hear? But whoever tells me my dream and explains it, I will reward with gifts and great honor. Well, who shall be the first among you?
Surely, old king, it is not unreasonable to ask for you to remember the dream and for us to interpret it.
Ariak, I am on to your tricks, your evasions, argument and talk merely to gain time. If you cannot tell me my dream and its meaning, what good are all of you to me? You are charlatans all.
There's not a man on earth who can do your bidding in this, O king.
So you will not.
Oh, we cannot. No man can. No one except the gods can tell what you wish to know.
You have been honest and forthright with me, so shall I be with you. I need you not.
Where?
I find the wise men of Babylon are as ignorant as the common folk. Henceforth I issue this decree. All wise men shall be put to death.
Strictly speaking, my brothers Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and I were also wise men. The king himself had so proclaimed us. Therefore, we were also slated to die. I prayed and found that our God, in his wisdom, must have softened Nebuchadnezzar's heart somewhat. For he received me, promising to hold up the executions for 3 days. Give me 3 days, I had said. And on the 3rd day, I went to see him.
Daniel, I have set great store by your abilities.
I shall tell you what you wish to hear.
In spite of the fact that my wisest have said a dream can never be known to another person.
Perhaps not to a person.
They say I ask too much of them.
At last, they tell the truth. No astrologer or soothsayer can tell you the dream that fear has driven from your mind. But there is a God in heaven who knows all things and who has revealed to me your secret dream.
Wait. I want to be sure we are alone. They listen sometimes to what is said in the inner chambers and then come to me pretending they have divined my mind. Close the drapes that hang over the door. Good. Now, come here. Close to my side, Daniel. And tell me that dream.
Young Daniel, 19, sits beside King Nebuchadnezzar. This was to be his first great test. In the years to come, Daniel would become so well known for his wisdom and knowledge that it became a proverb among Babylonians to say, as wise as Daniel. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Delicious. Yeah.
What was the dream that so horrified King Nebuchadnezzar? Daniel told him he had dreamt of a great golden idol with feet of iron and clay. Suddenly, in the dream, a tremendous rock had fallen upon the figure, which had broken into small pieces, fallen, and disappeared. But the rock itself grew and grew until it filled the entire earth.
It is so, Daniel. It is so. That was my dream. But why did it frighten me so? And why does it haunt me to this moment? What does it mean?
God's strength is the stone. The image, the golden image, is yourself. When you crumble, when you die, God will raise a kingdom that will, like the rock of your dream, fill the world.
Ah, it was a dream of the future, then.
It is the certainty of the future. What to you was a dream will come true.
It is not a welcome future you have foretold, but my mind rests easy, for now I know. Daniel, what is your wish? Anything?
Set free Arioch, your court astrologer, and all his men. Set free the soothsayers, the magicians, all the unwise wise men. They are but mortal and not to be held in account for their limited vision.
You are right, Daniel. They have no more answers to eternal questions than ordinary mortals.
Nebuchadnezzar, great king, we are all ordinary mortals.
What none of you were able to tell me, Daniel has done. Therefore, I have asked him to be the ruler of the entire province of Babylon, over all governors, all captains, and yes, over all of you wise men. I see open mouths, raised eyebrows, questioning looks, eh? Well, be not anxious. Daniel has declined my proposal. Instead, Babylon will be ruled by his 3 brothers, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. As for the sentence of death I pronounced upon you, wise men, you may thank Daniel that your lives will be spared.
What is there about time that on the one hand heals wounds and on the other causes men to forget a promise? The fear of the frightening dream was gone, the stone crushing the idol. Nebuchadnezzar remembered only that vision of a head of gold. And so he had such a golden image built high on the plain of Dura. When it was completed, every single man of each government were gathered in front of the golden idol. It was 100 feet high.
All peoples gathering today at this dedication of the golden symbol of Nebuchadnezzar, welcome! As one together, we shall all fall to the ground and worship at the golden feet of our golden king.
Good day to you, Daniel.
Ashpenaz, I haven't seen you in years.
The king is still sending me to find young men like yourself to bring new blood to the court.
You must be joking. What does Nebuchadnezzar want with new blood? Look at that monstrous gold idol. All the king wants is to be worshipped as though he were a god. Power has corrupted him. Wait and see, good Ashpenaz.
It is hereby commanded by the king that whoever does not prostrate himself and worship this golden image shall be cast into the midst of a burning, fiery furnace.
Yes, Arioch, what is it?
Did you not issue a decree that upon the sound of certain music, every subject in your kingdom shall fall down and worship the great golden image?
Certainly.
And if they do not obey, their lives are forfeited in the fiery furnace.
You don't have to repeat all that. What's behind the question?
There are certain Jews you have appointed to high posts over the affairs of the province of Babylon.
I know. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Now, come along, man. What are you getting at?
Great king, they have not obeyed your wish. They serve their God, not you. They do not worship the golden image you've built at Dura.
Well, is it true? I have brought you here to answer me. You, Shadrach, you, Meshach, and you, Abednego. Is the accusation true or false? You are silent, so I take your silence for an admission of guilt. Yes, Daniel.
They do not answer, for your question needs no reply. Punish them as you've decreed and have done with it.
Don't think that I won't, Arioch. The furnace on the palace grounds we use to fire tiles. Have it brought to flame 7 times hotter than is usual.
Yes, Your Majesty. I go immediately.
Your Majesty.
Guess what? Who is it?
It is I, your royal chamberlain Ashpenaz.
Speak up. What is it? Nothing but treason and interruption.
Your Majesty, I have known these 3 brothers, 4 including Daniel, for many, many years.
So?
They are among the finest in the land. Have you forgotten you yourself were so pleased at their wisdom, you have put them to govern all of Babylon? Have mercy on them, O king.
I am not a merciful king. I know I have enemies. They're all about me, anywhere, everywhere. The furnace it will be. Take them away.
I had never seen the king in such a fury. My 3 brothers were bound up in their clothes and thrown into the midst of the burning, fiery furnace. Those who had lifted them up and thrown them to the flames were so overcome by the intense heat that they died.
Daniel, am I going mad, or do I see the 3 traitors walking upon the coals, untouched by the flames?
You may see 3 traitors. I see my brothers alive.
Good Lord. Who is the 4th? The one standing beside them amid the flames?
An angel, O king.
Oh, it is the end. What have I done? Fire does not consume them. Oh, Daniel, my head is going around. I cannot speak. Tell your brothers, ask them to come forth from the furnace.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, walk to me from the furnace.
The king has fainted.
Come to his aid. He has fallen.
Daniel, I have sinned. My heart is not beating. Oh, Daniel, save me.
Daniel, how fares His Majesty today?
I haven't seen him since last night, but I would say in the past 7 days he has shown some improvement.
Is it a whole week since your brothers walked out untouched from the fiery furnace?
A week of self-torture for the king.
Daniel, where are you?
In the antechamber, Your Majesty.
Oh, yes, here you are, Daniel.
Good morning, Your Majesty.
Daniel, my prayer was not answered. I was not forgiven, was I?
Your Majesty, forgiven for what?
Don't be cunning with me, my boy. When those 3 walked from the blazing furnace, when I saw that fire had no power over them, that not a hair of their heads was even singed, they still wore the same clothing unburnt, not even the smell of fire was on them. Oh, Daniel, I want to be forgiven. Did I not say, blessed be the God of Judah?
Oh, King, you must calm yourself and return to bed. You are not well.
No, I cannot go to bed.
Why not?
Well, you see, in bed I had dreams.
Oh, you dreamt again last night?
But I won't permit those dreams to haunt me tonight. Oh, no, not again. No, I shall sit up all night in my chair.
Great King, I once helped you understand your dream. If you know what it means...
I would like to know. It is the unknown I am afraid of.
Know it, and it frightens not.
You did help me once, didn't you, Daniel? Daniel, come closer. You see, there was this gigantic tree. You, sir! What are you standing there for, listening? Who are you?
Chamberlain Ashpenaz, Your Majesty.
Well, who asked you here?
I await your pleasure.
My pleasure is to dismiss you. Now go. Go. Daniel, is he gone?
Yes. You saw a great tree.
Yes, a tremendous tree, huge, growing with beautiful leaves, plentiful fruit. Now, Daniel, this enormous tree, and birds and animals lived in its shade, and then, oh, Daniel, it was too terrible to even think of.
Go on.
Then this creature with wings, with a human head, flew down and cried out, "Cut down the tree, cut off its branches, leave the stump, tie it with chains. The tree has a human heart. Take away that heart and put in its place the heart of an animal."
Did the winged angel say for how long the animal heart must remain in the tree?
Yes, for 7 months. Daniel, do you know what the dream means?
You are that tree, Nebuchadnezzar. And in your shade, under your protection, others find rest. Upon your branches there is fruit. There is plenty for all your subjects.
That angel creature saying, cut down the tree. What does that mean?
You have angered God, Nebuchadnezzar. You will be cut down.
Oh, and the meaning of the chains and the animal heart in the tree for 7 months.
A penance. For 7 months you will live with the beasts of the forest and field as one of them. You will eat the same fodder as the oxen. You will sleep in the open, lowly, humble. And then, one day, God will show you the mercy you did not show others. That is all I can tell you of your dream.
True to the prophecy, there came a time when Nebuchadnezzar was no longer of sound enough mind to govern the kingdom. The king went mad, wandered into the forest, lived with the animals, ate what they did, slept under the stars. At the end of 7 months, suddenly his reason returned. He lifted up his eyes to heaven, acknowledged that there was a greater power than himself, and that power was God. I'll be back in a few moments with Act 3.
UL.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. Hello. The king of Babylon recovered, became well. But in spite of all the warning dreams telling him he was only mortal, something in him drove him to godlike aspirations. He rebuilt Babylon. Gardens, houses, towers, the famous hanging gardens, not so much for the enjoyment of his people, but as a monument to his own greatness. And then, one day, like any mortal on earth, he died. His eldest son, Belshazzar, came to the throne and celebrated with a feast that is still talked about. Belshazzar's feast.
Let there be silence. Silence, all of you. Stop your eating and drinking. King Balthazar is about to address you.
Lords, ladies, governors, subjects all. To begin, I shall tell you that I am not going to be a kind king or an indulgent king, benevolent or generous. We have put up with the Jews in our midst for many years, and I think it's time they learned that they are the conquered peoples and we are the conquerors. And to show these Jews I mean what I say, I have had brought here for this feast all of their sacred relics, their gold religious cups and bowls. And you, my friends, who have gathered to honor me and this new era, you will drink your fill from these cups and bowls. Drink up to your heart's content.
My heart was far from content. It suffered to see our holy objects, our articles for sacred worship, desecrated. A sad beginning of this new era. Suddenly, this outrageous feast of Balthazar was interrupted.
What is it? Ariak, go look. Tell me, what is that cry?
I cannot see, O king. It's at the far end of the hall. People are getting up. They're looking at the wall behind them. They're backing away.
Tell them all to sit down at their places. Sit down! Why are you standing, you over there?
All of you, be seated. The king commands it.
What is it? Ariak, go over there to that far wall and tell me what you see.
My king, I don't believe my eyes. I cannot.
What do you mean you cannot? What is that moving on the wall? I see a shadow.
It is a hand, O King Balthazar.
What? A hand, you say? A hand moving on the wall? Whose is it?
Nobody's hand, O king. It is only a hand.
Has everyone gone mad? What are you, bewitched? I'm coming over there to see for myself this sorcery. A hand indeed. All that is Babylon, it is true. It is a hand with no wrist, no arm, no body. A hand pointing its finger. The finger moves. It is writing strange letters upon the wall. Arioch, what do you make of this witchcraft?
I cannot tell what the writing is.
I am not imagining what I see. You see it too.
No, I see the moving finger writes and then moves on. Oh, we must take care of it. Panic does not start. So many are watching, afraid.
A hand. A human hand.
An inhuman hand.
Wait. It is written 2 words. They seem the same, but they are words not of our language. Arioch, study it.
Yes.
You must tell me what it means. Call all the sorcerers and astrologers at your command. Do it now. I must find out.
Your Majesty, I cannot tell you the meaning of those words.
May I suggest someone who could explain it all?
Who is this old man, Arioch?
This is Ashpenaz. He was the Lord Chamberlain to your father.
Oh, yes, I remember you now, Ashpenaz. Now, who is this you say can explain this hand and this writing?
Daniel.
Daniel?
The same Daniel who had the ear of your father.
Daniel. I heard too much of him when I was a boy. Where is he?
He is here in the banquet hall. He came along with all the others to do homage to you, O king.
Oh, that is something in his favor. Bring him to me.
You sent for me, King Balthazar?
Ah, you are Daniel, one of the children of captivity my father was lenient with.
What do you wish?
I have heard much of you, Daniel, although till now we have not met. People in the court say the spirit of the gods is in you, that understanding and wisdom is in you. If you succeed in explaining or exorcising this thing on the wall, you shall be rewarded.
Reward a Jew? I heard you say before you would not be a generous...
There are exceptions, so do not twist my words. Now, look up there, high on that wall. There is something there, is there not? We are not all bewitched. There is a hand upon that wall.
It is there?
Is it still writing?
It has just come to the end of the 4th word. Now, look. King, look. The hand is no more, but the writing remains. The words are clear.
What do they mean, Daniel?
The handwriting on the wall foretells everything.
What does it say?
God gave your father Nebuchadnezzar a kingdom, honor, and majesty. Your father's heart was lifted up, but his mind became hardened with self-pride. God found your father unworthy to rule. His heart became that of an animal. He took to the woods and lived with wild beasts. And finally, he came to understand God does not only rule in heaven, but over the kingdom of man.
But what has all that got to do with me?
Everything. Although you knew all this, Balthazar, you have not humbled your heart either. In fact, today you have defied God.
I have not. How have I done that?
Look around you. The silver, the gold, the sacred object of God's house you have brought to this pagan feast in your honor and defiled with common wine, drunk by common mouths.
Are you sure? I have made God angry?
Without a doubt. God has not allowed your wickedness to go unpunished. That hand, the hand we saw writing, is his hand. Those words, that writing there, are his words. Mene, mene, tekel, upharsin. They are your warning.
But how can I be warned if I cannot understand?
The meaning? I shall read you the meaning. God has numbered your days, Balthazar. Your kingdom is finished. Mene, mene. You have been weighed in the balance and found wanting. Tekel. Your kingdom will be divided and given to the Medes and the Persians. Mene, mene, tekel, upharsin. That very night, Balthazar the king was slain. And within days, as the handwriting on the wall had predicted, the country was overrun and conquered by the Medes and the Persians. The new ruler was Darius, a good man, 62 years old. He asked me to remain by his side, for I knew the people of the land, and I loved them and would do all I could to protect them. Arioch, the court astrologer, magician, what have you,
was also asked by King Darius to join his court. He loved me not.
What do you mean, Daniel, I love you not?
You have always tried to thwart me? Always been suspicious?
Of your motives, perhaps, not your ability. You have always had too much power, Daniel, to suit me. From Nebuchadnezzar to Balthazar, and now to Darius. For 35 years, I've taken your arrogance, Daniel. I've hated your ability to influence our kings. I say to you, beware. For I do not, cannot, shall not ever like you. King Darius, I beseech you, may I have a word?
Are you Arioch, the chief court sorcerer?
I am, your majesty. I brought with me this document, which is a signed testimony of the loyalty of your principal ruling subjects.
But why? I never doubted their loyalty.
They wish to go on record. All the governors, the princes, counselors, captains, they wanted you to know them by name.
All right.
Therefore, they have consulted together and drawn up for you a royal statute.
A new royal statute?
Yes, King Darius. A firm decree that whoever prays to any god or man other than you, King Darius, should be cast into the den of lions.
You know that if I put my signature to this document, the king's signature, it means this decree cannot be canceled or recalled. That is our law. The law of the Medes and the Persians.
Yes, I am aware of that. Why don't we say the decree holds for only the next 30 days, then?
For 30 days. All right. Give me the parchment so I may sign.
I knew about the decree, but it did not stop my daily prayers to God. My old friend, Arioch, saw to it that I was arrested. I was brought before King Darius, and I told him simply that no decree could ever stop my praying to God. I believed Darius had been misled into signing it, and although he grieved that I was to be placed into the lion's den, there was no altering the law. He was, it was said, the first monarch to accompany a victim every step of the way, on foot, to the cave in the mountains where the lions were kept. As was customary, they had not been fed.
Daniel, do not think ill of me. I wanted you to be my friend. I needed you.
I am your friend, King Darius. Do not be afraid. The lions are all part of the kingdom of earth under the rule of God.
You have such faith that your God will deliver you.
All my life I have believed.
King Darius, the soldiers are ready to carry Daniel into the lion's den. Then they will push the large boulder in front of the mouth of the cave. You, King Darius, are to set your seal on the stone so that we shall know it has not been tampered with.
You concern yourselves with the seals and the blocking of the entrance if you wish. But I will not need to be carried into the lion's den. I shall walk.
Daniel, it is I, Darius, your king. I have not slept tonight, but have prayed for you. Has your God, whom you serve, delivered you from the lions?
Have the soldiers take away the stone from the front of the cave.
Soldiers, clear the entrance. Oh, Daniel, can you ever forgive me?
You but carried out the law. No king is above his own laws.
I can see the lions. They're lying down. Some are sleeping. They're quiet.
God sent his angel who shut the lions' mouths. they did not touch me. Darius, may this be a lesson to all of those who set themselves as more powerful than God himself.
In the book of Daniel, it is written that the men who had accused Daniel were then cast into the den of lions as punishment. The story of Daniel has given strength to Jews and Christians since the earliest days. Christian martyrs, too, were often thrown to lions, but they always rallied behind one phrase which gave them courage. It comes to us from Daniel, and I shall tell you what it is when I return in a moment.
WL.
The words that gave courage to countless martyrs were written by King Darius. The God of Daniel shall rule over the world until the world's end. The God of Daniel protects, rescues, works signs and wonders in heaven and on earth. He is that God who delivered Daniel from the power of the lions. He will deliver you too. Peace be everywhere, and have faith. Our cast included Russell Horton, Norman Rose, Jackson Beck, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.